What is up, everybody? Welcome into the fourth annual Fantasy in Frames NFL Draft Party. I am Jay. I will be your host and traffic cop for the evening. Jorge is handing me the key fob to the Starship Enterprise, and we are going warp speed right out of the gate. You can find me on Twitter at FantasyJ77, and I am calling this a party because that is what we are here to do. Have fun, and yes, we will give you some analysis from both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively, with some of the best fantasy analysts in the game. So grab your favorite beverage. Let's have a great time tonight. It's the NFL Draft, baby. Let's go. Hit that music.
Woo! Well, we don't have
you missed
any
the music. All right, well, then heck, we'll skip the music then.
How about this one?
That's what it is. Let's go.
I was saving.
Well, like I said, we're going to have some of your favorite Fantasy and Frames analysts joining us throughout the night, maybe a guest or two here and there. But let me introduce the Fantasy and Frames family that is with us right now on screen. And as I do, please let them know where they can find you on Twitter. Who better to start off with than our fearless leader and creator of the Fantasy and Frames, Jorge Edwards. Jorge, I want to be the first to tell you you have built a phenomenal team here. Rock stars all around. First of all, what are you sipping on? And more importantly, are you ready for the fun craziness that's about to happen on your network tonight?
I feel like the craziness gets taken to a new level each and every year. We have 20 people that are going to be rolling through here throughout the night. It's going to get kind of insane. In reference to the success that we've had this year, it's been phenomenal. It starts with people like this at the bottom with Stacy and Nate. It starts with you behind the scenes, helping everything. And of course, everybody else is going to be jumping in throughout the night. So I'm excited. Everybody who's out there is watching right now. Here, thank you very much for tuning in, as well as tuning in throughout the night. Be excited. This is going to be a lot of fun. Throw your comments in the chat, whether it's on YouTube. By the way, head over to our YouTube channel and subscribe. Facebook, you name it. We will be there to answer said questions, and we already have a guest showing up right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and throw him up here. I'm going to skip over for real quick. Nate, I'll come back to you. Jacob Sanderson in the house. Let's go Bolts, baby. I mean, hey, how you doing? You're not on mute, are you already? Oh, you rookie. Oh, you were there. Nope. There it is.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right.
What's going on, Jake?
I'm here briefly, man. I'm exhausted. I've been moving since 6 a.m. this morning. We just got set up for draft. And yeah, now I got my Leafs game on. Apparently, I'm in enemy territory tonight. I see multiple Lightning fans. I'm surprised I haven't already logged out. But I'm here for the intermission.
Yeah. So real quick, I know you're a Colts fan. I saw where you were on Twitter earlier talking about what you want to have happen. So let the people know, what do you want to have happen at 4 if the Colts don't decide to move up?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to move up. I mean, I think they've been – I don't know who – it seems like the consensus is that Levis is their guy. We'll see what happens. But I think what's been clear is that either they were confident enough their guy would fall to 4, or they were okay with enough guys to stay at 4. That's been the thing throughout, is that they were going to stay at 4. They were going to pick a quarterback at 4. To me, that tells me that they're comfortable with Levis, and it means that they're comfortable with Richardson. So I think it sounds like now it's going to be Young, Stroud 1-2. To me, it's just a matter of what happens at 3. Like Tennessee was supposed to be moving up to 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, supposedly for Stroud. Stroud's probably not going to be there anymore. Are they still going to move up to 3? Would they take Will Levis? I don't know. So I think the Colts. The one thing I said is I just bet the Colts to take Richardson plus 450, not necessarily because I think they're going to take him over Levis. I think that that's a possibility, but I think that there's still a possibility that now a team's looking at it. They're going to say, okay, 1's a quarterback, 2's a quarterback, 4's a quarterback. Only 1 chair left before the music stops. Let's get to 3, right? I think some other team might get to 3. I think it could be Vegas. I think it could be Tennessee.
Yeah, so I want to send it around to everybody. If you've got a question, jump in real quick. But the next thing I want to hear from you about is you've talked about basically the first 4. Who is going to be the guy that slides in this draft? If it's not Richardson, who's going to be the guy that we're expecting to be that top 7, top 10 player, whether it's defensively or offensively? Who's going to be the player that's going to slide in the draft that maybe even slides out of the first round, if not later?
Man, the one that's floating out there is Tyree Wilson with the medical situation, where he was a guy that was being mocked as high as second off the board. It seems unlikely right now he's going to go in the top 4. It seems like people are really heavily favoring Jalen Carter at 5. Lions probably going corner at 6. I don't know where Tyree Wilson winds up. I've heard Atlanta at 8. People in Atlanta are saying they're interested in him, but we'll see what happens with the medicals. So that's the guy that I'd probably be watching closely to see if we have a guy that was rumored to go as high as 2 overall, start sliding down the board potentially into the teens, where now I would be really surprised if he goes off the board until 8.
Wow. Okay. Nate, you got anything for Jacob? Give him hell because he's a daggum Maple Leafs fan.
Well, I don't actually, but I will say I'm this. I got my old Colts
Hey, look
koozie.
at that.
So,
Picked this up from
That's what we
training
wanna
camp
see.
last year on the way to Canton. So yeah,
Love that.
Yeah. So no, I see, Gator. I'm not a dick like you think I am. I'm actually very welcoming. And if my Blues can't be in the playoffs, I'm going to have the. My son's a Leafs fan.
hold on. Nate,
What?
is your wife around? I need her to get
No.
a tissue and get that stuff. It's brown right on your nose, right there. Stacy, you got anything? You got anything for this Maple Leafs fan?
Jesus.
Stacy, where you at?
There you go. I just had to get off mute. Question for you,
Yeah.
Jacob. How sad are you going to be on a scale of 1 to 10 when the Lightning rip off 3 in a row and win the series? Just curious.
Wow, this is how we welcome guests to the show, by the way, Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I
Nice
don't
to
think
meet
that
you.
that's particularly likely, but the thing about being a Leafs fan is you just expect the worst always. So like even today, like I the first thing I saw when I woke up, I can't remember which site. It was one of the hockey public models. It was like Money Puck or Natural Stat Trick, one of those. And they released their model where they're showing odds to advance. And I saw the Leafs were at 92, and my first reaction was just like, that can't be correct. Like 92, I was like, it might be 3-1. I'm still 50-50 at best on it. So I don't know. I'm 26. So the last time that the Leafs won a first round, I was, I think, 7. So I don't really remember it. Like, I know intellectually that I was watching, but I don't like remember experiencing it. So this would be like the first time in my living memory they'd win a round.
Listen,
nothing would surprise you with the Leafs.
I need you to do me a favor. I know you're closer to Toronto than I am right now. So give them a call. If they're going to win tonight, or if they're going to win the series, go ahead and do it tonight. We don't need you doing it on our ice. Okay, please just end it now.
Yes,
Or
that's my vote. That's absolutely my vote, 100%. And I can just tell you, as somebody who has been in the house for them winning the cup, it is an experience like none other. So I hope that one day you get to experience that, just not at my Bolts expense.
Wow.
I hope so
Love
too.
it.
I'll say this: like, there's a sick part of me that wants it to go 7, in the sense that, like, so much of the Leafs experience is like exercising demons, right? Like, it's just been such a weird experience rooting for the Leafs. Like, they're such a cursed team that, to me, it'll almost feel like cheating if we win a series and it's not in game 7, just since every one of our losses always goes 7 and we lose in 7. That, like, if we just win tonight, we win in 5. It's like, what? That's not even like winning. Like, that doesn't feel like enough. So I don't know.
Too easy.
You're
Yeah,
fine.
that's
We
for
gave them Pat Maroon to help win a cup. We'll give you Ryan O'Reilly to win a cup.
That's true. You're like an
we
arms
won
dealer.
2 if
Yeah.
they did.
Well, there you go. And so it sounds like maybe Toronto's going to – are you saying that Toronto's going to go back-to-back? I mean, that's a feat.
I
Stacey.
I
But
can't
it
go
sounds
there.
like your
I can't
clairvoyance
go there.
is I mean, you said it. I didn't put those words in your mouth. You essentially alluded to the fact that Ryan O'Reilly's going to bring – I don't like – he's not actually with Toronto for 2 years, so he would have to re-sign there, I believe. And
I know we're supposed to be talking about the NFL draft, but that's a great point. You know, the Blues sent Maroon to Tampa. We sent Chan to Toronto.
Shen,
Then
and
we
he's,
said-
he's dead to me after this series. By
But
the
I
way.
mean, it's just kind of like a full motion. So, Jorge, you got anything for Jacob outside of hockey?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Okay, let's take the injury out of the situation, right?
Yeah.
Is age going to be the factor that causes Hendon Hooker to slide in this draft, or do you think that he could potentially be somebody a team trades up for, given how well he was playing prior to his injury last year?
Man, I'm not a Hooker fan. Like I just think, to me,
You
when I
don't
watch
go to
him,
Vegas. You don't go to Vegas very often, then, do you?
Yeah, what's up with that? Vegas hates
That's kind of bad. That's rude.
I don't know. Like the Hendon Hooker stuff is fascinating because I mean, there's obviously a chance he goes in round one. I'm not going to say that all the reports saying that it's possible are dead wrong. It would strike me as odd. Like the fact that he's old, the fact that he's injured, but more than either of those things is just the fact that he's never read an offense. He literally can watch tape on Tennessee, and there are 2 wide receivers standing there, just like tending to their garden, looking at the flowers, ordering a pizza, whatever. They're not doing anything on one half of the field. It's a 2-man route. If it's not open, he scrambles. And you watch him operate in the pocket. He doesn't move. He drops to the end of his back, and he just sits there like his controller disconnected, waiting for things to develop. And either he'll get rid of it, or he'll scramble it, or he'll get sacked. But I just think he's so far away from being able to operate intuitively as an NFL quarterback. And then you add on the fact that he's 25 and injured, so it's harder to project that development on him. I think it would be a mistake if a team takes him in round one, but I'm curious to see if it happens. And from a fantasy perspective, I mean, you get round one draft capital for a quarterback that runs a little bit. I'm going to be interested no matter what.
Nice.
Well, we got Rhett just jumping in with us and Tyler just jumping in with us. Either one of you. I'm sorry, Jorge, did you have something else?
I was just about to say what you said, so go right ahead. My bad.
Okay. Well, this is my job, man. I'm the traffic cop tonight.
I'm new to this. All right? I'm sorry.
So we have Rhett jumping in. We have Tyler Howell jumping in. We got Jacob Sanderson with us right now for a couple more minutes. Do either one of you guys have a question for Jacob Sanderson? Hopefully it pertains to fantasy football and the NFL draft and not to hockey.
So we don't want to talk about how the Leafs are just going to absolutely own the Lightning tonight? No?
We've already been over that, Tyler. We've already been
talked
over that.
about it.
Damn it. I'm late. Sorry, guys. So did we cover all the quarterbacks?
I think most of them.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
All right. Is Jahmyr Gibbs going in round one, and can he hold up between the tackles? That's my
man.
for you, Jacob.
I hope he goes in round one. That would be freaking awesome. Love Jahmyr Gibbs. Can he hold up between the tackles? I don't know. I'm not sure that he needs to. I think that I don't know. I think we've almost gotten binary in the way that we think about receiving backs. Like we almost think about guys as like they're a receiving back or they're not a receiving back. And Jahmyr Gibbs is an absolutely out of this world receiving back. Like I posted a chart in my pre-draft ranks article where I looked at all of the other ostensibly elite receiving backs that have been drafted in round one or round two in the last several years. And you look at this chart and with him and with Barkley and Kamara and Etienne and I forget Swift and a whole bunch of these other names the last 10 years or so. And he's like off the charts. It's him and CMC and it's everybody else. He's one of the most dynamic route runners I think we've seen come out of the running back position in a long time. I think he can legitimately, I don't know if he'll actually run routes out of the slot, but I think he can operate at that level as a back out of the backfield on angle routes, on wheel routes. I think he's truly special. And whatever carries he gets to me are a bonus. I think he can get so much production as a rusher or as a receiver like we've seen out of Eckler and CMC that even in a timeshare, I think he's going to be fantastic in fantasy.
Yeah. Maybe
I don't know if you
more
guys
dynamic Eckler.
Looks like we might be awaiting a pick right here coming in, or he's just fixing to start.
No,
but it looks
he's
like
kicking it off.
Okay, all right. So I'm streaming on one TV and got it on another TV. So I'm all confused. You know, I'm trying to do multiple things. Rhett, you got any questions for Jacob before he's got to run back to his Maple Leafs TV?
Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, sell me on Jordan Addison, the NFL / fantasy football prospect, because I'm not buying. I see a guy who is a little too skinny. Yeah, he wins, but, you know, can his lack of weight hold up the NFL level?
Yeah, man, I like Jordan Addison. I mean, I think in most classes, I'd like him to be the wide receiver 5, not the wide receiver 2. But I think it's clearly a weaker class. I think from a fantasy perspective, first off, what do we want rookie wide receivers to do? For the most part, we want to draft them in the mid to late first rounds, early second rounds of our rookie drafts. We want them to gain value, and then we want to figure out after year one if we think that they're a person that we're going to sell or if they're a guy that we want to hold on to long term. And I look at the profiles in this class, and after JSN, to me, Addison is the one with the least question marks, and he's the one that I want to draft to fill that role that a rookie wide receiver is supposed to fill, which is ultimately gain value. Let me figure it out later. I think he's safer than the other two. In terms of a real life aspect, I mean, I spend more time from a film perspective on the running backs than I do the wide receivers. I can say his production profile is really solid. And I think the dip in year 3, you look at some of his stats per route, and I got this from Ben Gretsch. It's not my research, but you look at his stats per route, year 2 to year 3 was almost identical. The reality is he just wasn't running as many routes, as higher percentage of routes in year 3 as year 2. A lot of that's because they were rotating some. A lot of that's because they were blowing teams out 35-0 at halftime. I have a lot of confidence in Addison from a statistical lens, and we'll see what's going to happen. I think he can play as a slot flanker right away in the NFL, where he's not going to be pressed up that much. Similar to how we see guys like Smith, guys like Ridley break into the NFL and have some success working off the line of scrimmage.
Look at that grin on me watching Pat Mahomes walk out the trophy.
I'm sorry that I'm not paying close attention as I watch my Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs being represented. So you guys can chat amongst yourself.
Nice. I do believe the pick is in, but streaming has yet to catch up to all of it.
Jacob, real quick, I know that the second period just started. I know you want to get back to your TV. Please let the good people know where they can find you, and we'll let you get back to your lightning game. I mean, your lightning game.
Yeah, man. You can find me on Twitter at Jacob Sanderson. Should be easy enough to figure out. That's because my name's Jacob Sanderson, so that's my Twitter handle. I'll be tweeting through the draft. I'll be tweeting through the Leafs game. You can find me later tonight at I don't know how to do these time zones. 11 Eastern time, 8 my time. I'll be on Ship Chasing, and I'll make sure to give this stream a retweet too, so people can find it. Y'all have a blast tonight. I'm gonna have fun. We'll all have fun. And it's looking like my team is about to employ Mr. William Levis. So I'm gonna drink.
You are fixing. Hey,
I only got about 15 minutes to be hammered by pick 4, so I'm gonna start now.
I know he likes mayonnaise in his coffee, but he is, he did play in Kentucky, so I do think he does like to drink bourbon. So you would be fine there.
And I won't be mixing mayonnaise with the bourbon. I'll be drinking it straight.
Jacob, we greatly appreciate you jumping on, sir. You have a great night. Hopefully your team just blows us out tonight. Be done.
Sweet.
See you, brother.
Go Leafs, go. Have a blast. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for having
me. Go Leafs, go. Sorry, I just have to troll Stacy in Gator, right?
It is perfect.
It's my nature. I can't help it.
Look, not every team's lucky enough to play the Islanders in their first round. So essentially you guys got to buy. So
yeah, not everybody is lucky to have multiple chips either.
Yeah, I mean, come at me when you've got back-to-back ones. So
this is my favorite thing about when a successful team loses in the playoffs. Oh, look at my rings! Look at my rings!
Well, hey, if that's what you got, I mean, it's hard to argue, right? All right.
I mean, when you're a dynasty like we are, so.
Yeah. Well, I think that the whole Tampa Bay area is dynasty when you look at sports in general. I mean, it is what it is,
Tampa Bay, baby.
2-0 in Super Bowls. How many let's look at Tyler's over there about to choke on that water.
I see Nate down
water,
there, just
brother.
like Nate down there is like, yeah, that's nice talking about Tampa Bay championships. Who's got the most recent championship on his finger?
That's true as well. Speaking of Nate, and like I said, we will be talking about the IDP players in this draft. This man was a top 5 ranker in IDP on Fantasy Pros this past year, and I expect him to be there again this year. Mr. Nate Markham, our director of IDP, host of Shoot the Gap, the IDP show on Fantasy and Frames. How are you tonight, sir?
I am doing well. I'm going to have to pace myself. I envision if I have a beer per pick, that means I'll have 31 beers by the time the Chiefs pick, which means I will, similar to the Super Bowl, not know who the Chiefs pick and or the outcome until the next morning. So Hopefully they trade up to like 14 or 15 so I can at least have a normal Friday. But I set the bar low for myself. How are you guys all doing?
Good, sir. Good. Another one that just jumped in with us, Mr. Tyler Heil, Fantasy in Frames director of Dynasty content, co-host of the Dynasty 365 show, and resident Cleveland Browns fan.
Yep, and I don't have to wear anything Browns because they're not going to pick for another 72 hours. So I'm good, man. I'm really excited. I cannot wait to see how kind of this top 10 plays out. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I'm stoked about this top 10. I can't believe that we've still got 6 minutes on the clock here, and one of the two quarterbacks has not been taken yet.
Yeah.
Hey,
so real quick, call out where you're at on the clock. I'm at 6:40.
6:07.
Okay, I'm 10 seconds behind. I'm
6:39.
I'm ahead of everybody for the first time.
Yeah,
6:25 over here.
That's only because that TV is not working right now because there's tornadoes all around me and I'm just in a hole that I don't care. Oh. Tornadoes do not like me, so they go around me.
I forgot to also answer a question from our friend Colby earlier. He did specifically ask me what I'm drinking tonight, and I failed to answer. Is that I'm drinking Busch Light.
Hey,
on purpose?
On purpose, I'm drinking Busch Light. Yeah,
but you don't like Budweiser.
What? No, they don't taste the same. They're not the same beer. Just because they're made in the same place. Here, St. Louis, but they. Well, I don't know.
I did not realize that.
Which question? They're not the same beer, right?
I thought Busch was just Anheuser-Busch was just.
Motherfucker.
No, you can drink more Busch Light.
Yes, you can. And is tonight the beginning of the Texans' dominance over the entire NFL? I think it's going to be the continuation of dominance over the NFL. They've just slow rolled it. They've done this slow play where they're going to have the picks, kind of like Tampa Bay Lightning did, is they sucked for so many years. They got all these first round picks so they could then win championships. It's a story as old as time. Suck so long, get picks, win championships, go back to sucking. It's,
there's nothing wrong with sucking when you win a ring every other year.
I'd give up 20 years worth of winning to have a championship. I don't care what anybody says all day long.
You're supposed to be good after sucking?
0-16.
Well, yeah.
And then you get a ring.
Yeah. That's the plan, at least.
Yeah. Tyler,
sorry.
So hold on. We got a question here from Dalton. Let's go ahead and get this one, Gator.
Ahead of how ahead of the number one pick next year, Caleb Williams compares to Bryce Young this year? How ahead is Caleb Williams over Bryce Young?
I would say right now, Bryce Young is an easy QB3 in that class, if not QB4, depending on who shoots up. So it's going to go it's going to go Caleb Williams. It's going to go Drake May. I mean, Bryce Young, if he were 20 pounds heavier and 3 inches taller, he would still probably be QB3. Those guys are just too talented.
So you would have both of the 24 quarterbacks ahead of any of the quarterbacks in this class?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's a fair statement. I don't know that I would, because I'm still a CJ Stroud guy, but I would have Caleb Williams at number one. Mm-hmm. Jorge, how about you?
Yeah, I'd have Williams at number one. I just love the offense that he's coming out of with Chip Kelly and really calling the shots there. He does it all. He does it all very well. He's your prototypical quarterback, has the size, has the talent there. But Bryce Young is special, man. Tyler, you say 3. I wouldn't hesitate to kind of flip flop those two.
Timeout.
Finally,
it says the pick is in.
Yeah, you got to give that about 10 more minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
if this is Will Levis, I'm going to scream.
Then put yourself on mute. When you actually don't put yourself on mute when you do that.
If it's Will Levis, do we just call it a night at that point?
Actually,
click
if,
in.
Like that's it. Like,
Yeah,
if it's
I
Will
hear
Levis,
you.
I'm going to be thrilled as a Saints fan.
I'm shotgunning a glass bottle of wine if it's Will Levis.
Shut up! You're not doing it. Oh my God! Now I so hope it's Will Levis.
Oh, look at Frank Gray with the happy birthday mom sign. That's nice. Good for
This
you.
show is going
I'm
to get
talking
so
about right now?
interesting right now. If this is Will Levis, this is going to be so interesting. Well,
It ain't
let
gonna
me
be, bro.
introduce Stacy right quick. She's already been on talking. This is one of the ladies of Fantasy and Frames, host of the 360 Dynasty 365, host of the Best Ball Show. She's waiting on that number 13 pick and hoping the name of JSN is called for her Green Bay Packers. Stacy Perez in the house. How are you tonight?
what's up, guys? I'm doing great tonight. Pick is in Bryce Young. Wait, is that what just happened?
That's just what happened.
That's what just happened. I'm such a lay. I don't even know. That's so exciting. Guys, I'm great. I'm great. My
Bryce
Lightning are up
Young.
2-1. This is fantastic.
Bryce Young, the 101 this year, going to Carolina. Let me send this down to Rhett right quick. Rhett, how much do you love Bryce Young in Carolina?
I mean, I'm going to say this. I have him as my QB3 in this class behind Stroud and Anthony Richardson. That's purely a fantasy play. In terms of actual professional football, yeah, he's undersized. I'm going to say this as a Saints fan who had an undersized quarterback for several years. If you have an undersized guy who can progress through a defense, throw an accurate ball, and get the job done, they're scary. So, like, either way, if he can do everything he needs to do in the pocket and do it well, the size isn't going to matter. In terms of a guy who can win and take over this division, from a football perspective, it might be the worst case scenario as a Saints fan. But, I mean, great pick for Carolina. Little shocked that he didn't go Stroud because Frank Reich and the size myth, I guess. But they're proving that otherwise tonight. So, good for Carolina. I like it.
Yeah, so I want to jump over to Nate real quick. Nate, the Young to Carolina, it's been, this has been the thought process that that's going to happen. What does it mean for fantasy in your mind?
And I have to worry about just the overall lack of weapons. I mean, the landing spot for honestly any of the three, I'm using, the consensus three, I guess. Actually, it could be anybody, honestly, going to Carolina. Not thrilling from a standpoint of an elevated floor or an elevated ceiling. It's kind of a mix of, even if they had DJ Moore still, I wouldn't be enamored. But I can't envision a situation where he comes in and has more than, honestly, 18 maybe. I mean, do you think he eclipses 20 touchdowns?
It's going to be super hard unless he's throwing to Sanders, 17 times a game, right?
Are we talking total now? Are we talking rushing and passing or just passing?
Well, I was assuming he's talking about passing.
I was just talking about passing, but I'm not
Yeah.
that far removed from combining the two.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I can see that. I can see that. So I'm going to send this to her, the newest one that just jumped in, Courtney. What do you think about the Bryce Young to Carolina? And then I'll introduce you here in a little bit.
I'm not worried about it. Look, y'all, I'm right there with you, Rhett. I wanted this to be CJ Stroud. I am not excited about it being Bryce Young. I'm just not. I really wanted it to be CJ Stroud. I think CJ Stroud is the better cornerstone to be able to lead that Panthers even without the offensive weapons. So, you know what? They made a mistake. We're all right, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
That's awesome.
I love how she says they made a mistake. We made a mistake is how she said it. So I didn't realize Courtney was a Panthers fan there.
No. They made a mistake. I am not a Panthers fan. I'm a Saints fan. They made a mistake. We're all the smart ones like me and Red here saying they should have gone with CJ Stroud. That's what I meant. My apologies.
That's fair. Tyler, you want to jump in on this conversation about your boy from Alabama going just a couple states away to Carolina?
Yes. So I think I am in the minority, at least of the fantasy community, that I really like Bryce Young. I actually I flipped him to my QB1 just because I am pretty excited about this landing spot. I think Frank Reich, regardless of being fired, is one of the better play callers in the NFL. I think Adam Thielen and DJ Chark are serviceable wide receivers. I think Miles Sanders is a good running back, and they have maybe a top 10 offensive line in the NFL. I mean, I'm feeling good about this landing spot. I think they can still find some weapons in this draft and find some good ones in the second and third round. When we're talking purely playing the quarterback position, Bryce Young is the best in this draft. So will he be able to hold up at that size? I don't know. I am concerned about that, but I'm excited for Bryce Young. I think that 20 touchdown total mark is going to be eclipsed easily. And yeah, I guess I'm in the minority here.
See, that's so interesting. You say as far as being the best quarterback in this class, maybe I'm a little old school here, but when I think of quarterback, I think pocket passing quarterback, and immediately but I think for let's talk about this from a fantasy perspective, right? Yes, you're wanting the rushing yards, you're wanting the passing yards, cool, but there's something to be said with CJ Stroud, who's not a prototypical dual threat quarterback. He's mostly a pocket passing quarterback. So it's interesting the dichotomy between the two, like what's good for fantasy and what's good for the NFL. For NFL, I'd rather my quarterback not scramble and potentially get hurt and pull an RG3. That's still a soft spot for me being a Commanders fan. Versus having somebody like a Bryce Young who will escape because he's small and nimble and mobile. So it's interesting, but for fantasy, you love it, right? You want the bonus, you want the Konami code, you want the rushing yards. So it's interesting that take there.
Yeah, I don't think he's that guy that like we're kind of envisioning him as. I don't think he's a Konami code guy that's going to be rushing all over the place. People are shaking their head, and I don't know what's happened yet.
Oh my God, that just happened.
I love that I'm ahead of everybody.
Wow. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to send this to Stacy, and then she could talk about CJ Stroud now, who is the pick for the Houston Texans, and then she could talk about that guy that went number 1 overall, whatever his name was, Bryce Young, him too. You can talk about both of them, but let's talk about CJ Stroud to Houston, because originally, just even this afternoon, they were not taking a quarterback at number 2. They were taking defense or trading out. What does this pick mean for CJ Stroud?
Well, I mean, I think it means that Houston doesn't care what his S2 score is, that they think that he's a good quarterback and they're ready to go and actually get some fans in the seats there, give Houston a little something to be excited about finally. They've been in purgatory basically the last few years. So, I think it's so exciting. I'm watching him on the screen right now, him crying. This just makes my heart happy, just watching things like this and guys getting to live out their dreams. So, this is really exciting. I think Houston has a lot to be excited about. I would have been happy with them having Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, either one. I think Carolina is the better fit for Bryce Young, rather, just because of his size. They've got a better line, regardless of their weapons. I think that's a better fit for him, that he'll, just with him being, lighter, I think that makes more sense for him to go there. But I like CJ Stroud. I like that spot for him. And I saw that Mechie was practicing the other day, so that's something to be excited about as well. He's going to have some weapons there. I think this is good. This is a good thing for Houston. I'm cautiously optimistic, I think.
Yeah, I love this for CJ Stroud. I love it for Houston. I also love it for a potential pick later on for Houston. That's something that I'm really, really looking forward to. We got a special guest in the house, my co-host on Wednesday night, Shane Manila at Shane is the worst. Shane, we just saw the first 2 picks go off the board, both being quarterbacks, 1 being Bryce Young, 2 CJ Stroud, Carolina and Houston, respectively. What's your initial reaction to both of these quarterbacks flying off the board tonight?
Oh, well, first of all, hi everybody. I mean, look, we knew Bryce Young wasn't going to fall past 2, I think, no matter what. But CJ Stroud was the one we were getting worried about with the talk about the S2, that he's illiterate and, math is hard for him. And apparently he can't put on pants in the morning based off what the testing results said. Clearly those results were either false or the NFL said, yeah, we don't really give a shit. Like, did you see this dude play? So
I'm so glad that you didn't have to take this S2 score or S2 test, because we would have all been in shitstormed.
First of all, I would have landed in the 110%.
There it is, Shane.
But that would have been me taking the test 3 different times, added together.
It's okay. You average it together. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
No, not an average, add.
Yeah, look, this is how you wanted it to fall, right? You can't be mad that Stroud and Young, whatever order you put them in, I think they were clearly the 1 and 2 in, super flex for quarterbacks, obviously. And you could talk yourself into it if you need a quarterback. I don't know how I don't know if I could do it, but you'd pull the trigger on one of these guys, maybe over Bijan, if you've got bigger balls than me. So no, and it's good. This is what we wanted. CJ Stroud's crying because he doesn't understand what's going on. He can't read. He doesn't know what's happening. Well, I mean, just based off the S2 test,
Of course. No, I totally understand. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Anthony Richardson's like, he was Professor Hawk. He was curing cancer during the combines and wrecking shop. So I'm surprised he didn't go like first overall. But, whatever. We'll see. No, man, it's good. Look, what you want in Superflex drafts is a strong quarterback class. We just lived through Kenny Pickett as the only quarterback that you could even talk yourself into drafting in round 1 last year. So this is a beautiful thing. This is what makes the draft, deeper. This makes a good class.
Right.
You have to throw in while heavily intoxicated debate throwing in Kenny Pickett into that equation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even then he was going in the late first in your Superflex draft. It was almost like a single quarterback draft when you looked at it last year, because he was going in that 109, 110s area. If not later on. So
and
Tyler,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Shane. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to just say what was great about Pickett going that late is I can't remember because I got confused and started doing something else. So Tyler,
you got anything for Shane? Bust his balls, because I don't get to do it enough on Wednesday nights. Please do this.
I could not stop laughing at the CJ Stroud dumb jokes are just going to be the gift that keeps on giving.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's dumb or not. He's a millionaire now.
No,
right.
And you can have look. I get like some people legitimately, if the test scores were valid, some people don't take tests well, right? But you can see real application of that test on the football field. Like, you know what I mean? And you saw that he is able to be a very good quarterback at the collegiate level for what it's worth. So that's just, and the S2 test. I mean, I was listening to JJ Zacharyason's podcast today.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. We got a trade.
Oh,
we have a trade, and it looks like the Texans are back on the clock.
What? JSN, baby, let's go.
Are you sheeshing me right now?
I know. Well, who are they?
The pick is in.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, it's got to be
maybe Jalen Carter. Maybe.
Sorry, I'm thinking fantasy, not for real. My bad.
But here's the thing, though. They just this is
killing me.
This is a stunner right here for me. For them to jump, you got your CJ Stroud. And now I don't know what they traded yet. We'll have to see what all is entailed in this trade. I would imagine the 12th pick would be included in this. Moved up to, I truly think what Nate just said, it's probably going to be Will Anderson right here, right?
Mm-hmm. Has to.
Nate, what's going on?
He's muted.
I know. I'm back. It will be Will. I mean, I have to assume it's going to be Will Anderson. Like you said, D'Amico Ryans. There were rumored mocks prior to. I think Daniel Jeremiah had it where he had even them taking Will Anderson and Jalen Carter at 2 and 3 and waiting on quarterback. And I think that was kind of the process all along, is they wanted to solidify that edge. They lose Okunrakwo, so they already have a spot available there. They know that if Will Anderson is the number one I mean, there was a case to be made that a month ago, CJ Stroud was the number one quarterback on the board, and Will Anderson is the best defensive player on the board. So they had now they possibly grab both. I don't know what they've given up yet. I'm trying to look and see if I can find a.
I've got it.
They gave up the 12. Oh, what did they get? Sorry.
Yeah, hang on. They
And-
gave up a 12-33 and a 2024 first round pick, 2024 third round pick.
Yeah, really, that's a lot.
They gave up 2 firsts. Wait. I'm sorry. No, they gave up 1 first.
Yeah.
Right?
One
Pick
first.
12-33, 2024
Well,
first round, 2024 third round.
Was
Yeah,
it the
so they
Browns
ended
or
up giving up
theirs?
2. They given up 2, so they gave up the 12 this year, the 24 first next year. They also gave up the second this year at 33, which basically is a first round pick.
Yes, it is.
When you look at it. So they gave up 3 first and a 24 second. So for Will Anderson, that is the
Well,
pick.
I mean, they gave up 2. They gave up 1 first because they swapped. They just swapped their first this year and gave up a 24.
Okay, so call it 2
This
first.
is fantasy football. You can't call the 2.1 a first
Okay,
rounder.
no.
That's not how negotiations work here.
No, I'm calling the 33 I guess it would be 30. Yeah, 33.
Yeah.
Because of the Dolphins losing their pick.
There's still only there's 32 teams in the league, bro.
I know. Yeah, listen, now all of a sudden you could do math. Okay.
No, well, I mean, it's like you're trying to get the toilet paper pick as a real first rounder. Like, I got the 113, so it's a first rounder. Like,
all right, so we got the first 3 picks right now. We got Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, now Will Anderson. Shane, go right back to your quarterback talk. Who's going to be number 4? Go ahead and predict number 4 for me as well, and then tell me who you got at number 4, and then tell me about these quarterbacks. Continue.
Okay, so I have reason to believe and suspect that it's going to be Will Levis. And I'm a little annoyed I said his name correctly because it's actually Will Levis, or Blue Jeans is also acceptable. Today, I was also thinking that too many people are using my Blue Jeans reference to him and not giving me credit, so I might switch it up to Wranglers now, and then no one will know what I'm talking about. But it's got to be Levis. I mean, he feels like a Colt, right? Like I just said this in my patron chat for Dynasty Trades HQ. Like Levis just feels like a Colt. Like he's just like this corn-fed white boy.
Why? Because he's boring?
Well, yeah.
He looks like a Colt. I've
does.
never seen a player that doesn't look more like a Colt than Will Levis.
He
literally
Will
looks like a
Levis,
horse.
I'm sorry.
He has
He
a
looks
horse.
like he was breeded by. He's like the offspring of, and not skill-wise, but of like Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning. Like he's their baby. And I don't know how that works scientifically. I don't know where he gestated or whatever, but he feels like a Colt.
Yeah. Oh man, that's just gross, right? No, yes. Are you a fan of Levis there, Mr. Blue Jeans, Mr. Wrangler there, Shane?
No.
I haven't been in on him, but I mean, look, he's going to be the 4th overall pick. I mean, I know the NFL misses on quarterbacks like 50% of the time, which is like a lower rate than dynasty players hit on first round picks, which is incredible. Lower stakes, obviously, for them. It's going to be hard to pass him up in a super flex. I had one draft so far this year where he was sitting out there at the 107, and like we didn't even need a quarterback. Like we have Justin Fields and Justin Herbert. Like we have all the good Justins, and we're like, we can't pass up on him here. Like, how do you pass on him at 107 in a super flex?
Right.
So, am I the only one that thinks the Colts are insane if they don't take Anthony Richardson and just take that shot?
No, I'm completely with you on that. I mean, I get the Will Levis toolsy thing. I get that Chris Ballard loves toolsy quarterbacks, but
yeah, Anthony Richardson is more
Anthony
toolsy than he
Richardson
is.
is also a very toolsy quarterback who is. Oh, it's hard to pass on that. Like I've called him Josh Allen potentially. Like it's hard to pass on a potential Josh Allen, in my opinion.
Well, you may somebody may be getting their wish, whether it's Levis or Anderson in the coming minutes, because thanks to good old Twitter, that pick has been announced. But we'll wait till Gator gets back. Gator is dealing with some power issues, much like Hollywood Titan does on our ITV show. So it's kind of fitting. His power. He's like, power just went out. Coming back soon. I'm like, okay, Hollywood. Whatever you say.
Hey, I joined those ranks last night and lost my internet for like 3 minutes.
Gotta love it.
Where's Hollywood
Shane,
tonight?
Hollywood will be on when he's done drinking his first round or 7, and then he'll be on after that. Shane, are you going to be at the expo this year?
Oh, yes, sir. I haven't actually booked transportation there yet, so I got to talk to my buddy Mike Bowers. I think everyone knows Mike. And see, I'm gonna see if he's driving over again. If not, I probably should get around to booking a flight. I didn't book anywhere to stay, and actually, Kane, another friend of all of ours, hit me up a couple weeks ago. And he's like, "Hey, where are you staying? What are you doing for the expo?" And I was like, "Ah, shit, I forgot to actually do anything." And he was like, "All right, well, you would come stay with us." So I'll be hanging out with him and Shane Helm and whoever else is there. But yeah, man, I love the expo.
It's crazy. You and I are one of the few who've been there since year 1 back in 2019 at the Midwest Fantasy Football Expo. So to still carry on the tradition is pretty sweet, man.
Yeah, man, it's a good time. And look, I just love hanging out with people. And it's funny, we get around all these football nerds, and I don't want to talk any football. I just want to talk to people. The panels. If I can get on a panel this year, I'm going to guess that I can't because I'm not very good at doing things. But I just love hanging out with people, man. It's just awesome.
Well, you're more than welcome if you are so inclined to join the IDP panel. Russian. Boom. There you go. You're officially on the IDP panel. That is fantastic.
Draft lots of edge in IDP.
Hey, pick is in.
All right. Go.
Pick is in. Whoever gets it first. Stacey, have you gotten the pick? You know who's going to be the next pick here for the Colts?
I haven't, but I got to tell you, this is really weirding me out every time that I look over to my other screen and they've gone on to what their pick is on the NFL Network, because it's making me think that's the pick. And I just about told everybody that they took Anthony Richardson. So
they did.
They took Anthony Richardson.
They took Richardson. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, gosh, I should have just acted like I knew what was coming.
It's almost like you did, Nate.
Right?
What do you think of that pick right there?
That's who Joe and I had for our mock draft is shocking the world with going with Richardson. But if you're Indy, I mean, I get it that maybe you want to posture to try to gain something out of that, but the fuck are you posturing to get? I mean, what are you planning to really prove that you're the only team that's in on Will Levis or Levi's or whatever I missed out on? We changed the nickname now. Wrangler, we're going 501s.
That's right.
We're Blue Jeans Committee because that's a very obscure reference.
The amount of texts I have from my friend after I say Will Levis and it autocorrects to Levi's, just jeans in all caps, are just uncountable at this point.
Listen, we had a quarterback at Louisiana a couple years ago. His name was Levi Lewis. I nicknamed him the Jeans. So we're just going to start calling Will Levis the Jeans, and that'll be good.
I love it.
All right.
So who was touting Anthony Richardson's tools right before the pick? Not you, Jay. Sorry, because
that'd be me.
I mean, that's a great call.
And Rhett.
Yeah, because when you're looking at Will Levis and you're looking at Anthony Richardson, really they have the same kind of floor, right? Their floor is they might never be starters in the league. That's just that simple. They might flame out. But if you look at their upsides based on their tools, if you're just going to base the pick off traits, why wouldn't you take Anthony Richardson? The dude is just an absolute freak of nature.
Hey,
so, Shane, this was my take on Anthony Richardson is that I actually think he's the safest fantasy quarterback in this class because he is such a special athlete that whether or not he sucks at playing quarterback, he's going to get 2 to 3 years of awesome production because he's going to get that chance and his athleticism is going to keep him on the field.
Yeah. I mean, look, Justin Fields couldn't hit. I was about to use one of those cliches. I hit that. Justin Fields was a horrible thrower last year. But
no. Say the cliche. Say the cliche.
No, he couldn't hit the barn with a broad or whatever the saying is.
Broadside of a barn. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't throw people with barns.
He couldn't hit a broad with the barn.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on this fit real quick?
Shoot.
Go for it, Rhett.
Yeah. So Indy's new coach is Philadelphia's OC from last year, correct?
Yep.
Perfect fit.
A lot of zone read, a lot of RPO stuff. Yeah, I'm dancing. The Sugar Plums just started dancing in my head of Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor running zone read stuff together, and that is scary for defenses.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Steichen, right? Steichen. He spoon-fed. There you go.
You had it right, Shane. Just keep going with your first instinct, man.
He spoon-fed Jalen Hurts, right? Like you saw the progression Jalen Hurts. Like it was like, here's a little bit. Like, all right, now you can do a little more. And then last year it was like, all right, training wheels are off. Like run with it. Like so, yeah. This is like the perfect. Like where I wanted to see Richardson land was either with them or Carolina because of Frank Reich. Like because I wanted him with a solid coaching staff. Like if he would have ended up with the Raiders, I would have been like, no, we're out. Thank you.
I truly think that this is probably the best landing. I thought Seattle or Detroit, but looking at it now, I think this may be the best landing spot for Richardson for two reasons. You have, of course, Jonathan Taylor in the backfield with you, but you have probably out of those three teams, the best offensive line. You know, we looked at his stats and the top four quarterbacks, Anthony Richardson, 14 sacks last year behind a horrific Florida offensive line. And I know because I watched every single one of those games, absolutely a horrible offensive line, except for one guy who will probably also go in this first round. But then you look at the other quarterbacks, and the other quarterback that had less than him was C.J. Stroud at 10. Anthony Richardson had 14. Bryce Young had like 22 sacks. You know, and you don't look at that, or you don't see that when it comes to some of these stats. The quarterbacks is that good, but it does make a difference when they don't have an offensive line. So I actually truly like this landing spot. And I know right now we had Jacob Sanderson on a little bit ago. Jacob Sanderson has probably turned off the hockey game and is actually running in the streets. Hopefully it's raining while he's doing this. He's running in the streets about getting Anthony Richardson with the Colts. But I do need to introduce two more guys that has jumped on with us from the Fourth and Frames show. Our new guys that have just taken over the airways of Fantasy and Frames. And that is Chris and Rhett. Guys, welcome to the stream. I know you guys have already talked a little bit tonight. I do want to introduce you guys. So the floor is yours, Chris. Tell everybody they can find you on Twitter, first of all, while we're waiting for the next pick to come in. And then we'll kick it over to you, Rhett. So as soon as he's done, go ahead, Rhett.
Yeah, at FF Chris B on Twitter. Having a lot of fun running the Fourth and Frame show for the Fantasy and Frames team with Rhett and Drew. Digging the first few picks so far. Excited to see Houston make such a splash with the back-to-back, the 2 and 3. Love what they did there. But I think this is where the draft really starts, where we get in the thick of things.
Rhett, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm at R Manual Sports on Twitter. And yeah, I'm with you. First four picks have been awesome to watch so far. Houston making that splash is obviously the big story. Next big story I think we're going to come through is number 1, where Jalen Carter lands. 5 has been mocked quite a bit to Seattle. And now that Will Levis fell out of that 4th pick, you have to wonder, where does he go now? Is it Oakland? Is it Tennessee? Does Tennessee trade up? What happens going forward with him? So should be interesting to see.
I'm going to kick it back up to Shane real quick. How long do we got you tonight? Do we have you till like 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight? Is that what we got you for?
Yeah, you've got me at least for another 3 minutes.
Okay, cool. I know Nate's got a show to go run off to here shortly, so I want to kick it to Nate real quick. Nate, anything you got for Shane on these first, whether it's you don't like the first 3 picks or 4 picks, anything that Shane has said that you want to counter on, go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, let's see. All right. If it had been, you get your options of what didn't happen and what did, Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. Who is the better option for Michael Pittman's stock for this year and going forward?
Damn.
Yeah. Shane is such a Pittman lover, too.
I really do like Pittman,
I
and
love Pittman.
I'm just right now putting 2 and 2 together. Like, oh shit, that's his quarterback.
Exactly. It's like, fuck.
God damn it!
Did I just get a trade offer from you for Pittman?
Well, here,
An
real quick,
11th round pick. That's not bad. I'll take it.
I know not everyone in here is an Eagles fan, right? But does anyone remember how bad Jalen Hurts looked his first year, and how poor of a thrower he was even in 2021?
Jorge.
I mean, he wasn't good.
He said Jorge because on a bold prediction show, I said Gardner Minshew would take over at week
for the
13.
MVP runner-up.
I did not say MVP. That was a bold prediction.
Doesn't get bolder than that.
No, it does not.
Oh my God, damn! Sorry.
All that said, in 2 years, I love
goddamn
this move for Michael Pittman. Next year is just going to be a little disappointing. And Bijan Robinson to the Eagles' hopes are still alive, guys.
Are you wanting that?
Oh God, yes.
Ooh, that pick.
Wow.
I'm liking this pick.
I had him.
I love this pick for Seattle right here. It is Witherspoon.
I'm
Devon
still on
Witherspoon.
delay. I'm still on
Oh,
delay.
don't say anything,
Don't
guys.
spoil it for me, guys. Come on.
Whoops.
Devon A-Chain.
Or Devin
Oh
A-Chain,
my
like I keep calling him on
lord!
accident.
Oh my! Well, Shane, I know you got to get out of here. You got a couple other appearances and shows to make. Let all our fans know where they can find you on Twitter. What do you got going on, please?
Oh, at Shane is the worst. And then Dynasty Trades in 5 on Tuesdays. Fantasy Intervention with Jay, my homie, on Wednesdays. Dynasty Trades HQ podcast every week. Writing for DLF, blah, 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 blah. Come join something and give me. It's basically what I want to plug.
Excellent. Shane, I greatly appreciate. I know the Fantasy and Frames family appreciate you jumping on with us for the period that you could. Go have fun tonight. Enjoy the draft. Hopefully the Eagles do not take a running back at 10.
Bijan! All right, everybody.
Love you, Shane.
Bye.
And joining us now, Keith Fleming, the Fantasy and Frames director of DFS, host of the Daily Fix DFS show, Atlanta Falcons homer, and
Georgia Bulldog.
You don't let me finish. See, God dang it. And coolest UGA fan I have ever met. Hopefully I'm getting brownie points for bringing up UGA right now. Please introduce yourself, baby. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. I'll be doing even better if Jalen Carter continues to slide and the Falcons take him at number 8. But little surprised by some of the moves early, but I think we all kind of knew this draft was going to be a little crazy.
Well, okay, so you brought it up. What do you think of these first 5 picks so far? What is your surprise, other than the Houston, jumping back in at 3? What has surprised you the most, and then what is like the obvious that you've seen?
Well, the Texans taking Stroud at 2. I thought they were in a perfect situation to draft the player that they got at 3, basically tank, and you've got a can't-miss stud QB coming out next year, and you basically try to go get him. I don't understand. You trade the capital. I'm interested to see, can anybody say, is that first pick their pick, or is it the pick that they got in the Watson trade? Because if it's their pick, that's going to be a really good pick for the Cardinals. They're not going to be good this year.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun to watch that and see that Houston was the one that was trading up right there.
So I wasn't sure about that, and I'm just also surprised at the QB order. Just from everything that we read, it's been a little unusual.
Hang on one second, Tyler. What just happened?
We've got a trade.
There it is.
The Arizona Cardinals are trading back up to number 6.
Ooh,
taking Detroit's pick.
With the Lions.
Yeah. It's got to be Carter.
What's the deal right there involved in that? What else involved in that?
Don't know yet.
Oh, well, see, come on,
Tyler. Do you know about the Texans
Teasing
trade?
me.
What first rounder it is?
They gave up.
I don't
12.
know which one it is.
Okay, so they gave up the 12. They give up the 33 this year.
It's the one next year I'm asking about, though. The first rounder.
First rounder next year. Okay, because they got 2 first rounds next year.
They have theirs and the Browns.
Okay, Stacy, you brought it up on which ones they had. So if you could look that back up and find out for us, that'd be great. So Chris, I want to send this over to you. You got a trade coming up. Looks like well, it hasn't shown up on the screen yet. So what are you expecting if it's Arizona jumping back up there? What are you expecting Arizona to jump back in for?
You're taking an elite guy there if you're making that move. So I think it's going to be Jalen Carter. Outside of that, maybe Christian Gonzalez there with the with the pick. I know they need help in that defensive backfield. So one of the two. I don't see them. I don't see them taking.
You realize,
yeah, exactly.
You realize how much you just became like the enemy of Keith Fleming over here, right?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't think Carter was going to be there.
I'm sorry.
I'm hopeful. I would love to see him with Grady Jarrett.
All right, we got the trade details. It's number 6 for 12 and 34.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
that's not bad.
That's well, I mean, then they still got to steal trading out of 2 or out of 3 then.
Yeah.
Gator, let me jump back here quickly for Devin Witherspoon to Seattle. This screams Schneider trying to rebuild the Legion of Boom last year. Yeah. You saw them have success last year in the draft at cornerback. They're doing the exact same thing again this year. I was kind of hoping that they would take edge rusher. I thought Tyree Wilson was going to be there, but again, like Jacob was mentioning earlier with the health issues, the sliding out of the first round is probably going to happen. Will Anderson obviously didn't pick there. They need some help. Although the edge rushing position for the Seahawks isn't exactly bad. You got Chinna Nwosu, you got Boye Mafe that they drafted last year, who's still needing time to develop. And the fact of the matter is, the linebacking core, it's stable for now, not for the long term. But this secondary, I think you're starting to see that this is Schneider and Carroll's way of saying, let's get back to our roots, let's get back to basics, and let's really build up this defense. For IDP and IDP specific leagues where you have cornerback spots, I thought Witherspoon was one of the top cornerbacks in all of fantasy football at that position. Now, for those who play in 3 position designations, what I mean by that is a defensive lineman, a defensive back, and a linebacker. You're obviously going to pivot towards more safeties at the defensive back position. But again, for cornerback specific, this is a pretty solid pick here, I think. Somebody that maybe, depending on the depth or how many rounds of my rookie draft I have for IDP only, I may take a gamble on. Just because, another thing that he brings to the table is not just his coverage abilities. He plays closer to the line of scrimmage than most cornerbacks in college, at least. So if they were utilizing him in that similar way, that, again, gives you a good tackle floor there for a cornerback. And let's not forget, Jamal Adams has been, even though he is a safety, has been a liability the past couple of years in that department, both in health as well as performance. So you got a do-it-all player in Witherspoon. I think this is a great pick for Seattle.
Yeah, I love the pick for Seattle, and I do believe, just like you just said, that this is a rebuild the Legion of Boom. Quick question though, with him going to Seattle, being in the NFC West right there, where do you throw him immediately into your cornerback rankings when it comes to the IDP stuff?
So it really depends. For cornerback, you kind of are looking at slot corners. You're kind of looking slot corners are kind of where you're looking, to answer your question. Okay. So if they do throw him into the slot, that would definitely bump him up my rankings in terms of rookie rankings. Christian Gonzalez for me has to be one at the cornerback position, but then I think right behind him is Witherspoon.
And the Cardinals select Paris Johnson.
Well, go figure. You have a quarterback coming off of an ACL injury who is running for his seasons. Yep. It's about time they got him some protection and not just banked. It's almost like the Cardinals were like running an NFL organization or running an NFL offense like a fantasy manager would. Like, ooh, let's just have them run around and just get us points. And it's like great until he tears an ACL and then you're screwed. So this is a huge trade for or excuse me, huge pick, trade and pick for the Cardinals here.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, and I love what Wendy just said there. She wanted to go to Chicago, but I think that would have been a great pick for Chicago as well. But I do love it in Arizona. I think they're going to build very, very similar to what the Eagles did, is build it from the inside out. Keith, I want to sit. Well, actually, you know what? Let me go to Stacy real quick.
Yeah,
Stacy, with these quarterbacks flying off the board, Will Levis is still sitting there. Where's he going? Where's he going to fall? How far?
That's a great question. I mean, he's been mocked to go to Vegas too, so he could definitely go right now at this pick. That would be pretty interesting to see him go there. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how much further he's going to fall. I don't know if it was the banana peel or the mayonnaise that's just made him drop so far.
Or maybe people have watched him play quarterback.
Yeah, or his bad quarterback.
Or that it could be that he's terrible.
Have we heard what his S2 score was?
No, I haven't. Have you? The only one I heard was CJ Stroud. Have you guys
-3.
Heard? -3.
Sorry.
I have not. No.
Well,
yeah, I'm curious to see. I mean, maybe he goes to Vegas.
Do you like the 3 landing spots so far of the quarterbacks? You like Young to Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
You like
I do.
Stroud going to Houston. Do you like Anthony Richardson there in Indy?
I mean, that's not what I didn't think that they would have the guts to do it. So I'm really curious to see. Oh, sorry, that's some loud noise going on in my background. I'm hanging out outside here, so sorry for the road noise. But
that was a humble
excited.
brag, everybody. That was a humble brag. I'm hanging out outside.
Just hanging out outside
next
in my
to
little
the
outdoor
highway
sanctuary. Yeah, you can just hear it. It's so loud. But anyway, yeah, I'm excited about Richardson going to Indy. I'm excited about what that's going to look like. Chris, were you the one saying that him and JT just go into town next year?
No, that was Rhett, but I agree with you.
That was Rhett. Okay.
Yeah.
I that's great. I think that's going to be so exciting to watch. So I'm pleasantly surprised. Very happy. Can't wait for the season to start now. I want to see. It's like now we're finally finding out where they're going. Now I just want the season to start tomorrow.
So we got about 4.5 minutes or so before this pick is actually going to jump in here. But Courtney's got a question in here, and I believe it's about Levis. The question I had is, how far does he fall? So I want to send this over here to Keith. Keith, Courtney says, what if he falls all the way down to the Vikings at what I'm not even sure where they're at, 17 to 22, somewhere in that range. Does he fit there?
He's not going to fall that far. I actually think that the stopgap, worst case, is the Patriots, potentially the Titans. I could see him being a Bill Belichick guy, and I just think there's going to be some team is going to move up. Again, I want the Falcons to take Jalen Carter, but if he doesn't go here at 7, I would definitely have my phone opening, because there's a real panic now for any team looking for a quarterback this year. Because we know there's such a big drop off after Levis, and you could get some, value here.
So we've seen at this point, I believe it's 3 trades right now, and we're not even to the 7th pick, right?
By the way, the Texans did trade their first rounder next year. So this was not such a great trade. They're going to be terrible again. And the Cardinals the Texans could be the worst team in the league. And the Cardinals could end up getting Caleb Williams with that pick potentially. It's bad.
Oh, it's their first and third. Both picks.
No, I'm saying it's their first next year. Yeah. It's
right. Next year. Next year, first and third next year.
It's a horrible trade. Horrible trade. That's what's wrong with GMs when they're on the hot seat, is he made this draft because he's panicking and he's got to show something. And I agree with that. They were talking about it on the shows before that. But you just traded away 2 really good picks next year, because they're not going to be a good team. We know that. And I don't, what did you really get? Anderson's really good. Stroud could be good. We don't know. Their offensive line's trash right now. And Stroud is a pocket quarterback from Ohio State. And history shows us these Ohio State quarterbacks, if they don't have protection, which they do in college, they are not good NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, I hadn't even really thought about them giving up that 24 first as being the possible 101 next year. And
They could basically have given up the first pick overall 2 years in a row because they gave up the first pick this year by winning the last game.
Okay, so let me send this to Tyler right quick. Tyler, Houston, you got D'Amico Ryan's first year as a head coach. And I don't even know if you would know the answer to this, but how much input would he have to be able to sit there and go, don't give up my first round pick next year, even though it is he's kidding. The pick is in right now, so we'll come right back to that. Who is the pick right now for the Raiders? Who is it? Chris?
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson. Okay. So
Gonna get your guy, Keith.
Yeah,
They'll fuck it up. Let's not celebrate yet. But
they're taking Bijan, baby.
So Tyler, go back to. I want to go back to my question. We'll come back to Tyree in a minute, but Tyler, I want to go to real quick. What is D'Amico Ryan's input on this? Giving up next year's first round pick, even though it's for a defensive player that he got.
All of it. There is not a decision made by the Houston Texans that D'Amico Ryans has not made himself or given his blessing. There is no way. He was the most in-demand coach this offseason. They gave him the world. This was a D'Amico Ryans call, not a Nick Caserio call.
And the reason I brought that up is because Keith was like GM on the hot seat, but I truly think the same way. I truly think this is a D'Amico Ryans with the contract that they gave him. I don't think it's going to be one of those one and dones like Houston has been known to do.
Mm-hmm.
But what qualifications does D'Amico Ryans have to be doing drafts is my point. You just gave away a potential number one pick with a can't miss prospect.
But if they believe that Stroud is that can't miss quarterback, then what do you want to go get Caleb Williams for or Drake May for next year? Right?
I promise you that there is nobody that thinks CJ Stroud is better than Caleb Williams.
Well, no, we had that discussion earlier, and Tyler and I actually agreed with you that both of those two players are better than any quarterback coming out this year, and possibly better than any quarterback that came out last year.
Yeah, for sure.
The fact remains is you just took CJ Stroud. You were able to move back up to get to this. Okay, it cost you the 24 first. That 24 first, if you were going to do anything, correct. But if you were going to do anything with Caleb Williams, you would have been trading that pick anyway, right? So, all right. So let's move on to. I'm going to go to anyone that has Stroud over Williams needs to be fired. Very, very, very fair statement there, Dalton.
Thanks, Dalton.
Very safe, very fair.
Your buddy Dalton was clamoring for you all show. He's like, "Where's Keith? Where's Keith?" I'm like, "He's coming. He's coming."
Yeah.
Hold on.
Dalton's my man.
Jorge,
we've established.
Tell us about this last pick with Tyree Wilson.
So the Raiders tried to do this last year with Chandler Jones, trying to pair him off on the defensive edge with Max Crosby, have a 1-2 punch. Chandler Jones, been in the league for years, but just had been super productive. But you saw that he just fell off the cliff last year. You weren't seeing the pressures coming to his side, which is really crazy because you figure with having Max Crosby on one side, demanding attention, and then you have Chandler Jones on the other side. You figure both of these guys would get a lot of one-on-one opportunities versus offensive linemen. And given their track records, you figure that both of these people would have success, both getting to the quarterback and as well for IDP fantasy purposes. And Chandler Jones just was not that. Now, Max Crosby, on the other hand, benefited from that a lot. He was I believe he was in the top 3 in Fantasy Pros IDP fantasy points per game scoring. For our Fantasy and Frames IDP scoring, I believe he was also in the top 3. Now you pair him with Wilson here, who is just an athletic freak, just a monster of a human being. He is going to be, give it about a year or two. Give it a year. He and Max Crosby are going to be that dynamic duo at the edge rusher position for the Vegas Raiders, and it makes me happy in the sense of that, the Raiders, for all their shortcomings in various areas on the field, they realize the necessity to address the defensive edge rushing side of the ball, given who is in that division. You still have to contend with Mahomes. You still have to contend with Wilson if he's able to get back up to where he was in Seattle now at the Denver Broncos. You still have to contend with Justin Herbert. So it is great that they did not abandon the ship in realizing the necessity of addressing that position and that need. And again, tying this back to fantasy, Wilson, what made him such a great, outside edge rusher is the fact that he could play against the run as well as get to the quarterback. So again, he's a very versatile player. Just slotting him in here, I see they have him on the graphic as pure defensive end. They're not going to keep him at pure defensive end. They're going to line him up at outside linebacker and let him just use his athleticism to do his thing. So again, this is going to be a great pass rushing tandem. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Vegas does for the rest of this draft. But they definitely set the tone here that they're not going to be shying away from going after these quarterbacks in the AFC West.
So I don't know if you're paying attention to the screen like I am, but Keith is over here absolutely tilting
I'm loving it.
right now.
Loving it.
He's so tilting right now. I don't know, Keith. I'll come to you in just a second because I want to know who you want.
He wants
pick is
Jalen
in,
Carter.
I want Carter. I'm worried we're going to take Robinson.
But they're going to take somebody else.
Well,
Keith already knows they're taking somebody else.
You check Twitter. You check Twitter.
No, I have not. I have
No,
not.
I see Keith checks.
No,
Twitter.
I haven't.
Oh,
is the
my
pick
bad.
in?
The pick is in.
Yeah,
Yes.
pick is in.
Pick is in, but
Is
they
it
haven't
fucking
announced.
Robinson?
They haven't announced it yet.
Dude.
But so here's what I want to do while you're over there tilting. While you are tilting,
Joe jumped.
Perfect timing.
I want you to introduce your co-host for the Daily Fix, Joe Matz, in the house. Go ahead, Keith. Tell us about Joe Matz and why we need to be following him on Twitter.
He's the smartest person I know. I call him Joe the Brain Matz for a reason. One of the nicest guys I know, too. Surprisingly tall. When we met in person this year, I was like, damn, Joe, I didn't expect you to be this much taller than me. Just a great all-around dude. But when we get back into the DFS season, you will see with Joe's stats and stuff, one of the most analytical minds in the game. And I'm very happy that he's my partner because God damn it. Are you serious?
I don't know that that's true. The comment came up, Dalton. Dalton could be pulling your chain right now. And I think that is so good.
I think enough time has passed. Right? We're still on the.
It's not. They're on commercials, so I saw that comment, Keith. I'm sorry. I had to throw it out there.
I want to go back to Joe being freakishly tall. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, Jokic tall?
No. Like, what are you, 6'2", Joe?
Not nearly that tall. 6'1".
Okay,
Like normal tall.
Not when you're 5'10", Joe.
Well, that's fair.
Oh my God! Yeah,
I am taller than the number 1 pick, so that's cool.
Well, Joe, this will be our first introduction. I'm Gator, so good to finally meet you. We've chatted a little bit, whether it's on Twitter or whether in the Slack chat. But looking at these first 7 picks so far, what stands out to you that you were more excited about to anything else?
I was listening a little bit. I was driving around, and so I was listening to you guys talk for bits and pieces of this. And I'm definitely on the Anthony Richardson paired with Shane Steichen is a match made in heaven. That's where I was hoping he would go. Also, because as a Giants fan, I want to continue to push all the good QBs into the AFC. But that's the one that to me, I mean, I love Bryce Young, but I just think, when you look at, you guys touched on this. I think it was Tyler, where the floor is actually in fantasy very high for him just because of the athleticism. And then, you pair him with a coach who's already shown an ability to develop multiple quarterbacks, but especially another super athlete who people thought would take some time. So that's the one that's hyped up right now.
No. Keith, are you sitting down? I just need to know if you're sitting down.
I am.
Oh, here it is.
It's not Jalen Carter.
It's Bijan Robinson, isn't it?
It's Bijan.
This is exactly why the Falcons don't ever fucking win anything. Let's look at the needs. We need a DN, a D tackle, a wide receiver, a cornerback, and a quarterback. So you have a guy that was the number 1 prospect all the way up until, granted, the the crap that happened earlier this year, and we take a running back when we just found a diamond in the rough last year, and running backs come and go. We found Cordell Patterson the year before that. This franchise can kiss my ass. Like, seriously, so stupid. Our defense has been bad forever. And you get a real difference maker in Jalen Carter. Compare him with Gray Jarrett. No, we're going to take another fucking running back after we took a tight end number 3 2 years ago. My boy Brad Harden, who is listening, I think, to the show, riding down to Macon, I hope he's as mad as I am. This is ridiculous. And I just, like, I'm at a loss. The Bears are about to have traded their pick down, and then they end up getting arguably the best player in the draft in Jalen Carter. And he falls in our laps, and we take a freaking running back. I like Robinson. I don't want it to sound like I don't think Robinson's a really good player, because I think he is. But Carter would have made such a bigger difference for this team than Robinson is. We proved the last 2 years we can score points with fucking Matt Ryan's corpse, Desmond Ridder, Marcus Mariota. We can't stop anybody. God.
Oh, my Lord. Keith, I really, truly, I want to send this to a couple of people. When we come back to you, I really want to know how you feel about this pick. But first,
just told you.
First, Joe Matz, tell me about Bijan Robinson to Atlanta. Is Tyler Algiers done in fantasy?
I think, especially considering the current quarterback situation, where I was a relative optimist about Ridder, and I guess I would probably say I still am, but I think they're going to be leaning heavy on that run game. I don't think Algiers is done, because I could still see him getting 10 carries a game, even behind Bijan, because I think this is probably the most run-heavy team in the NFL next year. So I think it's just running the ball and play action shots. That's what this offense feels like it's going to be, which is similar to what Arthur Smith was doing back when he was in Tennessee. So I wouldn't say you got to bail on him entirely. And again, it's running back. He's one injury away from being the lead back again in a super heavy run offense.
So we just have a trade, at least it was a few minutes ago, with the Eagles moving up from 10 to 9.
They'll get Carter now. Even
they're
taking
Carter.
Exactly right. That's exactly right.
Not taking that chance.
Before we get to that, I want to send this to Stacy real quick. Stacy, with Bijan going in with what Joe just said, that's now going to be probably a more heavy run heavy offense, which I do not disagree with. What does that do for like a Drake London? What does it do for a Kyle Pitts? What does it do for these wide receivers in Dynasty?
I'm disgusted. Like I'm absolutely disgusted with that, because I was just thinking that same thing in my mind. I was like, okay, so now we have Bijan going there. Arthur Smith already apparently hates Kyle Pitts, and they don't want to use him. Just is it just, are we going to have more of the same that we had last year? That's just my concern, is that now, Pitts is already falling. He's not as valuable as he should be, considering how talented he is. And then I'm kind of wondering too, like, well, they didn't use Pitts that well. It was one of their higher picks. Like, what's going to happen to Bijan now? So that's just another concern too. Is like, how can you not, right? But that's what you say about Pitts too. How can you not use Pitts? And they don't use Pitts. I could get on a soapbox about that. But I'm so confused. I don't understand Atlanta. I don't understand what you're doing. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I'm very befuddled right now. I don't know what is happening. What is going on in that room?
Chris, what part of this
I'm out. I don't know.
Chris, what part of this offense right now, as it sits, do you want a piece of, if any piece, other than Bijan?
I was just gonna say Bijan, but it makes it pretty simple. Stacey mentioned it. Arthur Smith's there. We know his history with Derrick Henry. Tyler Algier was able to put up 1,000 yards in that offense. To be able to get a guy like Bijan, who's head and shoulders above a guy like Tyler Algier, I mean, if there's a piece I'm grabbing, it's Bijan, maybe Drake London. I'm still not that low on Kyle Pitts. His rookie year, he was able to put up 1,000 yards. So I'm fine letting other managers fade Kyle Pitts, and I'm good with scooping him up later.
Chris, you're speaking my language. Tyler, Mariota is trash, and that is why Pitts dropped. Look at London's numbers, the 3 games with Ridder compared to his numbers with Mariota. And especially the one thing I do like about Bijan is the play action is going to open up big time, which we know Tannehill is very good at in Tennessee. Arthur Smith is one of the best play callers in the game. Pitts, London, like the offense is going to be great. We're not going to be able to stop anybody. It's going to be the same shit that it's been my entire life. And I don't understand this team. I really don't.
I think Dalton's recording you again. He's recorded everything you've said tonight, and I think he's going to have that on like a looped playback. So, Tyler, same question to you. What part of this offense, in Dynasty, do you want right now? And let's try to do this, pretty quickly before the Eagles pick gets in, because as soon as the Eagles pick comes in, I want to send it down to Jorge to tell us about this Jalen Carter pick that's coming.
All right. In Dynasty, I think the pick still has to be Kyle Pitts. But if we're talking like right now, who's going to help me win right now? Give me Desmond Ridder in Superflex. He's still going to have Kyle Pitts and Drake London to throw the ball to. This is going to be a run heavy scheme. Like, are we forgetting that Desmond Ridder is a very good athlete? Like, the RPOs are going to be going crazy. Ridder should hit 600-700 yards rushing. He should hit 30. On a low end, 3,600 yards passing. And if Arthur Smith is as good as we think he is, which I'm pretty sure he is, we're looking at between 25 and 30 total touchdowns. So yeah, I would happily start Desmond Ridder in my super flex spot this year.
Yeah, as a Tampa fan, I'm sitting here, okay, we're not going to win much over the next year or so, but the last person I wanted to see in our division was Bijan Robinson. That is just a beast of beast. I don't like it. And I damn sure don't like it for Atlanta because, Atlanta is not my second favorite team, but I do root for them because they're in the NFC South, right? So if Tampa can't win it, it's got to be an NFC South team, right?
Blasphemy.
I hate it.
I don't mind the Bucks, but I hate the Saints. I don't want the Saints to win down anything. I'm just being honest. I know you feel the same way if you're a Saints fan. So
I do not like this pick. Okay, and the pick is in, and it is Jalen Carter to the Eagles. Jorge, before I send it to Jorge, I just want Keith to vent some more because I think it's great. Tell us why Jalen Carter to the Eagles makes so much more sense than Jalen Carter to the Falcons.
Because the franchise like the Eagles, who, by the way, was in a Super Bowl last year and consistently win their division and, 10-plus games, understand that you win football games on the front line, on the offensive and defensive lines, two things that the Falcons have been bad at for so long. It just, oh, my God. And so now they're going to pair Jordan Davis with Carter. And the Eagles have so many other playmakers on defense.
Don't forget they got Kobe Dean too last year. They're just loading up on
exactly. And Dean, by the way, who I wasn't sure if he was going to be a great fit in the NFL because he's so small. Well, you know what's going to make Dean great? Having two monsters in the middle of the line taking up space to where he can fly around untouched. Yep. Again, I want to, because there's going to be a lot of Falcons fans talking about Robinson. And again, this is not Robinson is a bad player. He's a great player. I think he's going to be a great – we're going to lose games 30-27, 35-31 because we can't stop anybody. We haven't had a pass rush in over a decade. We haven't been in the top 15 in points allowed in over a decade. And what are we doing? We're taking a tight end, a wide receiver, and a running back all in the top 8 picks 3 years in a row when you don't have a freaking quarterback for sure. It makes no sense. I just don't understand this team. We have opportunities. It was just like when CeeDee Lamb fell to us a few years ago, and we didn't take him. The Terrell pick worked out, but still we should have taken Lamb right then and there when Ryan was still good. But it's just we have stuff fall in our lap, and we fumble it. And the bad part was I knew in my heart of heart that they were going to screw that pick up, just like I knew in my heart of hearts when they were up 28-3, they were going to win the fucking Super Bowl. So,
you said it when you came on the stream tonight that Atlanta was going to screw this pick up. That was like one of the first things you said tonight. And I was like, there's no way they can screw this up. It's a top 10 pick. There's no way they can screw it up. They did. I agree with you. Jorge, Jalen Carter to the Eagles. I mean, Keith just laid it out. I mean, that the rich get richer. The best defense in the game right now gets better. What does Jalen Carter mean for this Eagles defense when it comes to IDP fantasy?
So the issue with the Eagles' defensive line and edge rushers for IDP fantasy last year is you just never knew throughout the majority of the season who you're going to roll with. Is it going to be Reddick? Is it going to be Graham? Is it going to be, everybody was heralding Jordan Davis being a mammoth human being who they drafted last year in the first round, who was supposed to clog up the interior defensive line. And we saw that the Eagles last year had a huge problem stopping the run of opposing teams. You saw in the Super Bowl, Isaiah Pacheco basically have his way running all over that defensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles. This theoretically paired with Jordan Davis, Carter and Davis should plug up that hole. But, and you knew that this was going to happen. The second that Carter slid behind, the Falcons, which I'm sorry that, this happened, Keith. As an impartial observer, I see how visibly frustrated you are. So this makes me sad. But for the Eagles, you look at for IDP, it still means I don't want to touch anybody outside of Hassan Reddick for fantasy purposes.
Don't you think it helps their pass rushers though? Because they had all those 5-sack games over the last 6, 7. I think this is going to give their pass rushers a big bump, don't you?
It does, but the issue is that they just rotate them so much. There's so much talent along the defensive line and on the front seven. It really comes down to really paying attention as the season goes on to who's getting the snap percentage, who's getting the high snap percentage, who's going to be in a position for your IDP leagues to do well. I don't think you're going to go defensive tackle for your defensive lineman spots for traditional 3-position designation IDP leagues. But if anything, the clogging up of the middle will help free up these edge rushers more. And if I had to pick an edge rusher, it would be Hassan Reddick still.
But with the linebackers for with the linebacker, does this help the linebackers for the Eagles defense, whether it's the edge rushers, which can be, some of them are dual designation, but that middle linebacker with that outside linebacker, the Sam or whatever, does that make them more fantasy relevant?
So the issue really comes here, and let's just address the elephant in the room. His name was brought up earlier, Joe, I believe he brought it up. Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean, coming out of Georgia last year, heralded in rookie drafts for IDP as one of the top, first round, if not early second round rookie picks you're making for your IDP league. They get rid of TJ Edwards. I believe he's, he was in Chicago or Denver. One of the team. The point is he's not in Philadelphia anymore. And so they're really putting a lot of stock here at this athletic linebacker. I don't think you're going to see, quote unquote, the high tackle volume, so to speak, out of Nakobe Dean that you saw for TJ Edwards, just because TJ Edwards.
Darnell Wright is the pick for the Bears.
Justin Fields needs protection, so that's
does he?
Offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Yep.
So go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go right ahead.
No, you're good. So I think they're going to be leaning on Nakobe Dean in terms of having him fly to the ball more versus being quote unquote a run stopper. I think you're going to see him use. I think they're going to utilize his athleticism, both being a run stopper, but also playing in coverage. And I think that could disappoint fantasy managers this year. Again, no Kazir White. He's in Arizona this year. Again, a lot of athleticism with Nakobe Dean. But as far as being that thumper that's going to get you that, high tackle floor and therefore that high fantasy point floor, I think people are going to be disappointed in that just because of the skill set he brings to the table. Now, to circle back to, does this pick of Carter pairing with Jordan Davis in the interior help him at all? I don't see that necessarily helping him. This is more helping a player like a Hassan Reddick, or if they address edge of the other draft picks throughout the draft. This is a Reddick booster for me. He definitely is going to get a bump up in my rankings after this pick right here. But as far as linebackers, inside linebackers, I don't see this having too much of a play for fantasy purposes.
All right, so we've had the first 10 picks off the board. I want to send it over to Joe real quick. Joe, tell me, when it comes to DFS,
Yeah.
What if these, of course, we've got an offense or an offensive lineman and a couple of defensive guys. But for DFS, where are these guys now? The quarterbacks, where are they in your rankings for DFS? Now we got a landing spot for Anthony Richardson, a CJ Stroud, a Bryce Young.
I mean, I'm assuming Bryce Young is locked in the starter day one for sure. And I mean, I definitely would have him higher than I had any rookie QB last year. That's the easy call there. I would say he's a good mid. I think he's going to be a guy that Keith and I are probably going to be buying on the relatively mid to low tier early on, because I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out and is good right away. I think he has that ability. I think that coaching staff has the ability to get that out of him. Obviously, hopefully they get some more weapons throughout this draft to help him out. But he's definitely a guy I'm going to be looking at early in the season. Richardson, and it'll just depend on when he sees the field, but I will probably be rolling the dice on him the first week he plays, just because that rushing upside is so big.
He's not going to make
Stroud
it
is
till
probably the
week
one I'm a
out
little
with-
less sure on. I want to see a little more Stroud in the preseason and stuff to just see how he adjusts to not having the most talented offense around him that you could possibly have, especially in that receiving core.
Tyler, what did you just say, Tyler?
I just want to ask you, is there any scenario where you see Anthony Richardson making it to week 8 without being the starter when you only have Gardner Minshew on that roster?
Yeah, I haven't looked at the schedule, but that was my immediate thought on the pick, was we're looking about 2 months in, he takes over, because I know people say he needs to wait, and that's probably true to a degree, but this is also a guy who's 1 year starting at the college level. He needs reps. So to me, yeah, I'm thinking you're rolling around late October, early November. Anthony Richardson's going to see the field.
Wow, that's a lot sooner than I thought he would. I mean, like I said earlier, I truly think that Indy is a spot that I like now. I with the offensive line, with Jonathan Taylor. Again, it's all going to depend upon his accuracy, which I think has gotten a little bit better with his footwork. But I want to introduce the guy that just jumped in here, Chase Vernon, at FF_intervention over there on Twitter. My guy, dude. We had Shane on earlier. I've now got my other co-host from Wednesday night jumping in. Chase, how are you doing tonight? What are you sipping, first of all?
Oh God! Right now,
are you looking for the glass or are you looking for the whole bottle? Because I know you. I know you like handles. There you go. There's the handle.
I did have a glass. I think I left it downstairs, and
I don't need a stinky glass. My computer needs to restart. I got to get that. Let's just drink out of the bottle. What are we drinking? What are we sipping right there, bud?
My man.
Henry McKenna. It's the cheap stuff. I already killed my the rare breed, which is what I was sipping on to start out the night. Had a little bit left in that, so now I'm on McKenna. I got a couple Coors Lights. Some Coors Lights.
There we go. It looks like we got a pick coming up. I'm not sure. The Titans pick is in. Has not been announced as of yet.
Will Levis.
So we've got the first 10. We've got the first 10 going right now. Chase, what is the surprise of the night for you in the first 10 picks?
That Green Bay didn't trade up. I'm so pissed. No, I don't really think there's too many surprises. I mean, I was sitting there talking about how if I were the Texans, I would use the 12th pick and then one of the picks next year to move back in and take the two guys that actually wanted one offense, one on defense. So that wasn't too much of a surprise. Honestly, I feel like it's gone the way that we kind of anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it so far. We got another one that just jumped in with us. Chase, I don't mean to do this to you. But we got our dude, Hutch, in the building. Probably one of the brightest young minds in the game, right? So if you're not following Hutch on Twitter, you need to. This dude is dynamite. Hutch, I just asked Chase. We've gotten 10 picks. We're coming up. The commissioner's coming to the podium. But I want to ask you this before he gets up there and the Titans get their pick in. Surprise of the first 10 picks. What is your surprise so far?
Oh man, the Texans trade up was pretty wild. When they traded down, I was like, when they said CJ Stroud, I was like, all right, this is their guy. They've got it. They're good, and they're gonna pick Jason at 12. It's gonna be fantastic. That's how I had it mocked. And then all of a sudden, I see Arizona Cardinals trading back. I was like, oh, the Titans are going to come up like exactly like I thought it would. And then it was the Texans trading up. And I was like, what? Yeah, I think the Texans trading up was wild. I don't think I've never saw that at all.
It's horrible move.
I called it. I swear to God, I called it.
So-
I'm not
so
even kidding you. I was talking about it last night. I was like,
Chase-
the Texans are gonna
Chase
trade up
was-
and get the 2
Chase
and
said
3
this
overall
last-
picks.
Chase said this last night on the stream. So Chase, with
Wow.
that move,
I did not see that
it
coming
was
at all.
yeah, because we all blew it off. Go back and look. We all just like kind of blew it off. Like you're smoking crack.
Literally,
or
I was
something.
like, well, that's because I also had I had a bunch of people trading up, but I
Yeah,
mean, that was like
me and
my
Matthew-
Yeah.
me and
second
Matthew-
highest
There's been a
position.
lot of bold trades so far.
Me and Matthew Bruning were like, yeah,
I'm really surprised with the fall of Christian Gonzalez.
my
too. I think it was good.
you're done. You're doing something stupid. Anyway, the pick is in. What is the selection? What is the selection? It is coming.
It's being announced.
It's not a quarterback.
It's not
It
a
is not
quarterback.
a quarterback.
Thank goodness.
Good for
It
them.
is
Good for them. They
Peter
don't need it.
Skoronsky.
This is it's a great pick. for
That's
them.
I like the pick.
It's an excellent pick. And number 12, if they don't pick Christian Gonzalez, they're crazy. For Detroit. Detroit has to pick.
That's yeah.
If the pick is not in within 30 seconds, they're doing it wrong. It has to be smashed. Christian Gonzalez. Like it's so easy. They just trade away Jeffrey Okudah. They don't have anybody back there. They need Gonzalez so bad.
True.
Well, Hutch, I got to introduce Chase.
there.
Tell everybody real quick where they can find you on Twitter. I know people want to know. And Chase, tell him to simmer down. I mean,
They're
we're
already fired up
live.
about the dogs next year.
Jesus, good Lord. Chase's dog is already worried about what the Commanders are going to do here shortly. Chase's dog is like, oh my God, they're
He's
doing
never
this. I know
seen
they're
me
going to do
root
it.
for the Commanders. He's never seen me root for them, so he doesn't even know.
Hutch, tell everybody where they can find you on Twitter and what do you got going?
So yeah, you guys go follow me on Twitter. I'm at HutchinsonB_FF. I do tons of content. I write articles for DLF, for Dynasty League Football. I'm also working on a YouTube show with them. So that's still kind of like under the radar right now. And for after the NFL draft, there'll be a lot of talks about it. So that'll be fun. I do a lot of video content for football guys. Like there's a lot of rotations out their YouTube channel and TikTok right now. So I'm doing a lot of video content for them. I'm host of my own podcast called Hutch Coming in Clutch. It's just my fantasy football podcast I host once a week. And as we get closer to the season, there'll be more episodes ramping up. And I'm also working on a Patreon, actually. It's pretty much all ready. I'm ready to pretty much ready to post it. So there's going to be a posting date shortly after the NFL draft, and it's going to be fun. Super exciting. I'm really excited for it. I have a lot of fun content on there planned, and it's something I've been working on for a long time that I'm really really hyped for.
I love following you on Twitter. I think some of the stuff you put out is absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you.
Some of
I appreciate it.
I think some of the hate you get is absolutely phenomenal too. So
Oh my God! Especially lately, man.
follows.
Lately,
Chase-
I've been getting so much hate. It's insane. I honestly love it, though. I honestly love trolls on Twitter. I love trolls on Twitter. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Chase, I want to go back to you about this Skoronsky pick. And what is going to happen over the next ugly 3 picks or so with the Lions? Looks like they're coming in. How much do you like this? How much do you like these Skoronsky picks? First of all,
I don't. Oh my fucking God!
No, they did not. No,
Who
they
said
did
that?
not. No, they did not. There's no way.
Hutch, break it right now. Tell me because
Oh
I'm
my
streaming.
God.
Go ahead, tell me what it is.
Chris.
No way they picked that. There's no way. That's absolutely insane.
Why
You
didn't
gotta be
Chase-
kidding.
Why didn't
Jameer
Chase just
Gibbs?
throw?
What is this? No, that's crazy. That's
Chase,
crazy. Oh my
Chase,
God.
RB1. DeAndre
Your RB1?
Swift is done.
Oh, Swift is dead. Swift is done for. Oh, Swift is gone. Swift is done for. It's over. Swift is dead.
They
But Jameer
shipped-
Gibbs,
They shipped
12
Swag
overall?
Daddy. Oh my Lord.
That's rich.
wow.
Woosah.
Jameer
Chase,
Gibbs.
Chase, hang on, Hutch, because I know you got something to say
Chris
about this,
has-
guys.
I know,
I want to
I
get
know.
everybody involved in this.
Chase, please go.
Chase,
I put it down there.
please do this. What is going on in Detroit, Chase?
They want speed, man. That's the ordeal. Like that's how they're building their offense. They want speed. They drafted Jameson Williams last year. They want Jamar Gibbs with the speed. They want speed. They want to pound the rock with David Montgomery, which is stupid. And then they want to not include their best player on their team, which is DeAndre Swift, and instead draft Jamar Gibbs and beat him with speed. I am like, all right, I love Jamar Gibbs and I love Swift, so like this really sucks for me. I'm torn apart. I'm torn into pieces right now. I don't even know how to feel. I don't know what to think. This is tough for me, but I don't understand why they're all celebrating like they didn't think that they would get Swift this early. Like, why are they all shaking hands and celebrating? Like, you could have gotten him at the end of the first round. What are the I love the Lions organization as of the past 4 years. I've loved everything they've done, even the old regime, how they're building an offensive line. And now they go and they take a luxury pick with Jamar Gibbs running. Like, why? What is happening right now? I'm done. I quit.
Hutch, please tell me why Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
I don't understand. Christian Gonzalez is, for me, like when I'm watching both Devin Witherspoon and Gonzalez play, I clearly love Gonzalez a lot more, to be honest. Like, I thought Gonzalez was the clear one of this class. I'm so surprised on the board. I mean, the Packers aren't going to take him. They already have Alexander. They're not going to take him. The Patriots do need a corner, though. I think the Patriots might get him at 14, or they might just trade up here to get him at 13. But the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, I don't know how much you guys know. Like, I'm a crazy Jahmyr Gibbs fan. He's not my RB1 in the class. Bijan's obviously RB1. But I'm a very, very big fan of him, Jahmyr Gibbs, and him going 12 overall in the NFL draft is very, very significant. Like, I mean, we are just kind of hinting at it, but Swift is done. Like, Swift is toast. He is in trouble. I think it's going to be Monty, pound the rock, and it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs in the workload that we thought DeAndre Swift would be in, which is like a pass-catching type of role. And I think he's going to be fantastic. Jared Goff is a pocket passer. He's going to dump off the football a ton. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be a good piece of this offense. I actually like this landing spot. Honestly,
I like it. I love that breakdown, first of all, number one. But number two, you brought up Bijan Robinson, and I know Keith's going to want to jump into this conversation, but what do you think about Bijan Robinson getting taken by Atlanta?
Yeah, you know, it was something that we've seen in mocks a lot. It was something number 8 to Atlanta was something we'd seen in mocks a lot. And honestly, it's not too crazy because when we've seen the past 2 years, they've taken offensive skill positions at top 10. Kyle Pitts, or was it Drake London 2 years ago, Kyle Pitts a year ago, and then Bijan Robinson right here. I think it's a dumb move for them personally. I think there are so many other team needs there. They could have gone in so many different directions.
Jalen
Carter, Peter Skoronski. Like there's so many different directions they could have gone there. Like I just don't love Bijan at 8. I mean, he's gonna be great for their offense. Tyler Algier, dead. He is done for. Bijan is going to be the workhorse. He's gonna get 300 touches easily in his first year, maybe approach 400. Like he's gonna be the guy of this offense, and it's just gonna be spectacular for his fantasy value. But I don't think this was a great pick for Atlanta, but awesome landing spot for Bijan. It really is.
Chase, anything to add to what Hutch was just talking about? I want so bad to let Keith grieve, but we are so close to like these picks. And like it just happened. And it's like, okay, let's open the wound. Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
Dude, wait. Did you say you liked the landing spot for Bijan?
Oh, I like the
I loved it.
Why? You're not going to pass the running back. He's not going to get any touches in the receiving game. It's terrible landing spot. It is one of the worst landing spots without an offensive line. It's been inconsistent from year to year. The only good offensive lineman they have is a guard, essentially, with Lindstrom.
Their running game was fantastic last year.
Yeah, it's great. So you get
their offensive line was actually really good last year.
Unless he's Derrick Henry plus, like you're not going to see fantasy value, and he's going to end up breaking down because of the scheme. You don't want him in that type of scheme. Wide zone run scheme is the worst scheme you could possibly ask for running back. The only one that's made it for a significant amount of time is Derrick Henry. So you're taking a pick, and sure, if you have the 101 and you get Bijan, that's great. As soon as he has a significant first year, you trade him off ASAP because his value is going to falling off the map, in my opinion, especially with the Desmond Ridder aspect of this. So I don't like either spot. I don't understand either spot. Nothing makes sense to me right now. I'm literally in a tailspin. I'm in like a jet,
I do understand your worries about the pass catching though, but the thing is when you draft a running back this high, especially with Bijan's talent as a pass catcher, I feel like they're going to change their offense for him. You don't draft a guy this high if you're not intending to use him like he's supposed to be used, which is as a workhorse back both in the receiving and the running game. So I think Bijan's going to get the workload he deserves, which is both in passing and the running game as a workhorse.
Derrick Henry still saw that workload.
Real quick. I know Joe's got to get out of here shortly, so I want to give him a chance to jump into this conversation. Do you have anything you agree, disagree with either one of what Hutch or Chase said? And we do have a pick is in, by the way, the Packers pick, and it
Are those
is
sisters or his girlfriends? Oh, sorry, I'm a little ahead of you guys.
but okay, Chase, who's the pick?
Yeah,
I don't want to announce it. It's about to come up.
Go ahead and announce.
Yeah, it's about to
Sorry,
come up. I already see it too. Yeah.
Which I think is great. That's perfect. Yeah, that's
I like it.
Okay, so Joe, do you have any questions, any disagreements with either one of these guys before you got to get out of here? I know you got to go soon, so I wanted to give you
I thought it was a great point by Chase about the lack of receiving opportunity that's going to be there, because it didn't get talked about probably enough. Is that Bijan is an extremely capable receiver. So yeah, I just don't see that being taken advantage of in this offense where. Yeah, I think it's going to be the most run-heavy offense in the NFL, and you already have London and Pitt. So, yeah, I do think there's an opportunity there. So, I think that's a good point. And, yeah, I think both these picks are insane from an actual football standpoint of building a team. It's so ridiculous. Absurd. I don't understand it. And
leave it to the Falcons and to the Lions to make these two picks. Like,
yeah, what a shocking turn of events.
Like Urban Meyer taking Travis Etienne was terrible when they took him at 24-25.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, like, oh my God.
It's madness. Good for those guys though. Good for the running backs. Yeah. As a Tucson native, I very much hope that Bijan shocks us all, Keith, and makes this pick look smart in the future for your sake and my city's sake. But
Keith, you're on mute.
Well, Joe, before you jump out of here, tell them where they can find you. What do you got going on this offseason? And hopefully we're going to see you soon. Oh, what you got, Hutch? What?
No, I'm just saying what's happened with Christian Gonzalez.
I'm wondering the same thing. This is crazy.
I just heard something about a trade. Why is Nick Jonas up there?
Wait, what?
Nick Jonas is up here. He's on the ABC. He's on ABC, like on this stand here with a bunch of guys. Nick Jonas is there. He's talking football. What on earth is this?
But you can find me at Joe E. Matz. So that's Joe with an extra E, M-A-T-Z on Twitter. I've been long-term substituting a 7th grade science class, and my background is in social studies. So that's why I've been kind of AWOL lately, because I've been just trying to keep my head afloat teaching 7th graders. But come summer, I'm definitely going to jump back in, hitting this hard and getting prepped for another awesome season of football.
Well, we do appreciate you jumping in tonight and being here. I know your co-host, even though he's mourning right now, he cannot wait for you to get back into the saddle. Joe, thank you again for jumping in tonight. We love you. Welcome. We want to keep you as close to the Fantasy and Frames family and on the screen as much as we can get. I don't know about your co-host over there, though. Look at him. He's just dying. What is happening?
I hope his Falcons fan for over 30 years.
Guys, have you guys seen what's been going on? Oh, have you guys seen what the Patriots have done?
No, they traded with the Steelers.
They traded back with the Steelers, and the Steelers on the clock. They're going to take Gonzalez. They're going to take him.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I was saying
they're going to take him.
Gonzalez about to go.
Is anybody surprised right now?
Oh, this would make so much more sense. Broderick Jones would make so much more sense. He really would.
Is anybody surprised right now that the Patriots traded back?
No,
because
not
I don't think anybody should be.
No, I'm not surprised with that. Wait, wait. We haven't even seen a receiver go yet.
There's not been a single
wide receiver. They're going to still get
so crazy. Who's going to
take the Jets in Washington need offensive
line? The Jets. Yes, the Jets.
So here's what I want to do.
We're going to take Broderick Jones.
We've got a good group of 9 or so that are on.
I gotta go anyway. I gotta watch the Hawks gator.
Hey, listen, go Bolts.
Godspeed, Keith.
Boo.
Keith.
Hey,
tell the people where they can find you before you head out.
Okay? We love you guys. Screw the Falcons. You can find me at Keith Fleming on Twitter. I am doing golf DFS right now for Fantasy Six Pack. FY 6 of the 10 picks that I gave this week in the article are 5 under or better after round 1. If you're not checking that out, you need to. And I also host the 2 Off the Tee show on Fantasy Six Pack's YouTube channel. We talk golf gambling and DFS, give our favorite bets to win, props, etc. And then me and Joe Matz will be back with I think, one of the best DFS shows around, the Daily Fix. The minute football season gets going, and each week we give an expensive, median, and bargain tier play at every position to help you win your DraftKings lineup. So appreciate you guys having me on. I appreciate the Falcons just kicking me in the balls one more time. Like, seriously, it's unbelievable, but they are what they are. Best defensive player in the draft, one of the worst defenses for the last 2 decades. He falls in our lap. Now let's take a running back.
Will Levis to the Steelers?
No!
I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm just kidding,
How's
guys.
that?
All right, we'll see you guys.
No way! No! Broderick Jones. Oh, it's
Broderick.
That was
Broderick Jones is the pick right here.
Will Levis, bro.
Hey, he said, I'm out. Screw this goddamn draft.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to pick the player they should pick. I'm out. I still cannot believe Christian Gonzalez is out there. Number
Who got
one.
Will Levis. Who said Will Levis for the Steelers?
It was Chase.
I believed it till I heard Steelers.
I
and I was
so
like, wait a
believe
second.
you. I was like, there's
No.
no. I was like, they
No.
don't believe in Kenny Pickett that much, and they're willing to trade
That
up
was-
for a quarterback.
Dude,
Like
I'm
Jorge
dying
says,
right now.
that was
Everybody's
so wrong,
face.
Chase.
I
was
lost
so wrong.
it. I lost it, man. When you said Will Levis,
Tomorrow,
I've
you gotta
traded.
clip
I've
this.
traded for 2 shares of Kenny Pickett this offseason. Like, no freaking way.
Dude, if
No,
you guys-
because as soon
you guys
as
gotta take
Chase
a
said that,
screenshot as soon as I said it, like right down the minute, Gators. We're sitting at a 156.
Did you get a screenshot?
No. What? Well, it's live, so I mean, it's what.
Oh, you
YouTube,
can
right?
definitely
So-
get a screenshot now.
Dude,
Yeah,
156.
Oh, my face was insane. You probably got a good screenshot. You probably got a few good screenshots there. I
that was
lost it.
so bad. That was so bad, Chase.
I
Screw
hate
you. Props to you for doing that, by the way.
That's
But screw
awful.
you. But at the same time,
Awful.
Ian Rappaport tweeted at the same time that Broderick Jones was the pick for the Steelers. I still cannot believe
Why does he have snakes?
that Christian
Yes, there is.
Gonzalez is still on the
And he's not getting taken by the Jets.
No,
He's getting
he's
taken by
taking
Washington. He's going to Washington.
Over Joey Porter. Let's go.
Yeah, he'll go over Jordy Porter. Yeah.
Oh,
Jason-
let's bring the man back in.
Guys,
Let's bring
give
the
me
man
Jason
back
at
in.
15. It's gonna be Jason at 15.
Washington, bro.
So
I'm with-
is JSN?
It's gonna be JSN here.
Going to be right here.
We're gonna pair up JSN and Garrett Wilson. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
Let's see if the Jets listen to Aaron Rodgers and it's like, get me weapons, give me
It'd be
all.
so amazing though. It'd be so amazing. Like the Packers have consistently declined Rodgers and adding a first-round wide receiver. And then once Rodgers, once the Jets get him, he's like, all right, let's give him a first-round wide receiver.
No, he
It's
wants
like,
his wide receivers. He doesn't care about
Yeah.
any first round wide receiver. He wants his guys. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way. Like, yeah, he's
why
like,
are the
like
Jonas
Tom
Brothers
Brady
up
with
here?
running
It's so
backs.
stupid. Why are the Jonas
Why-
Brothers here?
Where do you keep seeing Jonas Brothers?
They're
it's on
it.
ABC. It's on ABC.
On
It's-
ABC, they're here. They're promoting like their album. It's called The Album. I think it's. I think
Is that Mike Green?
Original.
Yeah, it's
Well
original.
done, Chase.
It's called The Album. It's so bad. You didn't recognize
Good
it.
work
It's
on that.
so dumb. Well, I have mine on mute, so you guys can't hear it, so it doesn't get in the way of our audio. But I don't know what they're talking about. I'm assuming they're talking football. I
Well,
don't think they know much about football.
well, Hutch, hang on one second because we got a new member that just jumped in.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. But we got Drew jumping in from Fourth and Frames. Is
Oh,
the
yeah, let's
third
go.
member of Fourth and Frames. We
Oh,
we
yeah,
had
there you
Ed
go.
on earlier.
Let's go,
We had
man.
Chris on. Drew, how are you doing tonight, brother? Fourth and Frames had a great show Tuesday. Phenomenal yet again. Fire.
Appreciate that.
But
Thank you.
now the draft is going on, and we are at pick, 15? Jets are on the clock. First of all, how are you, and what has
I'm
surprised
wonderful,
you
man.
so far this night?
Surprised me the fact that we were at pick 15 and JSN still on the board. I really thought that he would have went by now, possibly Green Bay, but and then I think the obvious answer is probably Jahmyr Gibbs going as early as he did in terms of surprises.
Yo, my
I
goodness.
definitely was not expecting that.
Don't remind Chase. Don't remind Chase.
He
That
threw
one.
shit. He was
he's
throwing
got
stuff at the
Yeah,
screen.
don't remind.
Oh, no. He's got lion shit in his background. Like,
Oh man, yeah.
Oh, that's
Like,
not that's
I'm
not
really
just
chugging
Lions.
alcohol.
Don't show
that's-
Chase.
That was a fake. That was a fake. I'm drinking out here now.
like Bijan wasn't really surprising. I mean, Atlanta was a hot spot for him in mocks and everything. So you knew that he was going to go somewhat early, but I thought Gibbs would possibly go late first, but I wasn't expecting as early as he went. So that's probably the most surprising for me.
Yeah. I am stunned right now. Hey, Hutch, I know you got to get out of here shortly, so I want to send this around the horn real quick.
Yes.
Can I get a couple questions in from the guys? Chris,
Sure.
Nate, Tyler. I want to go Chris, Nate, Tyler. Chris, anything for Hutch right now?
Yeah, Hutch. Where's the preferred landing spot for Jordan Addison?
Jordan Addison, I want him in the Chargers offense. You know, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen both getting towards 30. They're starting to get older, a little bit older. You put Jordan Addison in this offense with Justin Herbert, with the rest of these guys, and let him develop into this number one receiver. I would love Jordan Addison in the Chargers offense.
Hey, okay, just like Keenan Allen.
Nate, what do you got for Hutch?
Great, you know.
I wonder why Hutch doesn't call me much anymore, and we don't get a chance to hang out as much. What the fuck, man? I mean, what the heck, man? I'm. Well, we see each other one weekend only at Kings Classic, at least for the Expo. And so, who are you going to take with your first round pick in the Kings Classic, Hutch? Who you bet the most on?
Am I in the Kings Classic? I don't even know. Bob never reached out to me, so I don't even know if I'm in.
Oh,
way to go!
Well, yeah. Spoiler alert. My bad. I'm gonna competition.
I don't even know if I'm in.
He is. Yeah.
It was last year.
I don't even know if I am in.
Was it this last year? Why not?
Tyler,
I was in the last 2 years.
These guys are talking about stuff that we're not even involved in. Tyler, what do you got for Hutch?
I was in the Kings Classic. I don't know what you're talking about, Gator.
Yeah,
I was in it the last 2 years.
Hutch,
come on, jump on my side.
Who is your RB3 and where do you want him to land?
Oh man, this is a bit of a hot take. I get trashed for this one a lot. I am a huge when it comes to Dynasty, I still have Zach Charbonnet ranked RB3 because I think he's most locked in for the draft capital. And with this class, draft capital is the most important thing, and Zach Charbonnet is locked in for it. But talent-wise, my RB3 of this class is Kendra Miller at TCU. I love this kid, man. And it's funny, I say kid at 16. He's older than me. But I love this kid, man. He is such a physical runner. It doesn't take a defender. It takes a village to tackle Kendra Miller. Constantly on film, when you watch him, he is constantly being brought down by 2, 3, 4 defenders. He's always winning those one-on-one situations. And he can pass catch. He didn't do it a ton in college. He didn't get the opportunity, but his hands look very strong catching the football. He looks very smooth catching footballs. If he gets the opportunity for dump-offs in the NFL or screen passes, he'll absolutely take advantage. He's not like a refined route runner or anything like that Jahmyr Gibbs is, but if he gets the opportunity for screen passes, he'll definitely take advantage of those. And people like to throw down on his burst, like say it's not there. I couldn't disagree more. Like you see constantly him getting like 30, 40 chunk runs. Like he's always getting those. You see them constantly on film and his highlights. Like he can go. Like he can take off if you give him space. So I think Kendrick Miller is a just overall a well-built. I mean, he's 215 pounds, like 5'11". Like he's built for a big-time role in an NFL offense. I'm so excited for him. I would hope that he lands. I'm hoping he goes round 2. I really want the draft capital. Landing spot doesn't really matter as much as the draft capital for me. Draft capital is everything when it comes to the running back position, especially in this class where there's a lot of deep running backs, a lot of interesting guys in this class. I mean, I would hope maybe like Cincinnati to replace Joe Mixon or Minnesota to replace Dalvin Cook. Those two would be fantastic. I would love
Stacey, Stacey, you got anything for Hutch before he heads out?
Yeah, so the Jets are on the clock right now, and I hope my delay is. Oh, the pick is in. All right, well, who are they taking?
I would think they take JSN, pair him with Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson? Okay. Well,
I would think JSN to pair with Garrett Wilson.
JSN to pair with. Okay, I didn't hear that first part. Yeah. I was like, wait, Garrett Wilson's already on their team.
No, Garrett Wilson's already a Jet. But yeah, they're taking JSN.
You can't draft him this year.
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
Can they get 2 Garrett Wilsons can they get Garrett Wilson back-to-back years? Can that happen?
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Shut up.
Oh no.
Don't even do it.
Chris,
another running back.
Will Levis, are you serious?
The more things,
don't try it this time. Don't try it this time.
You only get one.
It didn't work that time, Chase. It didn't work that time.
No, not that time. Hold on, is it in? What is it?
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh, okay.
So they went running back, is what you're saying.
That is not what I'm saying.
Not running back, and it's not a wide receiver.
Listen, I love JSN right here.
JSN falling this far is not okay.
I don't know if that's a pick.
This is criminal.
Yes. So Chris, Listen, I want to get
Don't
these.
get
I
it.
want to get these two guys in real quick. So real quick, Chris, question for Hutch, Drew. Right, follow him up if you got a question. for Hutch.
Let
If
Drew
not,
go. I
Hutch,
already asked one. You can let Drew go.
all right, Drew. Any question for Hutch?
Yeah, but where do you find time in your day to come up for air? 'Cause like with you going to school and everything you do in the
Yeah.
fantasy industry,
All the
man. Like
girls.
you're a busy man.
Oh yeah, man. Honestly, like I don't take breaks ever. it's a process for me, man. I'm always busy. I'm always doing crap,
And he's
especially
up
during
drafting for the Jets.
during the season. It's just absolutely insane. It's very busy for me. I'm just always working. I'm always trying to find time to work, and I definitely try to find time, make sure I take breaks, and I make sure like spend time like with family and friends. Like of course I prioritize that in my life, but yes, I'm very busy, and I love being busy. I love being productive. Like genuinely, like a part of like I get it from my parents a lot. Like I just love being productive and doing things, getting things done. Like it's something I actually like to do. I like being productive in my life. So, yeah, I'm just working. I don't know
keep it
how
up,
else to
man.
say it. I'm always
I enjoy
working.
your content, so keep it
Oh,
up.
thank you. I appreciate it. Here, unmute from my computer. Oh no, that wasn't my computer. It was someone else.
Yeah.
All right, I do have to hop out, guys. I do have another stream I have to be
Hutch,
on. In
I
like 30
greatly
seconds.
appreciate you.
Thanks,
We all
Hutch.
do. Thank you so much. I will hit you up in the DMs. We'll talk later on. Thank you so much for jumping
Yeah.
in tonight.
All right,
Same
thank you guys
here,
for having me on.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Hutch.
thank you.
Will McDonald is
See you
the pick
guys.
going to the Jets. Surprised? Chase?
No, I think that's pretty on par with what we've seen, right? Naming
All right.
offensive line, they're willing to do whatever it takes to
I
get
mean,
there.
is this a protection for like 2 years down the road for Zach Wilson, or is this protection for now?
McDonald's a defensive end, not an offensive.
Oh,
end.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I was thinking he was. I was thinking tackle. So never mind. My bad.
No, you're right.
Outside
you're right.
pass rusher.
No, I mean, they'll continue to add defensive players like in the early parts of their drafts. They always have. It's tradition.
Well, Jorge, you're the IDP guy. Well, actually, you
No,
know
I'm
what?
not.
Let me send it to the other way, Jorge. The other way.
Got the director over here. No,
The
he's
director right down here. We got Will going to the Jets. What does it mean in IDP circles? Nate Markham.
I could see that being a rotational piece starting off. I mean, on the outside, realistically, you have Carl Lawson, John Franklin Myers to line up just outside. And that's the one thing with Will McDonald. He was out of, as what I've seen, and by his definition, playing out of position in college. And they really want to line him up further outside. If that's the case, you let Quinnen Williams just dominate the middle. But I don't know if he's an immediate, 50% snap guy. I mean, and that's not a crazy number to think of from the IDP standpoint. Offensively, you would just bypass him altogether if he was playing half the snaps. But in a rotation for a rookie, it's not terrible. I mean, I like the real football landing spot a lot more than I like the IDP landing spot, just strictly off the fact of a rotation. But he has a very good path to actually take over the main role on that outside edge, because look who I just mentioned, and you might have forgotten already. Yeah, Carl Lawson and John Franklin Myers. So not exactly two studs. And Jermaine Johnson last year came in, and that's maybe what they're thinking is also going forward. Now you pair Jermaine Johnson, who was a project, Will McDonald, who's not as much of a project, but an out of position and get into a true position, and maybe going forward, you now have two solid outside edge rushers for the next few years.
Is he that player, though, that is going to have that dual designation when it comes to IDP?
No, he'll just be well, I don't know. He might, but I don't think so. I think that he'll just be, it depends on the league well, I mean, it depends
depends on the site you're talking about, but I mean, I'm just referring to like sleeper all in general with the dual designation of D line or edge rusher.
He'll be edge
and linebacker.
Yeah, he'll be an edge more so than anything. If it's true position designation, I think that's what it'll be.
We might find out how much if the pick is in for the Commanders. I just don't know what it is yet. But
Why?
the
Why not?
reaction that we got from Chase a few minutes ago with Jahmyr Gibbs being chosen, we might truly find out if he is a Commanders fan here in a second.
Gator, why is your camera so sideways, bro? It's so trippy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Dude, I feel like I'm in Twilight. No, Jorge needs to speak up right here because like Christian Gonzalez has to be the pick, right? I love Joey Porter, I do, but Christian Gonzalez.
It's neither.
I think we can agree secondary help is where they need help. You bring over that cornerback whose name shall be forever forgotten from Cincinnati, hoping that he was going to pan out. He did not. I think they actually let him go like 3/4 of the way through the season, or at the very least at the very end of the season.
Yeah, to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the situation at defensive end, which is if you saw the reports today, they're potentially shopping Chase Young and/or Montez Sweat, which reports are reports, right?
Yeah.
Well, they did not pick up the 5th-year option on Chase Young.
Well, they still have till May 17th, I think, to do that.
More that came out today was they declined.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I personally am okay with it. I can live with that. Montez Sweat is the one that I want. But in terms of the linebacking situation, they brought in a stopgap with Cody Barton on a 1-year deal. Jamin Davis down the stretch last season started to play better in coverage, which was always his Achilles heel. But cornerback is an issue, so it's going to be interesting if they address the cornerback position here. They need to, I think, to prioritize that for fantasy. Yeah, give me a Dalton Kincaid. Sorry, Stacey, I know you're a Logan Thomas fan, but give me some youth there.
We don't want Dalton Kincaid. Like they've never drafted a tight end early. They traded for Greg Olsen, and the earliest. Wait, Jorge, real quick. The earliest that anybody in the organization has ever drafted tight end was Martin Mayhew when he was with the Lions, and he drafted Eric Ebron, and we all know how that ended up. They're divas. Tight ends are divas. There's no way they should take a tight end early.
You mean the same Eric Ebron who never dropped a pass? Psych.
The guy who is arguably up there with Kellen Winslow and what's his name that played for the Jets that are Braylon Edwards, who arguably dropped the most passes in the NFL. I think Dante Moncrief's up there. We also have Evan Ingram. They're up there in the most draft balls per target ever in the NFL.
Well, let me ask you a question. Could you rationalize JSN here, slot receiver?
No.
If Curtis Samuel had one great year or good year this year, he's been dealing with injuries since he's been in Washington. Could they say, you know what, let's just kick the curb on him and let's just load up on receiver and give Sam Howell all the weapons, basically?
So Will Levis. I would be down for Will Levis. I would hate the idea of replacing Curtis Samuel with JSN because there's too much draft capital involved. I'd like to see a Nathaniel Dell replace him or somebody along those lines. Parker Washington replace him, where we actually have a little bit more, late round capital invested for a position that we're not going to utilize more than 100 targets. Hold on, it's up.
There we go.
What?
Emmanuel Forbes.
Huh?
Yep, cornerback Emmanuel Forbes is the pick here.
Wow.
That wasn't the
Ole Miss
to come off the board.
His name has been getting a lot of chatter the past couple of days in terms of don't be surprised if he climbs up draft boards. And
I've heard that.
Dude, the guy's 160 pounds. He's the same weight as me, and he's 6 foot. Look at me. Like, I'm tiny. I'm 5'7", and he weighs the same amount. Like, I'm tiny.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm literally 6 pounds lighter than this guy. What are they doing? You need run coverage. You need somebody on the outside. God,
hey, Tyler, didn't you mention something about timestamps? That's definitely a timestamp.
I'll mark that one up.
Yeah, put that one in your notes.
I mean, the guy has athleticism, but he's tiny. Sure, he can break on balls. Congratulations. Yes, anybody can break on balls. The thing is the reason why he's able to break on balls is because he's not playing press coverage. Because he can't play press coverage. This is terrible pick.
See, now I'm wondering whether or not we're thinking. I guess there are two sides of thinking of this. So, you bring up a good point from a real football perspective, and Nate, I want to get your opinion from an IDP perspective, especially in leagues that have cornerback specific designations. But when we're looking at Christian Gonzalez here, obviously not the pick for the Commanders. Some of the things that stood apart from him is that he was just a freakish athlete. He was very long arms, can make those pass deflections, but he also had some of the speed and ability to change direction. It makes me wonder whether or not this pick for Forbes, who's, Chase, as you're alluding to, not Christian Gonzalez, like just a very different frame, different type of play, different type of style. Maybe that's the type of receiver that maybe they're trying to pair him off with some of these receivers that are in the NFC East, like the CDs and like the Devonta Smiths, who can get behind corners faster. They want that fast twitch cornerback who can play to that, basically go high risk for high risk, toe to toe with these wide receivers that they have in the East versus Gonzalez, who I'm not so sure, I just don't see Gonzalez.
The Patriots ran to the stand. As soon as they saw Christian Gonzalez, they ran. They ran. It's already in. It was in before I finished talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fucking Patriots. I'm trying to make lemonade here, man. I'm trying to make lemonade. All right, it's oh my god, is it him? Is it?
Yep.
Did the Lions just do something terrible?
Yeah, it's Gonzalez.
Wow. Chase just wanted Gonzalez for the Lions.
He was hoping he'd fall to the Lions next pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is unfortunate for us on a few levels here. Nate, is there anything that can be said positively about both this Forbes pick or for Gonzalez for IDP purposes, or is it just, cornerback is cornerback?
Cornerback's corner. I mean, he's so, yeah. Does Forbes have good ball hawk ability like Chase was saying? Sure. As soon as he gets matched up against anybody larger than, and that's another thing. I think he's good ball hawk because you can't see him because he's too, I mean, he's tall, but he's thin. He turns sideways and he becomes invisible. And then boom, turns around and he's there. I don't understand why they didn't take Joey Porter Jr. He fits the mold. Ron Rivera and him. He compared Joey Porter Jr. to Josh Norman, and I thought that made tons of sense as far as familiarity with that type of player, that style. And again, I don't know why the fall for Christian Gonzalez. I don't know what we were missing. Was there reports or something, or just I don't see any fit for someone, especially going back to like Seattle. Seattle, I thought, was the ideal pick for Gonzalez. Go back to the big Legion of Boom style, but they got Witherspoon. IDP.
Benjamin St-Juste right there, fits the same play style as Christian Gonzalez. So I can understand skipping Christian Gonzalez because you already have a guy that's long, lanky, has the speed, the athleticism. Although I don't think he's nearly as good as Christian Gonzalez. But Joey Porter is the exact fit for the Washington Commander. I
agree.
Hey, so can I ask Nate a question, an IDP question, real quick?
Yeah.
Hell no.
So I took Tariq Woolen in our startup, and so with them grabbing a corner here in the first, is that with the way IDP works, does that affect Tariq Woolen's stock at all?
Really, that's a good question because it could, if you can get into the minds of the opposition and have to think how many projected targets were going to be his direction. And if they had just a shit corner opposite, theoretically, yes, I think that you would say his likelihood of targets would stay low. And maybe by the addition of Witherspoon, who can play both zone, man, will line up and have no problem covering opposing teams one if need be, if they try to move people around. I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference. So, I mean, Woolen is strictly going to be just kind of the shutdown, but the big play, but he's a stud. I love him for that.
So my neighbors just asked me if everything's okay at my house. My neighbors just asked me. They said, "Is everything okay over there?"
That's fantastic.
I got a text message from my phone that's laying on the floor because I threw my phone earlier, and I was like, "Why are you texting me?" I said, "Is everything okay?"
It's good that they care about you. It's good that they care. That's good.
Man, they were so close to getting.
So now send Chase a link for BetterHelp.
It's like being a Washington Commanders fan. I cannot wait until they just fire the regime that's here, get rid of them. Eric Bieniemy is going to be the interim head coach, who do well enough to get a starting job for us next year, and then boom, we're off to a fresh start. And they changed the name again because they probably should anyways, or at least change the colors. And then it's like I'm a fan of a whole new team, and I feel better about my life because, I mean, ever since I was a kid, this is pretty much the reason, that I've had depression issues. It's like, I don't really have depression issues, but I'm just saying.
So would JSN to the Lions reduce some of the depression?
No,
he's a guy.
No, I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just asking.
I would hate that.
Good Lord. Okay, so real quick question. My good Lord, this damn weather is killing me tonight. Of all nights, it's got to happen tonight.
You got the sniffles?
Chase, you were just.
I thought you were frozen there for a second. You were just trying to come up with some clever fucking comeback. And
I'm trying to collect my thoughts because honestly, I want to kick his ass right now. And he's in Virginia and I'm in Georgia because, I want to do this on Wednesday nights and kick his ass, but I can't. And now it's Thursday and I'm like, I don't even know why I invited this guy to be even on this fucking show anymore. So I love it.
It's because I'm animated. It's because I'm animated. That's all.
Because Chase is a fellow Commanders fan, and he always has a place here. That's why.
Well, I thought is he a Commanders fan? Because he's renounced his fandom multiple times on Wednesday nights. Go back and check it.
I have. Until Dan Snyder sells the team, I literally said it. I don't want to be depressed anymore. I don't want to be hooking up with the girl that I know has cheated on me, who is doing me wrong every single night.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
I want to, but I can't.
She wears burgundy and gold. That's right.
And then she floods your house. But that's
whoa,
okay.
That was my roommate. Chill out.
Yeah, but it's not like the hookup's even good, and then she's
it's not
cheating
like
on
you get left like on. See someone finish on the end of Sunday night. See someone finish.
Do we have a sheet of paper and do hand sizes again?
Listen,
Stacey, if I'm going too far, then you need to be like, no, check yourself.
Best available right now. We have Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Zay Flowers. JSN is still on the board.
I love how
and then,
Zay
of
Flowers
course, Dalton Kincaid is still there. But so Will Levis, I asked the question earlier, Stacy, how far is he going to go? And he's still there. So I'll ask it once again. Where's he going?
He's still here. So in our chat, in our private chat over here, I like that Chris said
it's called private for a reason, Stacy. It's called private for a reason.
Listen, I'm not giving you this is good. Chris, you said Levis to the Bucks. I don't hate that because Baker Mayfield. Oof, ouch. Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask. Those are our options, and it's not pretty. I am by no means a Bucks fan, but I do have to live here, so I wouldn't mind some fresh blood getting in there. And I keep seeing all these cuts over to Will Levis and how sad and awkward he looks. And I'm just tired of seeing that. So somebody, my God, take the man already. Like, let's get him up there.
So I actually have Will Levis very similar to Jameis Winston outside of his scrambling ability. He plays a lot more upright. I think he tries to look for runs more often, but his arm, like he can launch you just like Jameis Winston could. His quick release, I love it.
Does he also like crab legs?
I see this thing. Oh, Stacy.
So I'm pretty sure it depends on how his the interviews go with the people at the grocery store. Like, hey, how many pounds? Just stop. I'll just take it.
I mean, are we talking about are we comparing crab legs to mayonnaise and coffee or bananas?
I don't know. He has a weird diet, so maybe he's into that. I don't know. I mean,
Will Levis is a walking PED test away from pissing off.
This would actually be a great picture of Will Levis right here at 18.
Oh my God! I mean, it would be. I mean, if he, if he doesn't suck, then yeah, it would be. Oh, the Bucks are on the clock.
Okay, so the Lions
give me Levis to the Vikes, man.
IDP landscape just got intriguing.
Okay, the Lions pick is in. The commission's coming to. Yeah, who is it? It looks like.
Oh, hang on.
Nolan Smith.
Who is it?
Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell.
Yep.
It is Campbell. Is
Reach.
Campbell the pick
Ooh,
is
shot.
the Lions?
It's a reach.
So Jack Campbell,
Extreme
linebacker. I
Jesus.
okay. Like you just said, Nate, I think it's a reach.
With 2 firsts.
Running
it a
back,
reach?
linebacker.
I hate the Lions now. I was such a Lions supporter. Now I hate them.
So optimistic, and they fucked their first. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell both potentially mocked. They're at least they're somewhere around the beginning of the second round.
But they're also not important positions. Like the running back position is a waste. The linebacker position is a waste.
They're
It's
luxury
like
positions for a
they-
team that wins.
Yeah, it's like they got into a room
valuable
and was like, "Which what are the least valuable positions we could possibly use these 2 first-round picks on?" And then, all right, let's do that.
Bro, I've been so high on the Lions over the past 4 years.
Oh, my God.
And now I literally in one night I lost all faith.
Look,
I lost all faith in one night.
I'm a Rams fan. Like I loved Brad Holmes before you guys took him away, and I've loved ever since he became GM. I've loved pretty much every pick he's made until tonight.
Dude,
You've
did
loved
such a
every
good
pick
job
because it's
of
been
navigating.
good for you.
It was good for us, and then whenever he went over to Detroit, it's been great for
It's
them
been-
too.
it is-
like
it was. It
he's
was great.
he's killed the draft ever since he went over to Detroit.
Okay, so
Until tonight, well, at least in my opinion.
Tampa Bay is probably the quickest tonight. I mean, we have everybody's
New
using
England, then Tampa Bay.
every single second of the clock, except for New England and Tampa Bay. They're like immediate. You know, like,
Yeah, New England's like Christian Gonzalez.
We're
Let's go.
ready to go to bed. Screw you guys. We're
Do you
out of
know
here.
who
We're
the
going to
Bucs-
bed.
Do we know who the Bucks pick is? Because I
Bucs
was just
pick is
thinking
in.
Will Levis would be an amazing Florida man. I mean,
Listen,
already, right?
At this point,
Yeah.
as a Tampa fan, I do not want to see Levis
Not
as a
currently.
Buccaneer. However,
Yeah,
at
what's gonna happen
pick
with Kyle
19?
Kyle Trask? I mean, come on.
At pick 19,
Baker Mayfield,
Yeah.
I'm
Both
just
of
kidding.
those two, by the way, showed up at the Lightning game the other night, Monday, Jay, and I know that's why we lost. I know that's why we lost.
Well,
We
Baker
knocked-
Mayfield had a freaking Lightning jersey made, and that's why we lost.
Yeah, he and Kyle Trask cursed us.
Jorge.
Joe and I
Yeah.
mocked Levis to Tampa Bay in spite, just to
Did you
make
really?
them worse. Yeah, it's
No
on
way.
our Out
Is
of
it worse than Baker?
It was just
Okay,
it was a
let me
hate
ask
kick.
you-
It wasn't like we think this is a
Hey,
good move
Jay.
for them. It was we hate Tampa, so let's really
Let
fuck them over.
me do this. Let me do
Jay,
this.
Jay, hold on. I got a question for Jorge because before the
Yeah.
pick happens.
Yeah.
Do you remember Jeff George?
Oh yeah.
I
When he
knew
played
you
for
were going to
Washington.
do this tonight.
I had to. All right. Do you remember Jeff George's greatest quality? Right, like he could navigate the
hook and chuck
pocket. He could chuck the shit out of the ball. Right,
That's-
quick
that's
release.
all he could
Dude.
do. Yep.
Yeah, and he pissed everybody off because of his personality and everything like that. I don't know if you see my recent comps, but Will Levis is Jeff George, and I'm okay with that.
They're the same freaking person.
I have it right here as well, Chase. Let me pull this up real quick. And I
Will
thought
Levis
the
is Bo
ironic
Callahan.
part
You
was-
saw my post, didn't you?
I did not. I have meant the conversation because I'm University of Illinois. Jeff George was there.
Same guy.
So the
They're the
Colts.
same guy.
And then where did he go after the Colts? And I thought, oh shit, they passed the Colts. What if he ends up with the Falcons?
Good pick.
And Atlanta can get so pissed they put the billboards up again that
Great
said, "Leave, Jeff."
Do you? I remember those billboards.
Uh-huh.
See, here's the thing: if Jeff George,
Ooh, that's a great
Will Levis / Jeff George goes to Minnesota, now we're really following the career.
Dude, now we're really doing things.
Exactly.
We're doing real big
Which
things.
is
That's why I
over
wanted to
for
bring it
Randall
up.
Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
George
that's a great
George
pick by
Cunningham.
Tampa Bay.
Wonderful, Chase, that you said Jeff George.
That's been my comp since like
that
day
makes
one.
my
I'm
fucking
like,
heart
it's the
happy.
same
It
fucking
is
person.
not Will Levis.
No,
No,
Or
it's
Jeff
not.
George. Yeah.
It's not even offensive. Stacey,
No,
what were you
it
saying?
is a
Oh, I
defensive
just-
tackle.
That's all.
Will Levis is going to go 31.
This is the next Aaron
Oh,
Donald.
to Kansas
Shut
City?
your-
What?
This is
Not to
Aaron
the
Donald
Chiefs.
Jr. right here.
Oh, no, we're taking Hendon Hooker according to Chris Collinsworth.
So
That's bullshit.
No, he's going to fall. Someone's going to want that 5th year, and they're going to trade up with the Chiefs.
I am
That's what
going
I'm
to
hoping.
butcher this name, but it's Khalij.
Kalijah.
No.
Elijah can't see.
Elijah Canes.
Yeah, you did butcher the name. You were right.
I told you I was going to butcher the name.
You got
Elijah-
one syllable in, and it was no.
Barely got
Elijah
It was a hard
Kennedy.
C.
going Khalid.
He's out.
Gator's camera is like fucking him out. I'm done.
Why is your camera messing up, bro?
Who does Keith call the wrong name?
He's kicking
Tyler?
the cord down below, I'm sure.
Oh, Travis
Oh, God.
Etienne. He couldn't
Yeah.
say Travis Etienne.
Oh, he still can't say Travis Etienne.
How is that so hard?
Etienne.
I don't know.
He's
Travis Etienne.
Travis
Wait,
Etienne.
Yeah,
Travis
that's
Etienne.
right.
God,
Like,
let's talk about Dario Ngumbawale or something. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean, I shortened Ogbani Okonrokwo to OGOK because I didn't want to say it. You get tongue-tied. Yeah, that's smart. But I can fucking read. No, not Kalijah Cansey, of course.
Don
Yeah,
People
that's a
Jones.
much harder one.
You mean
Nate,
Khalid? Can't see.
Khaleesi Cansey.
Nate,
Yo,
are
that's
you throwing a dig at me right now?
I think we all are, Gator.
Not a slice. I'm just leading the path, the pack.
You're just the lead dog, right? Okay.
Man, my pace
cool.
is pretty close to where I'm at. For
I was
the pick, so
gonna ask you, how are you doing tonight with the 31?
The fridge is getting barren, but it's getting there. It's okay.
I haven't even finished my first bottle of wine. I gotta go catch
He's
up.
got
Yeah.
so Nate's
Speaking
got
of wine?
one beer per pick,
Yeah.
and he's got 31 picks before his team's on the clock.
And I got about 4
And he
months
was
until the expo. I'm just practicing, getting it ready.
Well, I got to get ready
Yeah,
for
me
the beer
too.
pong competition at the expo.
A what?
Volunteering for that one. I said I'm volunteering for the beer pong competition at the expo.
Oh, they said a beer bong competition.
I'll do that too.
Color me intrigued.
I'll do that too. I'll get in beer fest shape in no time.
It's not a competition, but like between how much time I spend drinking and how much time I spend conversing, I'm pretty sure that I do the most of both combined. Like
That's
I'm like, yeah, like I drink the entire time that I'm out there, and I'm not hammered by any stretch of imagination up until very late.
Chase,
And
that's
then I normally
because-
call it by like 12.
That's because we like pace ourselves throughout the year, so we're not hammered, for one day. We
Wait, were you there last year?
No, I'm just a professional.
Why you saying
at this
we?
thing.
You don't remember seeing them there, Chase?
Because we are professionals
No,
at this.
alcoholic.
Like we do the mellow, drink all day long.
There's nothing
My,
mellow
my,
about Chase.
my favorite
No.
thing that anyone ever does is unironically say it's not a competition, but I win.
Have you met Chase? Chase,
Everything's
Tyler,
covered.
Chase.
So I play wiffle ball. Side note, I play beach wiffle ball, right? And it's so much fun. And last weekend I'm playing outfield, and we're winning by 17 points. And this girl hits a banger. She hits a dinger, right? And like I could have let it go over my head easily, but no, I checked. I backpedal to the end line, and I checked the line to make sure I was still in bounds. I jump up and like catch it with one hand, and then I throw it back at fucking home base. Like, because I was a fucking champ, because I snaked a ball that I could have let happen for this girl to go over the fence. And I felt so bad afterwards, but it was just natural competition. I can't help myself sometimes.
You rob a home run when there's no one on base, and then you throw a frozen rope to home.
It was literally
While
just
we
like
are,
you said.
while we're on,
And the thing was, is I threw it and I kept my head down, and then I like went back. I didn't even look at everybody's running to me like, dude, that's an insane catch. And the game was literally last catch of the game. It was 2 outs, nobody on base. I robbed this girl from one extra run that I like stopped back. Like I'm some big shot. I was so like fucking embarrassed afterwards, and everyone's like celebrating with me, but like I never should have done that. I should have let her have it.
you should have just let her win.
It was so bad. I'm such an
That's-
asshole.
I love it.
I'm such an asshole.
Beach sports are so good. Beach sports are so good. So since we're on commercial, I just wanted to bring this up. We talked hockey earlier. The Lightning did win tonight, so we're going back to Tampa.
Yeah.
Don't know if I like that or not. We get to talk a little bit more.
Chase.
We get to talk a little bit more shit on Twitter to Jacob Sanderson. So that's always a good thing. He doesn't get to run in the streets of Vancouver naked, like he's done in the past when the Leafs have won. So anyway, Drew, I want to send this back to you.
All right.
What is surprising besides Christian Gonzalez falling so far at this point to you?
It's the other fall that makes no sense to me with JSN. I don't understand why he's still on the board.
Who?
JSN.
Who is that?
Flaxen, Smith, and Jigba.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Is he in this draft?
I
thought maybe
fit for the Seahawks.
Maybe I misunderstood and he's not, but
maybe that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe he backed out at the last minute. I don't know.
yeah, maybe yeah. That's the only thing that's the only thing that makes sense to me at this point. But I don't understand why he's still on the board. He's way too talented of a receiver to still be on the board.
Ravens, 100%.
They're getting D-Hop.
Dude, can we give a shout out real quick to Campus and Canton over there? Like to his call that Will Levis would slide out of the top 20 last night. That was insane. I didn't agree with him at all.
He did call. I mean, Matthew Bruning was on point last night with that call.
Yeah, he was. 100%.
So you and I both need to get on there on the Twitter and actually give him credit for that call because that was absolutely phenomenal.
Credit.
The bullshit you are.
I always will.
Is I will clip this. You know, I will clip this and be like, okay, he doesn't want to give you credit. He doesn't. He did.
You still clip it and give him credit with that.
Yeah,
Anybody want to do shots? What are we doing?
Let's do a shot. Let's do a shot. You ready to do a shot, Jorge? What are we doing a shot?
Wait. Jesus.
Everybody that
I gotta grab one. Doing that.
Everybody grab a shot. Everybody grab a shot.
We should do a bet, like if Seahawks pick offense or defense.
Oh, we're definitely. Oh, I love it, Chase. Great call. Of course, Nate Markham over here only has shots of Busch Light.
I'm gonna take opposite of what I think is gonna happen. I'm gonna say Seahawks take offense. I'm gonna take Seahawks take offense.
I know who they pick, so I won't take a shot.
Oh, you're on Twitter already?
No. PFF sends me the stupid bullshit.
Dude,
there you
I
go,
don't
Chase.
even check that. Like
I know. I just want to turn off.
I'm gonna make it fair. I'm gonna go opposite. You're going offense. I'm gonna go defense. Right. So call your shot right now. Who's the Seahawks taking right now? Offense, defense.
Offense.
Offense.
Wait, what did I say?
You said offense.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
I got you.
I know I can
Am
always
I
get tired
drinking?
laughing. No matter what happens, I know
like
I'm
I'm
laughing.
I'm cheating. I know who it is. That's why I want to do a shot.
Jorge, are we drinking?
Double shot. Yes, I'm drinking.
Okay, cool.
I got
I'm good with
drink
that.
this bottle to go through. Yes.
We doing this or not?
Seahawks are taking. Who are they taking?
Hey, cheers, Terry.
Cheers.
Will Levis.
Will Levis.
One of these
Nice
guys.
try, Chris. Nice try.
Hold on.
Will Levis makes sense.
I don't want to ruin it for these guys. Ooh, look at that.
Absolutely.
I know who it is. Which makes me happy.
All right, fuck it. Yep. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, salute.
Why am I so far behind? I was ahead of you guys. How did I get behind you guys?
I still don't know who the pick is yet.
Shots.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I saw him though.
We got my guy. We got my guy. My favorite name to say. Love it.
Porter?
Nope, that's not my favorite name to say.
Other side.
Did you ever watch the East West Shrine introductions from Key and Peele?
No.
It's Key and Peele, also not K and Peele.
Thank you, Key and Peele. Yeah.
I've been waiting for this all night.
Still can't say it.
Key.
Key and Peele.
Key. Say it with me. Hip hop.
Oh, I get it right.
Anonymous.
You want to know who the pick is? It is Jackson Smith Ninjigba.
I hate this so much. I'm so mad. He was
Jackson
still on.
West.
Like,
Oh my God.
JSN to Seattle. Paired up.
That's such a perfect pick.
Paired
Yeah,
up
it's a good.
with
I like it.
DK Metcalf.
Take over for Tyler Lockett. Who can't stay
Tyler
healthy.
Lockett that is probably within a couple years of being retired. So Stacy,
Lockett
What
doesn't
do
play
you-
the slot that much.
what do
Sorry,
you?
go ahead.
Yeah, JSN can play the outside though.
Jason can do whatever he wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah,
that?
so you know what? Screw
Lockett
you,
does play the
Tyler. I
slot.
will mute you for just a minute. Just for
Lockett plays the
Stacy.
slot.
Just for Stacy to put you in your place. Stacy, put Tyler Heil in his
Listen,
place.
JSN can do whatever the heck he wants to do. He
Yeah.
is a stud receiver. I can't wait to see what he does in Seattle with DK. I'm so excited for that pick. I can't. It's a huge value first of all because he's just been sitting there. I don't understand why. I wish he'd gone to my Packers, but since he didn't, I'm super pumped for this. I can't wait for this. It's going to be really exciting for fantasy.
Chris,
Yep.
before I'm going to send it to Tyler here in a minute. Tyler, you just hang on a second. tell me how this works with DK, with Tyler Lockett, JSN. How does it go?
Yeah, it's just another outlet for Geno Smith, who's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league last year. So, like someone mentioned at the top there, as soon as Tyler Lockett dips out, he's going to be the wide receiver 2 there. Maybe the wide receiver 1 eventually ahead of DK Metcalf. But I was kind of hoping he went a little earlier, but I don't hate the landing spot there with the Seattle Seahawks.
Chase, what do you want to do this? I know how much you love your wide receiver here.
I mean, that's not my wide receiver. None of these guys are my wide receiver. But, I think it's a good spot. I think he's going to take over for Tyler Lockett. I think that he's going to be a guy that succeeds, but it kind of sucks short term, like to an extent, because now targets be spread out. But within 2 years from now, he's going to be the secondary wide receiver behind DK Metcalf. And within 3 years, he'll be the primary wide receiver. So I love it. I think it's a smart move. Hopefully the ownership and hopefully the management doesn't change. But I'm more excited to see Addison fall in the first round because I can't stand Jordan Addison as a first-round pick. So I'm excited to watch all of these wide receivers fall.
Tyler.
Because it'll allow me to move back more often in this draft pick or in this rookie draft class to 2024 first-round picks that have ceilings that are insane.
So, Tyler, now you've got your first wide receiver off the board. It is JSN going to Seattle. First thoughts. I know you were a little upset about him dropping this far. You have to be a little upset about him dropping this far. What are your thoughts?
I'm not overly worried about him dropping this far. This is one of the best 11 personnel groupings in the NFL. Tyler Lockett is not really a slot receiver. He played 60% of his snaps out wide. He played a lot of slot snaps, but he played a lot out wide. And all of a sudden, you have Tyler Lockett as flanker, DK Metcalf as X, Jackson Smith and Jigba as the slot receiver, Noah Fant at tight end, Kenneth Walker at running back, and a solid offensive line. This is a good offense.
Absolutely, it is.
This is a really good offense. Fantasy-wise, I agree with you there, Chase. The targets are going to be spread out for a little while. This is really good for Geno Smith. This is really good for Kenneth Walker. It's a good offense. It's a great fit and a good pick.
I'm so upset.
I know Chase has got to jump off here in just a few minutes. Chase, you're more than welcome to hop back in if you'd like. But please let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter if they not already following you. What do you got going on?
I will hop back on in a little bit, but I was hesitant to say something. And Jameson Williams popped back up on my screen. And as you guys know, I'm a huge Jameson Williams fan. I actually went to get his autograph signing to get it on a belt that I purchased. And
did you go to the Dallas Expo for that?
What's up?
Did you go to the Dallas Expo for that?
Yeah. It was not Dallas, but yeah, it was okay. Right by there. It was awesome, man. It was sick. I wish I would have been up with you. I didn't even think about it at the time.
Yeah.
But it was
next
sick.
time. Sorry for interrupting. I apologize.
No. That was actually a great question because I wish I would have called you to meet up with you at that point. It was sick. But I watched a Instagram live video of Jameson Williams. And on the Instagram live video.
Whoa. Hang on. Time out.
I hope it's not Kincaid.
Chargers pick is
Joey
in.
Porter?
Chargers pick is in.
Why not?
I'm
sorry.
If it's what I just saw, it is gonna fucking shock the world.
It wasn't Will. That was just a thing that they were showing with Will Levis, as they said.
Shut up, Chase.
It wasn't the pick.
Why can't I draw out the drama?
James is trying to tell this awesome anecdote, and you're just like, whoa.
I literally have something that I've been wanting to tweet out for ever, and I cannot bring myself to do it. So I'd like to bring it to the show.
Okay, bring it, asshole.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's watch and see what happens.
No,
let's go ahead and watch. He's announcing it now.
I like the Chargers pick though.
I
What do you mean?
still don't know what it is.
I still don't. It's Quentin Johnston.
It's Quentin
UJ
Johnston.
going to.
Uh,
Yeah, he's replacing Mike Williams.
Okay. All right, Chase.
All right, so
I am
real quick, for
sorry,
Jameson
I really
Williams.
thought that was going to be something else.
Yeah, what's up? No, it's Quentin Johnson. He's going to replace Mike Williams, but he's an unathletic version of Mike Williams, who's just willing to take over that play whenever Mike Williams get injured for the next 2 years. So Jameson Williams was sitting there and he's answering questions on his Instagram Live at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Like he's up at 2 a.m. and he's sitting there and people are asking questions about like his play and everything. It's about a week before he got suspended. And he's like, I don't want to talk about football. I'm not interested in football right now. I don't want anything to do with football. I hate football. I'm done. And
J-Mo?
literally, he said this on his Instagram Live. Like, he's sitting in his car, and he's doing his weird stuff that he does. Like, he's very unique personality. You know, who was the guy that was super unique personality that ended up he played for Washington, and he ended up raping the lady or whatever it was. He grabbed her crotch. Like, what was her name? Or what was his name? Safety, I think, right? High pick for us.
Landry?
It wasn't Landry. It wasn't Landry because Landry moved on because of injury issues. It was somebody after him. Oh, it was running back, Darius Geis. Where he's super unique.
Yeah. LSU
He's
running back,
super
that's
unique. Everybody's like super weirded out by him because he's just a unique personality. And I'm telling you, I got the same exact vibes from Jameson Williams. I'm telling you, it was identical vibes. And then he's sitting there and he's like doing this whole thing, like, you know, like dancing the camera for no reason in his car. He's like, I'm not interested in football. Don't ask me any football questions. I don't want to talk about football. I don't love football. And like he said this at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sitting there watching it. And I'm like, what is happening right now? And then 5 days later, I post something on Twitter. And then a day later, he gets suspended on you know, for the league for his gambling issues. So I don't know if that had to do with it, but I did want to put it out there. I didn't want to tweet that out because it's just a little bit awkward, and I'm not a reporter. But anyways,
no, that is crazy. It makes you wonder, like, more people should be paying attention to, like, hey, when insert favorite athlete goes on live at 2 o'clock in the morning, nothing good ever happens, right?
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying, and it's super.
Nothing good
weird.
happens after.
I didn't know how to phrase it. I don't know how to tweet that. Like, I'm not the person that's breaking news, but
how about a text message? How about a text message? That would help. Thanks, guy.
What, me to you?
Yes, because I had multiple damn offers like 2 days later.
Well, I didn't know what it meant, and then he got suspended. I just thought he was like, "Hey, it's off season. I don't want to talk about work."
Oh my!
Nate, what are you doing over there?
He's talking to the brand manager.
I'm talking to my. No, I got a little draft party going on.
Yeah, it was super loud over there earlier. Don't even.
I didn't realize it went off mute. Yeah, they're playing darts, and
I love that.
Yeah, I got my little Eagles crew here, my frat
party.
Yeah,
all right,
exactly.
so I'm gonna hop over to.
Well, tell Larry Monkey we all said hello.
Yeah, come on back. Come back when you're free.
Tell Larry
I would
Monkey
love to.
he can jump over too. Just
Chase, before you go, Baltimore
on the clock.
What do you think?
Zay Flowers.
Okay, all right. I can
All right.
see that.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this real quick. I love the question. Drew, who's Baltimore going with right here?
I like the Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, one of the two. I think one of those two wide receivers come off.
Stop it with Addison.
Chris, go ahead. Who are they going? Where are they going?
I just think he's so average. He's
go,
such an average. He's a Keenan Allen of the NFL. He's so average.
I could see Zay Flowers being going.
Tyler, who are they going?
I don't.
Come on.
I was just so caught off guard by saying he's the Keenan Allen of the NFL. What does that mean?
Keenan Allen's
He's
already
average. He doesn't do anything great.
Baltimore picking right now.
Keenan Allen's
Keenan Allen is more than average.
It'll be Nolan Smith, by the way. Chris didn't get to
He's
me.
an average.
Yeah,
as a
Nolan
wide
Smith's a
receiver
good
one.
pick.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr.
Or Keon
Joey
Wright.
Porter Jr. All right,
probably
Jorge,
Joey Porter,
who
so.
are they picking? Who is Baltimore taking?
Yeah, it's probably defense.
It hasn't been. Ari Mirov has not tweeted it out yet, so I do not have an answer for you.
Picks
As
not
much
Sorry,
as Ari Mitchell doesn't have an answer.
Chase,
Hey,
we
I'll see you guys
appreciate you. Come back when you get a chance. We'll pop you back in.
I'm probably gonna be 10 times as drunk because if I know Larry
Hey,
Monkey,
you tell
like,
Larry,
oh, shot, shot,
Monkey
shot.
I love you.
Can't wait.
All right,
We'll
I'll
see
see
him
you guys
later.
soon.
What is Keith saying here, Gator? That
was me. That was me, Gator. Keith. That was not Gator.
Yeah,
Will Levis falling to the Vikes because we were talking about Jeff George.
No. That was a comment from earlier. I want to say that was.
I don't know who it was.
That was a comment from way earlier, like early in the night. That there was a possibility of him following to the Vikes. So, whoever called that, great call. We got 2 minutes left on the clock here with Baltimore. Then we got Minnesota and Jacksonville at 24 coming up.
Keith knows what's up. Thank you, Keith.
I mean,
hold on. I got to check something really quickly. Hold on.
If it's
Keith,
not to the Vikings, there's no other team that's going to pick him behind.
Jags are going off.
Does he fall? Okay, so does he fall out of the first round then?
If he doesn't get picked by the Vikings,
no,
I think so.
Someone's trading to 31.
You don't think so?
I said that.
Yeah,
before.
okay. If there's a trade up,
Keith, you see the color I'm wearing? You see the color I'm wearing, Keith? I bleed it. This time of year. I bleed it. I know he's not happy.
Green?
Right
Keith is over there. I don't know, man. Keith has got to be like just dying right now, right?
I feel.
If I was a Falcons fan,
I feel his pain.
That's not what he's not happy with.
Oh, is it hockey related?
It's basketball
Hawks
related.
lost.
Yeah, the Hawks lost this.
Yeah.
Well,
He didn't know that was coming.
The Falcons turn around and do what they did and go get Bijan when they got so many other holes. They go get Bijan,
Chase,
and then.
But I mean, he had to know the Hawks were going to lose, right?
Can I spoil something right now?
Go right ahead, Jorge. Go ahead and spoil it.
We need Chase to come back and give us the lottery numbers right now, because the Ravens pick is in. The Ravens pick is in, and
is it Zay?
It is Zay.
Lamar Jackson to the fucking moon.
So
I'm sorry for the
stupid.
language, but
Stupid question. There was and I cannot remember who tweeted this out. It may have been. Oh my goodness! It might have been Schefter that tweeted it out. That there was a deal done with Baltimore and somebody else. If it may be in Arizona.
They were going to make the trade with Arizona for the Cardinal or for Hopkins if the player they want on the board.
If the player was there, right? So
yeah, I don't know how legit that just sounds like a puff piece. Like, hey, if you got to pick before this one and you want to come get Hopkins,
but who it came from was a legit source.
He said you have to be delusional to be an Atlanta sports fan. Yeah, hey, I can't. I'm still convincing myself the St. Louis Cardinals are going to turn it around somehow and have a good year. So,
yeah.
Hey, yeah, Nate. I love the Molina backdrop.
He jumps in and says, "Yeah," and then out.
I'm out. I can't. We suck. It's rough.
It's so painful, man. It's all right.
Yeah. It's all right.
So I feel you about being a delusional sports fan.
Oh. I do not hate this pick though. I love Zay Flowers going there. I just think it cancels out what we thought was going to be D-Hop going there. With them getting OBJ, with them getting back, a Bateman, I don't see where.
Just saying, boom! I'm still another. I know. So they're telling me that I'm muted because they didn't realize that I'm on y'all's stream.
He came back.
Yeah, like
Jace, you called this. You called this.
They're all yelling at me right now because they're saying I'm muted. I have no idea where these voices are coming from because I don't know what stream it's coming from. But I gotta hop back out. Goodbye, guys.
Goodbye. You called this. Good job, Chase.
What a victory lap that was.
I love that. I love that call. I love the draft.
Will Levis coming up right here. I predict. I don't know.
I got
your name is not Chase Vernon. You cannot predict calls, right? It's just not working out, right?
Hey, all right, Gator. There's no way this is a even semi-decent landing spot for Zay Flowers. This is a nightmare.
Wait, you think Baltimore is a bad landing spot for Zay Flowers?
For fantasy
his name Mark
football,
Andrews?
yes.
Oh
Is his
yeah,
name Mark Andrews?
it stinks for Zay, but it's fucking awesome for Lamar though.
It's awesome for
Yeah.
Lamar.
Yeah,
yeah,
but this
as
is
a
for a top
fantasy-
3 or 4
yeah.
wide receiver in the rookie class. This is
As a-
awful.
He's
not even in my top 5 now.
As a fantasy manager with Lamar in your team, you like it.
Oh, I'm ecstatic, yeah. But like, if it's somebody that was like hoping to spend a late first on Zay, I'm definitely discouraged.
Tyler, I love that. I love it. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second, Tyler. As a Lamar manager, you want the weapons.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Multiple weapons. The more weapons, the better for Lamar.
Yes.
Right? Okay. A rookie coming in, who gives a damn?
This is
he
bad
moves
for Zay
back.
Flowers.
He moves back in your rankings as far as a wide receiver. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
He
it's
also
still-
reduces the value of Odell. He reduces the value of Rashad Bateman. He reduces the value of Mark Andrews because Mark Andrews is over
Mark
the
Andrews'
middle of
value
the
is
field
going
target.
nowhere. Mark Andrews' value is going nowhere.
It really should, because if you look back 2 years ago, Mark Andrews' success was not with Lamar Jackson.
It was with Huntley.
It was with Huntley.
Yeah.
So Mark Andrews did not have that chemistry last year.
The only Pro Bowler they had, by the way.
Yes, who they got rid of for Lamar Jackson. I think
They
Rhett
got rid
Manuel
of Lamar.
Rhett tweeted that out earlier. Shout out
This,
to Rhett.
this is a nightmare landing spot for Zay Flowers.
I agree. I don't think it's a good landing spot either.
It helps Lamar. I mean, for
Look,
fantasy,
I'm a Lamar.
a really good
Helps
fantasy quarterback just got even better. Like there's only so much higher he could go, right? It's not like,
he absolutely has like QB1 overall upside next year. Like you're talking redraft, like Lamar absolutely could be QB1 all over again.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm a big Bateman guy, so this one kind of hurts me a little bit because it's going to hurt Bateman's value. I wasn't that worried with just Odell coming in, but now Odell and Zay Flowers, and if there's any truth at all to these Hopkins rumors, I don't know how that comes to fruition now, but if that still happens, then forget it. But
well, the pick that was supposed to be included allegedly with the Hopkins deal just got picked.
I thought it was a second rounder.
No,
like
it was
30
20.
something.
It was 22.
Oh, was it?
22, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I still think
That
it's
helps
gonna
clear
end up
the air
being
on that a little
second.
bit then. Yeah, I think Hopkins gets moves for a second too eventually whenever it does happen.
all right,
Okay, I was
offense,
gonna say, Drew,
defense
do
for
you
this
really
next
think
pick.
it's first?
Offense, defense
for this next pick.
and for the shot. That's
All right, so let's do this. Drew, offense or defense? This pick right here coming up.
Who's on the clock?
Minnesota Vikings.
Minnesota.
I'm gonna go
Quick,
defense.
Let's go defense. Chris,
Offense.
Tyler.
Offense. The opportunity for Levis is too good right now, honestly.
Levis is the pick going to be right, in my opinion. So I'm going offense as well. Nate, offense, defense.
I'm going offense, and I'm saying it's not going to be Levis, and it's going to be Hendon Hooker.
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
Ooh, I love it. Spicy.
I've got
Nate,
Hooker over
Jorge,
Levis in my
where are you
rankings,
going here,
baby.
Ray?
I'm going offense. I think it's going to be a quarterback.
So who went
I'm defense on an island by myself.
You're an island right now, Drew.
Yeah, I'm an island boy.
If I'd have known that, I'd have taken defense. Cardinal fans could have stuck together.
There's nothing.
Get-
there's nothing.
get my
wrong with
grill.
there's nothing wrong with being an island boy. There is nothing.
There's a
wrong with
lot
being
being
an
wrong
island
with Island Boy.
I'm going to disagree a little bit because it's like a little sunny. You got a little beach.
We're talking about different Island Boys.
Oh,
completely different.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not arguing that living on a fucking island with beach and water is bad. We're talking about the fucking
I would love
real
to live
island
on,
boys.
I would love to live on an island, but
Yeah.
I have no desire to be an island boy other than
you
to
have
a
to
bank
look
account.
at the positive
I don't
side
get the
of
reference
things.
to all
You
they're
gotta-
throwing out there, so I'm just going to
All
check
right,
my
Gator, Google Island Boys.
No. I'm
I
not
don't
doing
wanna do
that.
that.
Not doing it. Not doing it.
Do it on
I'm
your work
looking-
computer. On your work computer.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the
No,
Island Boys. Yeah, that.
Right. Oh, I
Stay
hear him in the background. I hear
Yeah,
him in the background.
exactly. And it's
The
just
beer
as
is
bad as
always
that.
half full in my house.
Beer's always half empty in my house.
I don't know if that's how that saying goes.
Right.
That's your stupidity.
Come on, Minnesota.
The beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Come on, defense, Minnesota. Make me look like a genius.
Let's go. Will Levis, Minnesota.
My stream just froze up, so it's going to be a complete surprise.
It's going to be Will Levis.
Will
Levis is the pick right
he's
here.
on the TV, but I don't see him on the phone.
He's been on the TV for every third
They show him for
every other
pick.
pick is like
They're showing
it's like
Hooker
pick
on TV.
six.
They're showing the Hooker on TV.
So here is the one aspect that if this is not Will Levis, that is huge for a team like my Chiefs. At that last pick, you find a team that needs a quarterback that could trade up and they could ransom for that 5th-year eligibility and really be able to get a lot for that.
That's how Baltimore got Lamar, wasn't it? Didn't they trade back into the first?
I believe
Yes,
so.
With the very last pick.
32.
Yeah.
I don't know what they gave up and what the team that got those
Which
picks.
you have to. You still have to really believe in the quarterback. Like the 5th-year option, it is valuable, but it comes with a nice price tag for a quarterback once you get there. So like,
is in.
You still have to believe in the guy, like the way Baltimore believed in Lamar. But yeah, I think Kansas City's sitting pretty.
I wanted to trade up personally and take Kincaid. I've been saying that for a long time.
Oh,
really?
yeah.
That's been
that would be nice.
I have it sitting here. This is my Dalton Kincaid shot. So when they do it, I take it, and if they don't, I still probably take it.
You just take it to mask the pain.
Different. Exactly.
So,
the sorrow for the Cardinals and the Dalton Kincaid, they are ecstatic because
just drink the pain away.
Yeah, here comes.
That's what every time I pull up.
Would you? Okay, real quick question, yes, no. Would you rather Minnesota have Hendon Hooker or yes? Oh, I thought it was up there. Would you rather Minnesota have Hendon Hooker
Love the pick.
or Levis right now?
Levis,
Chris,
Kirk Cousins.
That's
Neither of those guys.
Tyler.
Hendon Hooker.
Oh, I love the pick they made though.
Love it.
Yes.
I would rather have Hooker myself, but that's understandably that people can have their opinions on what you see out of Levis, and I mean, there's a reason why he was hyped to go at 4. I don't know what it is yet. I hate that.
I'm still waiting. That I'm like,
look. All right, I'm a Kentucky.
Not a quarterback.
Jordan Addison.
Oh, that's
Love that
holy
pick.
shit.
Jordan Addison to the Vikes.
What you drinking on, Chris? Out the bottle.
Yeah,
Is that Douce?
So what is that?
Yeah,
But,
the
okay,
Douce,
so
the
then
cognac.
Douce?
Tyler,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
what does Jordan Addison to the Vikings do for KJ Osborne?
Nothing.
KJ's
Nothing.
already dead.
KJ Osborne is their slot receiver. Jordan Addison is their flanker. Justin
Adam
Jefferson is their X.
So
This
you
is
can-
again.
He's the Adam Thielen replacement.
Yeah, Jordan Addison was actually Minnesota was my dream landing spot for Jordan Addison. This is again one of the best 11 personnels in the NFL. He fits perfectly into this offense. There is going to be absolutely no change to KJ Osborne or Justin Jefferson. They are just going to have a better Adam Thielen.
Yep.
Like they're not the same player, but they're going to play the same position. And Addison is going to be able to get open a lot better than Adam Thielen could last year. So I love this pick. I love this fit. It's a really good offense.
Chris, does this make you want to grab more of the Minnesota offense?
Yeah, it makes me want to grab more of Kirk Cousins, more of Jordan Addison. I got a lot of Justin Jefferson as it is. I don't know what the running game is going to look like. They keep saying that they're going to ship off Dalvin Cook, but if Dalvin Cook's there, I'm obviously going to take the flyer on Dalvin Cook based on where he's going ADP wise. But just like Tyler, it was my number one landing spot for Jordan Addison. I was hyped when I saw the pick come in, and I'm excited for it.
So
Trade alert. Hang on 1 second,
Okay.
Drew.
Okay. Yep.
We got a trade.
I got a question to come back to.
Giants traded up for Jacksonville's pick. The
Right.
Giants now have back-to-back picks.
Yeah. Nope.
Yes.
Giants have back-to-back picks. Yes. Giants have 24 and 25. Dallas then has 26.
Why are you saying no, Tyler?
They swapped picks. The Giants were at 25. They haven't changed the graphic yet.
Okay.
No, they have.
They swapped picks, and the Jags got 160 and 240.
Okay, yeah, I'm just seeing that now where the Jags,
Damn
the
it.
Giants have 24, the Jags have 25, so they swapped.
So who did they feel like they needed to flip flop to be able to grab?
Well, I mean, they wanted to
Will Levis.
No,
No,
Well, it's not necessarily. So it's not necessarily flip flopping. It's giving up a little bit to prevent someone else from trading up.
Jacksonville moved back one spot and probably gained a little bit. So
it's not going to be one. It's not going to be one of the tight ends, right? Because they just brought in Darren Waller.
Well, Drew. Let's
not
go
going to be a
back
wide
to what we were
receiver.
just talking about with the Addison stuff. Go ahead and finish your
Actually,
thought there.
I don't know. I don't. And maybe offensive line. I don't know, but I mean, all the receivers I thought would be gone are already gone by now. I can't imagine them taking a tight end after they just drafted Darren Waller. So, I think O-line or defense, but I don't know who it is at this point.
So Osiris Torrance is an option. As far as I'm concerned, they don't need tackle necessarily, because they have between Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas, but the inside does make sense. The concern I have with that is Jacksonville trading them. That is one of Jacksonville's main targets, was an interior offensive lineman. And I don't think Jacksonville would have done that deal if they thought that New York was going to take their interior offensive lineman. So I worry.
Nate, why not a tackle?
Because I don't think there's a tackle because I think Evan Neal is
for Jacksonville.
Oh, they definitely need a tackle. You're absolutely right, especially with the suspension today. So maybe that's
elaborate on that, because here's what I want to do. I truly think Torrance from Florida, is the target for Jacksonville.
I did as well. And today the news with the suspension though really kills a lot of that need versus want. Because, I mean, granted, they'll still have I don't know what the suspension is right now for Robinson, but I'm assuming it's, substantial enough, PEDs. They need more interior offensive line, but I think maybe they can just get by. Again, like I said, if they traded, I don't believe they did so with the knowledge that New York would not, or they had to do it with some knowledge of some capacity. Tackle makes sense, Tyler, like you're saying. I don't know which tackle necessarily they would address. Maybe Anton Harrison. I think that would make sense. But every other tackle is one you can wait on.
I've got him with Bergeron.
Bergeron is solid. That's actually not bad as well. That would make sense. It really would.
I still think the offensive line for Jacksonville makes so much sense, and they like Nate said though, you make this trade knowing that they're not going to take your guy. You're moving back only one spot, but you've got to know that they're not taking your guy. Like, it's got to be like you cannot take this guy. Period. The end.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like a conversation that why, if you're gaining a 7th round, 6th round conditional pick, that you take the chance that they take the one guy that you want over the two.
Is that what the trade was? You traded back one spot for like the 7th round conditional?
I have no clue. I'm guessing at this point. I'm trying to not put any other tabs up besides this one with you guys so that I don't know who it is.
You just don't want to know. Well, I mean, it's not like we don't know, because goddamn somehow Chris up in the corner up here has like 45 minutes ahead of time. Knows what the information is.
We've got like our own personal Adam Schefter.
Yeah, exactly. All you got to do is have the
I got boots on the
chat
ground.
open.
I got boots on the ground over there.
All you got to do is have the freaking private chat open, and like 4 days before it happens, it's like in the chat, it's like, okay, well, we know who's picked. We just got to wait.
Golly. I really hope it's not Dalton Kincaid, and I know that that's not a priority need by any means.
You could use a corner.
The Giants
and that's
is,
I mean, Joey
It's
Porter.
a corner. Yeah, it's a
makes
corner.
It is.
Yeah.
it's in, but we're still waiting, and that looks like it's going to go to commercial. Oh wait, here we go. We got the New York Giants pick is in. Give me the bell. Where's the bell? I don't even. Ding, 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 ding. There it is.
One of us gets the picks right, we have to take a shot, right?
What?
If one of us
I went.
we have to take a shot, right?
I hope not.
I'm gonna get my Pop-Tarts.
Deontay Banks.
Deontay Banks out of Maryland.
Oh, Deontay Banks, nice.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
go
like
Terps,
that.
Jorge, when he picks off
Terps.
video
Corners.
quarterback.
So
I've missed you on
on Sam Howell.
To be honest with you. I really have.
welcome back, Nate. Welcome back.
I have no idea. I'm sorry. I just had to answer the question buzzing through the house is what the fuck's wrong with Joey Porter right now? I mean, why?
Why is he dropping?
Why are all these corners dropping? I mean, it's just in general.
Jorge, another important question, man. What's the Pop-Tart flavor?
Oh, it's chocolate fudge.
Boo. Ugh. Fucking worse.
I'll tell you what, though.
He goes and posts that he's going to do Pop-Tarts. I love the Pop-Tarts. I love the thought of doing it. Then he's going to put it out of R2-D2, and then he goes and does, I'm just going to do plain old fudge.
Yeah. Well, here's the real thing here. If you go to Target and go to the
There's your problem.
No, the cookie dough aisle. It's called Favorite Day Monster Cookie Dough Bites. You get the little pieces of cookie dough. You just pop them. You eat them right out of the bag.
You put those in the toaster.
Brown cinnamon sugar. Whenever it comes to Pop-Tarts, that's the brown cinnamon sugar Pop-Tarts is the one.
Real
for
quick.
Number one. Yep.
We got trade.
One.
There's the what's the trade?
What?
What's the trade
Oh,
happening?
please say
Bills are
KC.
trading the Jacksonville spot.
Another trade happened?
Bills are
Yes,
trading the
but trading
Jacksonville
you
spot.
out again. So Jacksonville is just
Okay. Hey! Breaking news! Our family Fantasy and Frames family owned Bill Mustafa said Nolan Smith with the fingers crossed on Twitter just now. So
all right. So the trade right here.
I mean, nasty.
I mean, Nolan Smith has dropped.
yeah, I didn't think
Right?
he'd still be available.
Like this is crazy that he is, and I forgot that he was even available at this point because he's dropped.
Bill's
He
a
should have been the
crazy
top
person.
5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get
But it
this
makes
pick, and then
perfect
the Jags
sense
pick up a
that-
4th rounder.
It makes perfect sense that this is the pick for the Bills, Nolan Smith. Nate, am I wrong?
No.
You are wrong. You are. Albert Breer just said you're wrong.
Oh,
you want me to announce the pick? Because Nate's not going to be happy.
Announce it.
Oh, is
Announce
it? No. No
Yeah,
way.
Wait, Nate.
It is.
Get out of here. Are you
It
serious?
is.
You're fucking with them. Are you
Hold
serious?
on.
No, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Is it Will Levis?
It's Dalton Kincaid.
Is it Kincaid? Ooh,
It is.
I like that pick.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I
let's
guess
go.
they jumped in front of
wait,
Dallas.
wait,
I guess they
wait.
jumped in front of Dallas.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Nate,
Hammer time.
why are you so upset? Don't get paid. Why are you upset that don't get paid? Oh, we got shots. Shots. Why are
Look,
you upset?
Nate said no matter what, he was taking a shot whenever Kincaid got
What's gonna
picked
happen?
because it was either going to be a happy shot
Sorry.
if the Chiefs drafted
It
him, or
didn't
it was going
seem
to be a
like a
sad
very.
shot.
It didn't seem like a very good shot right there. Why are you?
Fireball. That's all we have in here. I've got so much. It's just easy. I don't know. What, criticizing the shot or criticizing the pick? What?
No. I'm criticizing. Like I want to know why you were so upset.
I've just envisioned Dalton Kincaid being added to this offense. I for some reason in my brain of brains see this as a perfect transition from a team that didn't rely or need a wide receiver to get 1,000 yards last year. They can lean heavy on Kelsey for the next, who knows how many years. And I don't know, when you're short on, I know that this doesn't make sense. This contradicts exactly what Dalton Kincaid is because he's not a blocking tight end. But to be able to run out like 12 personnel and have both of those two, it just seems like a mismatch that Andy Reid can exploit extensively. And I just had these hopes, when you have a design. And let's go one step further. Now it's like, fuck. Now the only positive out of this whole situation is exactly what I said earlier. Now that Kincaid's gone, I am content with a team like the Vikings or whomever it may be jumping back into the first round with our pick, taking the quarterback, getting the 5th year, us picking up, say, a second or something even next year as well, and adding to it because our needs are offensive tackle, edge, and wide receiver. I think there's plenty of both in the second round compared to where they're at right now. I don't have anybody on my list. Nolan Smith would be a luxury, but not a necessity for Spags' defense because he's a pure pass, speed out. He's not big and physical to be able to move. Anton Harris would be solid, but not necessary. And outside of that, Miles Murphy.
I completely understand the pain shot that you took just now, though, because you wanted him to end up in Kansas City, and of all the teams for him to end up
Buffalo,
on,
exactly.
Right, exactly. So, not only is it just like you missed out on the guy you wanted, he went to one of your biggest competitors in the AFC. So,
Billy.
I can't blame you for being upset on that one.
So,
and,
Tyler,
man, and that's such a great fit too.
I know, I hate it.
Oh my God.
Tyler, as a Browns fan, you're sitting here going, I've got no pick tonight. I'm just going to sit here, drink a few drinks, have good fun, watch these idiots squirm in their seats, get pissed off at who's picking who, and I'm just going to relax. You've got picks coming soon, though.
No, we don't.
You've got about 32 picks, and then you pick 36 picks, somewhere in that range. And then you pick.
Yeah, sure.
And you're watching these guys fall, and then some of these guys reach. What is the guy that you're sitting there? You're like, if Kincaid is the pick here, it's not confirmed on my TV yet. The Kincaid is the pick. So I got 2 questions. The pick, if it's Kincaid, what does it do to Dawson Knox?
Oh, Dawson Knox is immediately the tight end on that team.
I knew it was coming. Oh my God! Where are you putting Dawson Knox when it comes to Scott Fishbowl?
When it comes to Scott Fishbowl, I don't know. I'm just gonna shoot him in the damn head.
Whoa!
Jesus.
Yeah, so much for that chill Tyler you were just talking about there.
What chill Tyler?
What's strict?
Tyler was relaxed, and I brought up Dawson Knox. He's like, shoot him in the head.
No, but seriously,
that's okay.
Old Yeller him.
No, seriously, how are you guys hating on the chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts? I don't understand that.
They suck.
They don't suck. They're just not as good as the brown sugar ones. I don't
Or
understand.
the strawberry frosted.
Confirmed.
Yes, I know.
Kincaid confirmed.
Oh, that sound. That's what I hit.
No, there you go, Chris.
So let me ask you a question, Nate. If you got Michael Mayer, would you still be pissed off?
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of Michael Mayer. I know that he's probably the better all-around tight end. But if I'm talking about replacing Kelsey and
Kelsey, Nate, stop.
That is the ultimate reason that I wanted Dalton Kincaid. Is not for a temporary fix; it's for the future. And as my buddy LaRose here mentioned, he's like, "Wow, you have 2 in an Andy Reid offense, 2 tight ends that are able to, with the ability to stretch the field, and you try to put safeties on them, and you let people like Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, MVS, even Richie James spread the field and go deep as well. It becomes a pretty dangerous situation. But now that it's not Kincaid, we switch and we look at maybe, I don't know what. There's so many other options, of course. I'm in just defeat right now because my hopes, which is so fucked up, that the least priority position for us is tight end, and we didn't get him, and I'm butthurt about it. And yet we'll sign, we'll get Anton Harrison, a tackle that we need desperately to protect Pat, and I'll be disappointed.
I was just fixing to ask that question. I'm like, you've got tight ends like Eric Gray or Noah Gray. You've got these tight ends that are just were really good in college and are just absolutely meaningless when it comes to NFL or even fantasy because you've got a Kelsey. And so it's like when you say that, I'm like, just stop. Dude's going to play till he's like 66.
Correct.
And it is what it is. We have to understand Tom Brady, 45, 46, whatever it was when he retired. Kelsey's going to be that, that guy that's going to catch passes. He's going to catch 20 touchdowns. Maybe he's not going to get 1,000 yards, but maybe he'll get 700 yards for the next 63 years. He's going to live and die on Chiefs Kingdom Field or whatever the hell y'all call your field. And it's irritating.
Arrowhead.
Irritating. It's irritating because no tight end is relevant in fantasy unless his name is Travis Kelce.
Oh yeah, let's be clear. I'm far out of the fantasy relevance with this draft for the team. This isn't a fantasy hope and want for the team. If it's a fantasy, there's nothing the Chiefs will add from a fantasy perspective that I think would put them put the player adding to the Chiefs that would make them better, because their wide receiver in that offense would not be better. That would be a bad landing spot for a lot of the wide receivers, despite what we would think. There's just too many options. Now, some of them are injured as far as what we have right now, but there's not a ton. I mean, other than like something stupid. Yes, if the Chiefs had traded up and taken Bijan, that could have been ridiculously beneficial. Or Jahmyr, Gibbs. Yes, we know those options are there. But if it was Zay Flowers or Quentin Johnson or Addison, any of those, I didn't see a significance. I want a real football game.
No, so not like, I guess not first round wise, but like maybe second round, third round. I'd love to see like a Cedric Tillman or Xavier Hutchinson, like boundary type receiver land in Kansas City. Not with the pick they just made in the first round, but like later, like second round, I would love to see a guy like that land in Kansas City.
I would too, because let's be honest. I mean, I can name a receiver for the Chiefs, and you can find a pretty big check mark against in most of them. MVS hit and miss occasionally here and there. Kadarius Toney can't stay on the field. Sky Moore work was not irrelevant, but outside of the touchdown in the Super Bowl, we kind of just got lost in translation. But you guys seeing something?
Do it.
I don't show the pick in yet.
No, it is the Cowboys. They're showing the draft room right now. They still show that there's a 40 plus seconds left on the clock.
I hope
but they are cheering. So real quick.
Well, wouldn't they be cheering? What the fuck do you expect them to do? Get
it
butt hurt, neck depressed.
It is the war room.
No, I hear you, buddy.
But so real quick, I brought this up last night. I like Xavier Hutchinson. I like him as a player. Yes, he had his drops. Yes, he had his and I think they were more concentration drops. The bad thing for him was they were more in the end zone than they were on the field, out in the field of, between the 20s. So I like him. So as a Chiefs fan, would you like Xavier Hutchinson? And Chase pops back in at the perfect time because Chase dogged me last night when I even brought him up. But Xavier Hutchinson in the late second, early third, I love him. And as a Chiefs fan, like you were just saying, you would like to talk about him. Or, like him on the Chiefs, but I truly think he's a
Are we talking about Xavier Hutchinson?
No, they brought him up. They brought him up, and I was like, "Oh my god, I get."
Hang on. Context here. Context.
Bye, Chase.
Did the Cowboys take Michael Mayer?
I haven't seen anything, and it wouldn't shock me. I know tight end was one. Was common.
No, they went defense.
They went defense. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this sounds like my guess would be an edge rusher. Probably.
Defensive tackle?
Oh, do they go with Mozzie Smith out of Michigan?
They were with
I haven't
Mozzie.
seen it yet.
They did.
Haven't seen it yet. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
How are you so much ahead of me?
Dude, he's following Ari on Twitter.
So I don't mind that. I mean,
He follows Ari on
realistically,
Twitter.
I mean, you have.
How did you know this? How did you know this cheat code? I followed on YouTube.
I don't want to follow. That's why I have every tab closed except for you guys and the TV there because I don't want to know. And Jorge, you'll tell them. Hell, for the last 3 years doing this, I've been like a minute behind everybody. They're talking about it. The team's already drafted him. He's already got his jersey. He's been in training camp. He's ran 3 reps, and I'm just finding out.
So since he just jumped back in, I truly want to know, what do you think about Xavier going to KC?
Hang on, Chase. Just real quick context. I had asked Nate, being a Kansas City fan, he was hoping for Dalton Kincaid in the first, and then Dalton Kincaid went a little bit earlier. And I said, how do you feel about someone like Cedric Tillman or Xavier Hutchinson as like a boundary receiver in Kansas City? That's how it got brought up.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. It wasn't just me bringing it up, Chase, because I brought it up last night, and Chase was like, "Why are you even bringing up this 17th round pick?"
It was context because those as far as like the boundary receivers that are still left on the board, those are the 2 that I like. So I was curious Nate's feelings of having one of them in Kansas City.
Began writing poetry and science fiction books at age 13. Interesting stat to put up there, ESPN.
Wait, what's that?
they
Smith.
dig deep.
To answer your question, Drew, yeah, I would love to have. It's nice to have another receiver over 6'1" out, and at that point, by the time he's quote unquote relevant with that offense, I assume they'll be gone with MVS in some capacity, and they'll have an average height of about 15 feet between the other 3 receivers, which isn't a bad thing because shows they, in space, you want to be able to expose, I would say, weaknesses in the defense that Andy Reid can do. But
Andy Reid has pretty much shown that it doesn't really matter who's out there, what size they are, what weight they are. He's going to make it work, and he's going to expose whatever you give him.
Yeah, 5,000 yard passing, and the only person with 1,000 yards receiving is a tight end. And granted, tight end being Travis Kelce makes pretty, but still, at the same time, it's hard enough to get 5,000 yards passing,
right?
And then to add in the fact that no receiver, and I know Juju was close, but
that's still pretty absurd, though.
It was very absurd. I will admit. I'm very happy as a result. I want to see what they're going to do. I think Jacksonville takes Torrance, or best tackle available in their eyes, Anton Harrison maybe, and
at this point, I can't even believe Torrance is still on the board.
Again, that interior offensive line, man, is just, for some reason, we debated this, or not even debated, just said interior offensive line is the most disrespected position in drafts, because anytime that you have a center or guard come up within the first 20 picks, the immediate response from the majority is, "No, you can't take a guard or a safety or a center that early. That doesn't make sense. Can't take a guard or a center. It doesn't make sense." And then yet when you go fast forward into the leagues and you look at some of the centers or guards that have turned into Pro Bowlers, and you go, how did that guy last till whenever? At some point, you have to just say solidifying your offensive line regardless is a priority. And I think, outside of Skoronski, Osiris Torrance is number 2, and then Avila, I guess, is 3. And then outside of that, you can probably wait till the 3rd round. I don't know.
I truly thought he would be a top 15, top 17 pick. Tyler, where you at? How you doing? You over there lounging tonight?
I'm lounging. I got my feet up. I'm chilling, man.
Just giving us hell in the fucking Slack chat, by the way. Y'all are paying attention to the Slack chat. Tyler is beating us all up in the Slack chat.
I wanted to make sure I memorialized when Chase just absolutely
destroyed people. Chase,
which one was that one? I mean,
okay, so there's
on a rampage right now.
Tyler has timestamped this. Go back and watch at 1 hour 56 minutes of the show. Chase got you. 2 hours 13 minutes 30 seconds into the show. Chase again. I mean, Tyler is over there just stomping timestamps.
Well, that's because I'm an animated guest. Like that's what
Yeah.
I do. Like anytime I'm on a show, I'm an animated
It's
guest.
a shame you're not that way on your own show.
Well, because I
Wow, Jesus. This is a guest. This is a
No.
guest. You don't treat our guests like this. Come on.
This is because I have to fight them on every single turn that I have. And as you guys know, I'm typically well prepared, right? In this past year, it's been a little bit of twist in terms of like career changes, right? So like that's why I had Fantasy J.
Mark that timestamp, Tyler.
That's why I had Gators.
I'm so sorry.
I was actually like highlighted everything you were about to do, but fuck you. I'm not going to talk about it now. Fuck you.
Yeah, way to go there, Gator. You're muted also. But anyhow, Chase,
I
welcome.
muted him.
Oh, it's great to have you back.
So I was about to highlight all the work that Gator J's been doing lately for Fantasy Intervention. I might end up cutting that off, but
cancel.
No, I was about to talk about like how busy I've been with fantasy, with TrophySmack and how I've actually taken a different role with them. And as of late, it's like I went from running their social media channels and their affiliate programs and everything else, the marketing, everything like along those lines, taking a role where it's more of me being the attacking person, where it's like, hey, I'm down for business partnerships. So if you're ever down for partnerships, hit me up. But yeah, Gator J did an excellent job taking over for the stuff that I had in Fantasy Intervention. Honestly, I was about to give up. And Gator J is like, dude, I will take over this. I will run it. And he did it. And he did a phenomenal job. And I admire everything he's done. So
Jacksonville just jumps in here and takes Harrison for the
No, they need to address that line,
That is
they
the
did
second
need to
smoking
tackle.
hot girl that Will Levis has had under his arm. What is
Third.
going
Third or
on?
fourth. I
Is
asked
one
if they were
of them-
sisters.
Is that about a sister? Are they sisters or are they
That's what
both?
I said.
Is that his harem? For the
Hold on. What I missed about sisters? Whose sister?
We don't know.
Earlier, like
Will
very
Levis
early.
is
I was like,
Somebody's
pick number
sister.
4. I think it was pick number 4. I was like, is that his sister? Like,
Oh,
are all three of them his sisters?
Van
or
Ness,
are they his-
Lucas Van Ness.
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
That was the first. Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
first.
yeah, you're right. It wasn't.
No, but Will Levis has two
wives?
Sisters, potentially.
From BYU?
Yo, let me get that number.
The
You guys see
Midwest
this Jacksonville, by the way.
The Midwest jokes.
Yeah.
No, I meant like
That's
is that
solid.
his sister, so I can get his her number. Damn, that Midwest jokes. I just want to know, how can I get in contact?
Seriously.
All you gotta do is get with Shane. He can hook you up with the Walmart queens.
I actually just hopped off the show with Shane very recently.
Yeah, Shane was on earlier tonight with us, so he jumped on. I've had all three of my co-hosts from Fantasy Intervention on tonight.
Wait, Jacob come on?
Jacob was the first one to come on tonight. Yeah,
Where's
Jacob
Jacob?
popped on right away. I got Shane on, and then of course you. But I had the two major guys on first, and then you.
Wow. Again, guest. Gator. He is a guest. We don't.
Oh.
Okay. I have a question for you guys. With Cincinnati now, number one, I guess it would be offense or defense. Would potential is this a Brian Branch and or Joey Porter scenario?
Has to be.
Or does Michael Mayer make sense?
No, it does not. Not with Irv Smith Jr.
I
This
wouldn't
has to be a
think so.
safety move. This has to be a safety move.
I would think so as well, and they were quick
No,
to it.
not there.
All right, so Chase, defense, offense, and we're doing a shot.
Oh,
and we're gonna do a shot. Okay, Chase
No,
went
I have no
defense.
shots.
Chris,
Defense. Special teams.
no, bullshit.
This is
We
not
ain't
that.
talking
This is
about
not a safe space for that.
defense, offense.
IDP or bust. Thank you.
Oh, look, Gator, they're shaking hands in the war room. This must be a special pick.
They must be excited about it.
Could be. Defense,
Do you
offense,
think
Chris.
they did this before there were cameras in
Defense.
the war room?
Defense, Tyler.
Oh, that's such a good
Defense.
question. I don't know who
Defense.
asked that, but that's such a good question. Was that Tyler?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, did they do this before there were cameras in the war room?
You know, the only one
Like,
that actually
backpatting and kissing each other's asses.
the only one that I could see happening if they didn't have a camera was the Vikings when Jalen Reagor went and they had Justin Jefferson. Because regardless of the
awesome.
cameras, it's like fucking Eagles
Philly
are
still
so
I feel like
fucking hates
if nobody gave Bill Belichick a high five whenever he drafted a wide receiver in the first round, then they would get fired. Yo, good pick, bro. Good pick. And it was always a terrible pick.
His dog gave him a high five when the dog was in the chair.
Harry.
a couple years back.
COVID dog.
Right, the COVID dog. Yep.
Where are we at, Nate? Are we going defense, offense right here?
I'm going
updating us?
defense, and I said I thought it would be Joey Porter or Joey.
I'm going to go out on the whim and say it's going to be Miles Murphy.
Oh, I like. Tell you what, again, you got to have pass rushers.
I saw it on Twitter. I just leaked the pick. I'm sorry.
Did they really? That's seriously the pick.
That's the pick.
Damn it, Drew.
Damn, Drew.
Hey, Chris was doing that in chat way before everybody else, so you know.
Okay, then you get to do the shot twice.
Chris already leaked. Chris already leaked it.
I didn't give the name. I didn't give the name.
He
I
didn't
just
give
gave
the name. He just said the position.
I didn't even look at that.
He said edge to Cincy. If you got, I mean.
Hey, can I discuss this real quick? Will Levis right now is a steal. Like, I really don't care what team he goes. He's a steal.
Facts.
Like,
I'm a Kentucky football fan, so I've got a soft spot for him. But I agree. Like at this point, somebody should trade up and get
it, right.
So that
who drafted a quarterback after paying one a few years ago?
Wait, what?
You know who drafted a quarterback after paying one a few years ago?
Paying one?
The Seahawks,
Eagles.
Russell Wilson. Oh, that's a good point.
Pay Carson Wentz, draft Jalen Hurts. See if they go with the same strategy.
There's no way.
So you got
New Orleans.
right now you have what 3 picks left with New Orleans, Philly, KC.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of those going to go get a Will Levis, or are they going to trade out of that
Somebody's
spot
gonna
for
have
somebody
to-
move back
I
in?
think somebody's-
Or is Will Levis just going to
Don't
move
think
to the second round?
Yeah, I don't think the Chiefs or the Eagles will get Will Levis. I think that's
Okay.
probably safe.
Very
I think that's
fair.
safe as well.
You do get the dynamite analysis from me, just so in case you guys didn't know this by now. That's number one. I still think that it's one of those 3 teams are looking for trade partners right now for a team that wants one of those 3 to gain the extra year, like we've said numerous times, and they're going to gain the extra picks. And most likely the team that needs it the most is probably New Orleans. But I don't think that
I can't ascribe
I
traditional.
could see Tennessee
thinking to
trading
the-
out.
correct.
Getting him.
After the draft today, you're right. It has been almost kind of goofy. Far
It's
from
been
it.
goofy.
It's been very goofy. I can't say I've gotten too many, even just positions aside from the player's name. Just the tag on the position has been off for so many. Like I get it with some of them, but like
So
I didn't
this-
expect Cincinnati to go defensive end.
Right. So let me ask you about that. For this, is this a Hubbard or a Hendrickson move?
Well, as far as Hendrickson's fallen the last 2 years from, the first year, like what you had seen, I think Hubbard is on the way, has shown growth, and Hendrickson has kind of dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
They also like alternating defensive ends like at this point. Like they don't want 1 or 2 defensive ends; they want 3 or 4.
And they've learned that. And Philly's taught us all that, you have a rotation of defensive ends and defensive linemen and keep everybody healthy and fresh, and it can, create havoc until the Super Bowl.
Edge rushers are so important now.
And then they don't get sacks. That was me directing that towards my Eagles fans here again.
It doesn't matter. It's still provide pressure.
It was
It was.
Man.
Oh fuck! I hate this last.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Tennessee needs a quarterback.
Nate, how are you gonna throw a draft party at your house and still be on a podcast the entire time?
Because they understand. These are the guys that they enjoy.
Yo, let's see him. Bring him in.
Oh, here.
Yeah, tell him to come around.
They
Tell him to
come
come
on.
around, Nate.
There you go.
Hey, tell
Yeah,
everybody.
go on.
Tell everybody to get into camera
Say
view.
hello to everybody.
Tell everybody get into camera view.
Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Guys?
What's your name?
Noah.
Noah, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Glad to be here. Glad to be
Favorite
here.
pick of the draft, least favorite pick of the draft.
Least favorite pick was the Atlanta Falcons taking Bijan Robinson.
Love it.
That talent will be absolutely wasted, as we've all seen. Falcons don't know how to handle great talent on offense.
He also doesn't get targets. Just say it.
Hold on.
It was like out of my way.
I don't know if y'all saw that or not, but he just kicked Nate out of the seat. He's like, I'm sitting down in your spot. I'm fixing to give the true analysis of this.
Dude, now we know how big Nate is.
So what's
Like,
wrong
now
with
we know how big Nate is because.
All right, so you got Bijan as the worst pick. Who is your
to the
favorite?
Falcons? Yes. Favorite pick was C.J. Stroud going second to the Texans. I think he's the best quarterback in the class.
My man.
Should have went number one.
Pop off. I like this guy.
Should have went number one in my opinion. Will Levis, by far, I don't think he should have been drafted by any team. So that's.
Oh, never mind. I don't like this guy anymore.
I like this guy even more.
Why do we have him? Why do we have Nate around? This guy is way smarter.
Hey Noah, let me ask you,
Nate's got some good stuff. Yeah, what's going on?
with the Eagles taking the defensive tackle earlier in the 9th overall pick. What are your thoughts on the Eagles now at the end of the draft? Do you think they're going to trade out? Who would you want them to take if that's the case?
If Nolan Smith is there, they're taking him.
Pair him with Nakobe Dean.
Yep, they have to. They just will. That's just what they do.
Yeah, I think the who is the winner in your mind tonight in these first 24 picks,
Winner?
25 picks?
It's got to be the
27
Texans.
picks?
It's got to be the Texans.
What but they lost so much draft capital going.
They did, but they
right?
didn't. I mean, you got the best
They didn't
defensive
lose
player,
anything.
and you got, in my opinion, the best quarterback in the class, so you can't complain. I mean, both transcendent talents, which we'll see, but I have a feeling they're going to be very happy.
Here's the thing that a lot of people will give me crap for it. I don't think the Texans are going to be as bad as everybody thinks they're going to be. I actually like the pieces that they've put in place this offseason, addressing offensive linemen, getting Singletary, having a 1-2 punch at running back.
No,
Singletary is nothing special. I'll tell you that. But
I mean,
they'll win 7
It
games.
doesn't matter. There's nothing like running backs don't matter.
They'll win 7 games. I mean, the first year.
Running backs don't matter in the NFL. They don't matter.
I think.
You have youth at wide receiver, you have tight end.
Defensive tackle.
Brian.
Wow.
Eagles. Nate, try to toss me that jersey real quick.
To the Saints.
And with the 30th pick, we're going to have the Eagles select Nolan Smith going 30th overall.
Wow.
Eagles.
They walked right into that, didn't they?
Calling it.
Hand it over to somebody else. Let's go.
Hey, Noah, you want to hop on?
Nolan, who's next? Bring him up.
You want to hop on, dude? He said he's not educated enough.
That's okay.
Just hop on, dude. Come on.
Wait. It was just you two making all that noise earlier.
Yeah, it was literally just us two.
That's impressive.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Oh my God.
Well, Noah, it was great having you on. Let's get your buddy on here now.
What do you think the Saints are going to do, though, this year with
Nothing.
Anything special?
Lots of anal. That's all I got.
Okay. All right. He's not hopping on. He's
What
too
did I
scared.
say?
Oh, okay. Well, if you're saying that, right, it is.
He's too scared.
Wait, did I say it aloud?
Who do the Chiefs take?
I'm so sorry.
Off the rails. It took this long to get off the rails.
Hey, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Jorge, look, you thought it was going to go off the rails like 5 minutes into the show, which it may have, but it took like 4 hours.
You get a real off the rail comment. By me, my bad.
It is nothing. Let's go. I love it.
All right, Philadelphia, you're on the clock right now.
Corey's like, dude, kick him off the show right now.
Who do you guys think Will Levis goes to?
Why
I didn't
is
hear what was said?
I don't want to say it again.
No, you.
He's
predicting the
I'm
same
glad you
season.
hear what he said.
I'll type it in
Drew.
the chat.
Drew, I want to bring you into this.
Type it in the private chat. Let me see what it was.
Right now, you have best available Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. I mean,
What's wrong with Porter?
What's going on right now?
What's wrong with Porter? Why is Porter still on the board?
I don't know.
I wish I had any idea. I don't understand why Porter or Nolan Smith, either one, are on the board. And honestly, Will Levis too.
Nolan Smith, that's injury.
I could see Brian Branch going here, filling in for CJ Gardner Johnson. We lost him at safety. That could be a good safety replacement.
I can't say some of the goddamn chat.
I see this chat.
Lots of what?
Exactly my point.
There's a lot
Go
of what?
back to my question. Why in the world is Nolan Smith? Golly, why is he falling so hard and so fast? Chase, do not enter my private chat again.
I mean, I don't know. I guess the combine performance wasn't quite enough. I thought it would be, but I did not expect him to still be on the board. This is him, Joey Porter, Will Levis. Those three are really surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's
not surprised by
linebacker or safety. That's gonna be the pick right there.
I know Will Levis is easy to hate on because like Will Levis puts mayo in his coffee and eats bananas with the peel and all. Like he's a weird dude. But
I mean, there's a lot more than that too. It's just.
I mean, he has enough
that's
people
definitely
on
a
his
part of
back
it.
to look like Triple H from the early 2000s, where he was all on PEDs and stuff. So.
I know he's easy to hate on, but like his junior year at Kentucky, whenever he had Liam Cohen as the offensive coordinator before Liam Cohen dipped to go back to the Rams, and he had an offensive line that was actually usable. He didn't look bad. And then his senior year his last year at Kentucky, Liam Cohen went back to the Rams. The offensive line was terrible. He was dealing with injuries all year. I don't think
needs a lot of pieces to be good.
Will Levis was the clear QB4 for me in this class, so it's not like I'm wanting him to be like this incredible quarterback, but
yeah.
I do think he's a little bit easier to hate on than the rest, and I think that I think he's closer to junior year Will Levis than senior year Will Levis in terms of what you're going to get at the next level. Like I don't think he's the perfect prospect by any means. He has a lot of accuracy concerns that he has to fix, but
there's just too many good free agents to take Will Levis as a first round pick over a free agent and go pick up.
Hey,
I'd rather have Cam Newton than Will
I
Levis.
got a question for you.
You and I are clearly on very different planets whenever it comes to Will Levis.
Very different planets.
Who said they would rather have?
I would rather have Cam Newton than Will
Why?
Levis. He's just more valuable to me than Will Levis will be in his at least first 3 years. He put a great point behind it. Said whenever he had all the pieces around him.
It wasn't all the pieces. He just had an offensive line. He just had an offensive line and a coordinator.
All the teams that are looking for a quarterback right now don't necessarily have those things in place. So
all right, that's terrible tendency advice because you're talking about 33-year-old quarterback.
He is a guest. Jesus, he's just topped on Nate's spot.
Yeah, no, I'm hopping out like entertaining it like on me, but no.
Hey, my opinion, guys. It's my opinion. Jesus Christ.
No,
I will trade you. I will trade you in any league I join. If you're in that league, I will trade you Cam Newton for Will Levis.
All right, I'll take that all day.
All right.
Whoa! I like it, Noah.
Noah, what's the pick 3 number for tomorrow?
I don't know.
Jalen Carter.
I need you to pick 3 numbers.
Oh, wait. Time out. I can't get to the button right now. Jalen Carter to the Eagles. The rich get richer.
Yet he went to the Eagles earlier. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He already got drafted.
No, but like seriously,
they pick his brother.
Give me 3 numbers right now.
Oh, they really did. They double dipped on Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh,
they finna get richer.
They got Nolan Smith. They got Nolan Smith. I can't see it yet.
They picked Will Levis. Noah, you're gonna be a happy guy.
Yeah, Will Levis. Let's go.
Will Levis.
Hey, at least we got all the pieces, so apparently he'll be amazing. So
He's going to be a good tight end for
just for the record. I think Will Levis would be great. I think Will Levis would be great in Philly. Just for the record.
Oh, he would. I mean, almost anybody
because everything is in place. But
I want to run this around the table right quick, and I want to start with Chase. Then we'll go to Chris. Why do these teams that pick later in the draft always seem to get the better players? Because what are we doing in the NFL? They want to draft. How do I ask the question? You have these
wondering the same thing.
I don't know what you're asking.
Gator, I know what you're asking.
You get the first pick, but you like overthink it, and then you end up letting these good players drop.
Well, see, it's luxury versus necessity. I think you're saying.
Why does the NFL draft the opposite of what fantasy drafts? Like when we say in the fantasy world, don't draft for need, draft best player available, right?
Right.
But the NFL drafts for need.
That's perfect.
Hey, it's
You know
Kelsey.
what?
This is Kelsey.
See, I knew as soon as I asked it the right way, Chase would be like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The fantasy world, we say do not draft for need, draft best player available.
Yeah, the Dynasty world is what you're supposed to do.
Right? So, but the NFL world is drafting for need and not best player available.
Yeah, it's because it's actual football.
Well, and I think it depends on the team too. Like some teams,
but when you look
some
at
teams
some
might
of
draft
these-
for need. Some teams draft best player available.
But
I think
you look
I think
at
the
some
better
of these-
teams draft best player available.
Right, but when you look at some of these, they draft best player available in their minds.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, why in the hell does Bijan get at pick 8, pick 9, whatever it was, to Atlanta? They don't need a running back, right? They don't.
They didn't.
To fill. But they just pick best player in fantasy.
They draft for system, obviously, but honestly, they're really really stupid GMs who think that they can make a system work. And that's the answer. They're not really good at football, which is why bad teams stay bad. Why bad owners stay with terrible teams, and why typical organizations get forced out of ownership.
Look, the Falcons were just in on Deshaun Watson last offseason. And then for all the reasons that they were in on Deshaun Watson, they said they just couldn't possibly be in on Lamar Jackson. And then they pay a guard big money, and then they go draft a running back in the top 10. It's
because of the scheme, right?
There he just went. Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith.
Yeah. And then the rich get richer. The Philadelphia Eagles show why they are the way the organization that they are.
But yeah, they're trying to fit scheme versus trying to draft the best player and then take the best players and organize the scheme around it to an extent. But every scheme is right or wrong. If you end up creating a scheme like Mike Vrabel's done, it's tough to bet against Mike Vrabel. It really is. Because he takes a really bad roster and he transforms it into something that's actually believable, right? How many times have we thought that the Titans would be competitive in the AFC over the past few years? I mean, to be honest, I never thought they'd be competitive. They do not have a good roster. They've always cut players. They've always replaced players. They have not had a good team in years.
We were a season away from them being the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's every single year they actually get the best out of their players.
Yeah,
but they don't have a good roster. They just have a very good coach that fits their schematic, that fits players in schematic purposes. That's a very rare coach that is able to optimize. Mike Tomlin's one of them as well. Where it's you see the roster. If any other team, if any other coach had this roster, they would be trash. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
no, I mean you're not. I mean, for me, the Titans for the past few seasons have always felt like they're a team on borrowed time that have been leaning on their defense to keep them in games, and they've been leaning on Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill do their play action thing. Let's get one receiving option open, and let Ryan Tannehill run if he needs to. Eventually teams and other defenses, as they all do in the league, they all catch up and they all take away what you're good at. You're starting to see the wear and tear get on Derrick Henry now, which is probably why we're hearing all these trade rumors. At least we were heading into the draft. But here's a perfect example of I could see Tennessee wanting to trade up to Kansas City right now, and the fact that this pick has still not been made makes me wonder whether or not there is a negotiation going on. That notwithstanding, you're absolutely right in the sense that it takes a special coach and belief in their scheme to keep these teams afloat. And Vrabel, like you were just alluding to,
there's no way that KC trades out of this pick, right? They got to have a first round pick. It's in their house. They got to do it.
No, trade out.
Yeah, trade out if you can. I don't care at this point. Nolan Smith was intriguing at the spot.
Was Nolan Smith the pick?
I don't know if he was the pick. I don't think that
Dante?
was the case. I think if they really felt he was a pick, they might have spoken with New Orleans.
What's the name of the corner you guys took from Washington last year? McDuffie?
Trent McDuffie. Yep.
Yeah, McDuffie. Yeah.
So what do you think about Joey Porter and Trent McDuffie?
And so that's the other question then too.
Joey
Is
Porter.
you have a person like L'Jarius Sneed who was in that nickel
Right.
kind of slot, and he moved outside. Brian
Right.
Branch is a name that could potentially, if you really felt that you wanted to move Sneed to the outside, but Justin Watson proved towards the end when he was thrust into some of those games in playoffs that he was capable, not great,
right?
Capable. I think that's a potential for sure. Both those two names are intriguing. I think it's ironic that both of those two names are still available, because no mock that I had ever done or not necessarily seen where either one, two, or both were available. Both had always been.
Real quick, do you guys think that those weights at Ty lifts down there are above or under 25 pounds?
Say that. They look like the kinds that you can click and change the weight.
I'm thinking they're max 25 pounds.
Dude, literally texts me at 6 o'clock in the morning. He's like, "Sorry, I'm off to the gym right now." I'm like,
yeah, but it's probably max 25 pounds, right? I'm just fucking with you guys.
I mean, now you got me worried. We're still waiting for the pick here, so
it's definitely 25 pounds max.
Well, the pick is in, and
I'm just kidding.
And Kansas City is absolutely just a freaking mob of people right now.
Yeah, they've been drinking since 9 o'clock this morning.
That was also such a quiet cheer, for their initial announcement that it was in Kansas City. I thought it was so quiet compared to was it Tennessee last year?
Was it? Yeah. Well, it's Lower Broadway when you go to Tennessee.
It's also this is one of the first outdoor draft events that they've had.
Well, so is Tennessee. No,
I thought Tennessee was indoors. Was it not?
No, it was not.
Tennessee was on their main strip on whatever street that is.
Tennessee was
Lower Broadway. It was so quiet.
I've been on here.
It was very quiet. It just felt weird.
I'm surprised that we got Nate on tonight. I figured Nate would be the one out there, being that guy that was.
I say mosh pit. Sorry.
Mosh pitting.
Kind of low key. I did almost go. I mean,
yeah, and then you would have been mosh pitting.
I had to work tomorrow, and I didn't really want to get up at
Tyler,
6.
we got a question for you.
What's the question?
Weights behind you, are those 25 pounds or less? Because they look really tiny.
We are fixing. We're going.
Chase, those are 80s.
They look like 25 pounds. I don't know.
Chase, we got 7
Look
people.
at those tiny arms. Look at those tiny little arms.
He's clicking them to 80, so he knows.
That's like 25 pounds.
Just hang out with this.
Yeah, dude, stop paying that 25-pound weights up against your mic, bro. Wait, is that Sazerac? Is that Sazerac and you're right?
What?
No, that's not. It's not.
All right, the pick is in.
We got the pick is coming in.
This actually makes.
All right, 75-pound weights. Okay, cool.
Is that Eagle Rare, Nate?
Yeah, Eagle.
Is it Eagle Rare, Nate? Oh my!
You're on mute, Nate.
You're also muted, so I can't hear you.
Yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
said that. I said that was courtesy of Andrew Cooper. He emailed me. He mailed me a couple of them bottles.
Him and I have a conversation to have.
Yo, I love when people like make blue animals out of I don't know their weights they pick up, they leave on the ground.
Here we go.
See, at the expo, Tyler's gonna come over there in a muscle t-shirt and be like, "Does this look like animal?"
I'm gonna need a beer for this pick.
He's gonna walk up to Chase and
beer
go.
for this pick.
Yeah, he's gonna need more than a beer. He's gonna need more than a beer, Noah.
Yeah,
You guys know what it is?
Yes.
No.
Don't say nothing.
I do not know what it is, but I think
will
you're gonna
not
need more
say-
than a beer.
Oh, you know I love you. I'm just messing with you.
I know. I love you too, Chase.
I'm listening to anything over 16 ounces in a long time.
Really, I would expect nothing less, my friend.
Will it take away our
The
Super Bowl
Chiefs
trophy,
the Chiefs-
Jorge?
The Chiefs
No.
Okay.
are on the clock.
And it's actually
The pick is in.
Nope.
Are we talking offense or defense? Chase, offense or defense right now? Offense, defense.
Offense. Wait, no,
Offense.
defense.
Defense for Chase. Chris, offense, defense.
I'm going defense.
Tyler,
Offense.
Drew.
Defense.
All right.
Chris already knows.
No, I didn't
Chris
look
probably, Chris probably does already know. He's all right.
I mean, Jorge knows already. He said it. That's why I didn't ask Jorge. So the pick is
Hold on.
defensive.
Good luck with
end.
that one.
Don't say it's BJ
I ain't
Oshimari.
trying. It's Felix.
Oh, FAU.
Felix.
FAU's fine.
FAU.
Yeah.
FAU.
Yeah,
Florida
that was
Atlantic.
who.
Wait,
they-
who's
so-
FAU?
Florida
I've got-
Atlantic
and
University.
DK
is
Florida
the whole
Atlantic.
goddamn team.
K-State.
Drew, what's up? What's up, Drew?
I've got two fantasy related questions now that the first round is wraps.
First round is done. What are you doing?
So dynasty wise, two questions. Number one, tight end landscape. Michael Mayer still on the board. Dalton Kincaid only first round tight end taken. So is he tight end one for the rookie class now? Like even without knowing where Michael Mayer lands. And then number two, the receivers that were taken in the first round tonight. How are we ranking them? JSN, Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. How do those four guys shake out? Because I'm really curious how someone other than myself thinks about those. So tight ends and receivers, pass catchers, what are we doing?
I love Jackson Smith's landing spot in Seattle.
Yeah, he's still wide receiver one.
I still think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I would have him, and then I would have Zay would be 3.
Well, Jorge, hang on one
Addison
second.
4. Who's the second? Who's the other one you mentioned? I forgot.
Jorge.
So Quentin Johnston to the
Johnson
Chargers.
Jorge,
second.
Jorge, hang on one
Okay.
second. Because we just had a fantasy analyst ask a question without an answer. Why don't you answer your own question? Where do
Because
you
I
have
wanted-
these guys?
I know where
This is how we
That's
do
why he does me on the
things.
show.
This is how we do things.
Because I know where I
Your
sit, and I
question-
liked hearing other people's
No,
opinions.
but you got to give your opinion first and then send it to somebody.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
that's not typically how I do things, but that's how
Yeah,
we want to
that's
do it.
how I do things right now.
All right,
I'm
well,
drinking.
I'm rolling with you, Gator J. I'm drinking too, so let's do it. All right,
Let's
so
do it.
I've got
Send it to Chase, by the way.
No,
okay,
it's
so
not set to Chase.
pre-draft, I had it JSN, Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. They were a clear top 4 to me. That was how it was pre-draft. It doesn't change at all to me after tonight. I still have the same 4 in the same order. And I still have JSN in a tier by himself. I still think he's wide receiver 1. I still think he's the most talented receiver in this class. What changes for me is on the tight end aspect, I had Michael Mayer at tight end 1 pre-draft. And I mean, if I had to, like, if somebody threw me in a rookie draft tonight, I'm going to take Dalton Kincaid as the first tight end off the board if I'm in the position to do so. So that has changed things for me for a little bit. Things could flip tomorrow once we find out where Michael Mayer goes. But so that's wide receiver. Nothing really changed for me tonight, but tight end it might have.
So for me, going off of your list, I would flip flop Addison and Zay. Have Zay come in at 3. And Tyler, you mentioned it. Baltimore is a wasteland for these receivers under Greg Roman. We don't know how this offense is going to look like under their new offensive coordinator. So that could be.
And their new offensive coordinator was a lot of fun whenever he was in Tampa with Jameis.
So, I mean,
yeah.
Dynamite analysis. I love it right there. Just
So you all of a sudden think Lamar is going to be a 4,500-yard passer?
You don't think he can be?
No.
With the same type of attempts that Jameis was seeing with his like the same offensive coordinator in Tampa, if Lamar was to get the same level of passing attempts, you don't think he could be a more efficient passer than Jameis was in Tampa?
I mean, sure, but like Jameis threw like 700 passes, so like, sure, if oranges were all of a sudden giraffes, why not? Like
I don't know if Jameis to Lamar is the same as a fruit to a zoo animal, but
it's about the damn same.
I don't know if it's that much of a stretch. Well, it's just we've never seen Lamar with an offensive coordinator like the one he's about to step into.
Yeah, but why would he throw the ball that many times? Jameis.
Well, I don't know if he'll throw the ball that many times because I don't expect Baltimore to be as bad as Tampa was and have to play catch up ball and constantly throw up passes like that. I'm just saying that Lamar as a passer from an efficiency standpoint, like he's an incredible quarterback and he's a lot better of a passer than he gets credit for.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, the most
and so if he's in an offensive system that allows him to throw more.
99% of the time when volume increases, efficiency decreases. That is a very defined negative correlation.
I agree. Yeah.
If Lamar goes beyond the 350 or 400 pass attempts level that he has been at for his entire career, his efficiency is going to drop off a cliff. And Lamar's not that dude.
Yeah, but we're talking
not that dude in what aspect though? What do you mean? You don't think he's that good of a passer?
I think he's too good of a athlete and too good of a runner to pass the ball that many times and give that much production to the receivers on his offense. He's not a pocket passer.
So I agree that I don't think the pocket, I don't think the pie as a whole is going to be as big as we would like it to be as fantasy managers. That part I do agree with you. Mm-hmm. But as far as like Lamar's ability, I have no doubts, no concerns from that aspect. Like I think Lamar's a dog, and I think that like as a passer, I think he's legit. Like I don't think I still to this day I don't think he gets the credit he deserves as a passer.
I don't think he's gonna. I think he. Let me put it another way. I think he can support 2 wide receivers in that offense.
2 pass catchers, like group tight ends into that as well.
I'm not even counting. Mark. I don't get the people saying, "Oh, Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson." That was not the connection that they had. That was not Andrews' connection with his offense. That was Huntley and Andrews.
I disagree with you.
Yeah,
we'll hash this out at some point, Jorge, but go ahead.
The season's over, and stats will tell the truth.
I'm with Tyler on this. I'm with Tyler on this one. I don't think he's not Dak Prescott. Yes, okay, he's got an MVP, but he cannot support 2 wide receivers, top 20 wide receivers.
He's not Dak Prescott, but
he's not Dak Prescott.
Under his belt, though.
He gets an MVP only because of his rushing upside.
Which he's not going to be asked to do now with the new offensive coordinator.
He doesn't have Hollywood Brown no more.
If,
Yeah,
if Todd
Zay
Monken
Flowers
is
left
not
this guy.
asking Lamar to rush like that, he's not doing his job.
Yeah, he has Stetson Bennett. Stetson
But
Bennett.
this isn't
Stetson Bennett.
All right,
Bennett is not
can
as
I
good
cut
as
in real quick because you guys?
you
been talking for a
absolutely
minute.
can.
I need to cut in. So the past few years, they've been asking them to resign the offense, like the first 4 or 5 games, to ask Lamar Jackson to pass more often, and it's been evident with the attempts per game and everything. Typically, it fails. It fails epically, right? Because Lamar Jackson drops back, he can't read coverages, he gets hurt, or he ends up taking sacks. So within the first 5 games, let me pause this real quick. So I'm listening to.
Oh, he's like Hollywood. He likes to listen to music while he's.
Yeah. So on the other side of the situation, right? Like they have asked him to continue to take on this understanding of an offense, and when they ask him to run the option, he does well, but he ends up getting hurt. So then they ask him to, by the end of the season, just run the ball. Don't run the option because you suck at running the option. And most people are like, oh my God, he doesn't suck at running the option. He doesn't run the option. Like, this is what he does well. But in all reality, it's like, no, he doesn't run the option well. He runs the draw well, where he can take off running the ball when it's the first option that he has. Meanwhile, everybody else blocks from downfield, and he doesn't end up getting hurt because the maximum hit that he takes is from a safety. So with Lamar Jackson, what they're going to ask him to do this year is actually pass more often. And they've asked him to do it almost every single year. However, this year he actually has wide receivers going to get open. Like, he's going to have Zay Flowers. He's going to have Odell Beckham. He's going to have Bateman that are going to open. And he hasn't had 3 options outside of Mark Andrews himself. So I'm excited for this opportunity for Lamar Jackson to actually find open receivers. Now, whether this hurts or helps Lamar Jackson's fantasy upside, that's up in the air. But guess what? Now you have a career for Lamar Jackson versus somebody that is actually going to, just run the ball constantly and end up ending his career early. So if I'm somebody that is in fantasy leagues, we'll buy Lamar Jackson as soon as he ends up producing lower than what's expected because they're asking to pass more. And yeah, I'll invest in that position. But as for like a position of need, he's not going to be a top 7 option from here on out.
Lamar won't be a top 7 option?
No, not from here on out. There's no way.
You won't have him in the top 7 next year for redraft.
There's no way I would. Why would you?
Why wouldn't you?
Because he has the best rushing floor in the league, and now he has the best set of weapons he's had.
No, Anthony Richardson now has the best rushing floor in the league.
Oh, okay. So we're going to bet on the guy that we've never seen in the NFL versus the guy that's literally won MVP and been the best rushing quarterback.
He won MVP history 4 years ago, bro. And now he's taking an option where he doesn't want to
What year
run.
did Anthony Richardson win MVP?
Well, he didn't listen. Like Lamar Jackson literally said he does not want to run. He wants passing options, right?
And I'm fine with that because I love Lamar as a passer and he's underrated as a passer. So please let him pass more. Please let the
that
offense
means that's
become
going to take
more.
away from rushing options, which is
fine.
options.
If Baltimore's offense becomes less unpredictable, that's great for Lamar. Please let them become less unpredictable.
Okay, so you think he's going to put up more fantasy points than his MVP season this year?
Maybe not more than his MVP season, but I bet more than Anthony Richardson's rookie season. Yeah.
No, but we're talking about like long-term leagues, right? Are we not?
No, we're talking. He said redraft. He said redraft just for this year.
Yeah, for redraft purposes, you don't like Lamar as a top 7 quarterback. That was my question. That's why.
No, I said
really
for
confused.
future leagues, like I don't like Lamar Jackson as a top.
So Chase is
I
talking
mean,
Dynasty.
I was okay. I would still take Lamar tomorrow in a startup over Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer.
All right, so let's.
Wait, if that's a no-brainer, then how do you not like him more than? Wait, what?
I think you guys got confused with redraft and Dynasty for a second.
Yeah,
I'm Lamar. I'm Lamar over.
We're in
Richardson
Dynasty.
both.
We're in Dynasty leagues right now. Nobody else.
We're talking Dynasty.
Like nobody that's
Okay,
played
fine.
redraft has listened to this podcast. Like redraft does not exist.
In a Dynasty startup tomorrow, I'm taking Lamar Jackson over Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, and I'm also trading back and acquiring Anthony Richardson over Lamar Jackson and acquiring draft capital.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother conversation.
All right, so this is where I want to this is where I want
That's
to
what
end
I'm
this.
talking about.
This is where I want to end this conversation. I want to go around the horn. So I'm going to start with you,
Frames.
Chase.
Around the frames.
Around the frames. I want to start with you, Chase. Who is the surprise that is still on the board right now for you, Chase?
Well, I'm in fantasy and frames. You guys do ADP and like, are you guys do IDP and everything? So like
Everything. So who is your biggest surprise that is still on the board?
I don't have one at this point, to be honest.
Is it Will Levis that he's still there? Like he's not been taken.
No, because he's going to go in the first round of fantasy drafts for Dynasty, right?
Well, I'm just in general.
Somebody else take this one because I don't have.
All right, so I'm going to send it to
I think it's Michael Mayer. I'll say that.
I agree. I like the Mayer pick. But if we're talking just NFL in general, I'm kind of surprised Brian Branch is still on the board. I thought there were a lot of cornerback needy teams. The Commanders that could have used his skill set a little bit more.
What? We have two of the best safeties in the NFL.
But he played corner also. He played mostly corner as well as
Brian Branch is a nickel and slot corner. Let's go ahead and make sure.
We also have Kendall Fuller.
Joey Porter Jr. is, I would think, and this isn't to be like an asshole or anything, but I think he is a much more regarded corner than Brian Branch. Brian Branch does fit needs.
Yes,
there are teams with so many sub packages being played right now. His usage as a slot corner is immensely popular, but to not have a person rangy and being able to play press coverage like Joey Porter shocks me that there's not a team in such a pass heavy league for him to fall out of the first round when a player like, no offense to Mozzie Smith. And I think that, defensive line is huge, but how the fuck he got into the first round. And I like Brian Breesy too, but I don't know. I don't see how Joey Porter Jr. fell out of the first round. And who's got some of the first picks in the first? I mean, Pittsburgh, Houston, Arizona,
Detroit.
It's about to be the Rams' time to shine, baby. We need a Jalen Ramsey replacement.
I hate Washington. I hate them so much.
So
they're going to take Michael Mayer in LA.
So then my next question,
we need a Tyler Higbee replacement too. So that's all right.
We need a lot of replacements.
So I'm going to start.
We need a lot of replacements.
I want to send this to Tyler first because here's what I want to do: I want to send this to Tyler first. What is the biggest surprise outside of Jahmyr Gibbs going to Detroit?
Can we also ask him where he got his dresser from?
Oh, his dresser came from
that shit screams Ashley furniture.
We are not going to talk about. So, what is the biggest surprise outside of Jahmyr Gibbs going to Detroit for you in this first round? Tyler.
Is it Ashley furniture?
No, weekends only. You know it.
Where is Bernie? Where is Bernie?
All right, I'm gonna try to recover here.
I am fixing to remove Chase from this shit because Chase is killing me right now.
Please, don't leave Chase.
I ain't doing it. Chase is here.
Biggest surprise for me is an off-ball linebacker named Jack Campbell going in the first round.
Yeah, no shit, right? Wait, Gator James said who?
Who?
He already forgot he got drafted.
Who is that guy?
Oh, I hate that for the fucking life.
Dude, can I just jump? Yeah, let's think of what the Lions could have done.
No, don't do it.
The Lions just could have addressed.
All bullshitting aside, I said I would remove Chase. Chase might remove himself when you start talking about the Lions and what they've done.
So real
we
quick,
all should remove ourselves.
Dude,
They
do you guys remember
themselves.
do you guys remember real quick? Do you guys remember when a couple years ago the Raiders reached for what's his name, the left tackle, right tackle,
Alex
whatever it
Leatherwood.
was. Alex Leatherwood, and then
Leatherwood,
had
yeah.
Trayvon Moehrig
Yep, Trayvon.
fall to him like in the second round, and we're like, oh well, they traded off because Moehrig.
Dude, fuck up the first round, make up in the second round.
But that didn't happen because they both sucked.
They both exactly. It was assumed at the time.
Yeah,
you knew
and-
Leatherwood was going to suck. We hoped Moehrig was going to be a bounce back, and you hoped in one hand and you Leatherwooded in the other, and
That
that was one
process,
filled up.
man, it just sucks.
So
Like, I'm
Nate,
really
who
sad.
was the steal of
This
the
is
draft,
what set my
Nate?
drinking off tonight.
Let's talk about Detroit.
Hang on, Drew. Hang on.
All right.
Nate, who was the steal of the draft?
Oh man, I mean, realistically, let's see.
In the first round, I guess, because
I
the
mean,
draft isn't over. But
JSN going at pick 20
That's the answer.
is phenomenal. You could even go a little bit further back and say the Eagles just make for a non-necessary pick to get someone like Hassan Reddick 2.0 to add to that line is it's just stupid value. But I think JSN is probably the biggest upside as far as like I think his projection was realistically, I think 12 was kind of his median number as far as where he was going to go. Houston with their second pick initially, for him to go 10 picks later was incredible value.
So, Chris, the offensive side of things, who was your steal of the draft offensively?
Yeah, I'd probably go JSN as well.
Stop.
Considering
You
where
can't
he
use
ended up.
You can't use the same.
Well, considering where he ended up.
So what he's telling you is, so instead of the correct answer, make up another answer
Make
to
up something
appease
else.
Gator. Yeah.
I'll go Jordan Addison to the Vikings. I love the landing spot there. He's going to be instantly the wide receiver 2 on that team. So it was my preferred landing spot, so I like it. Outside of JSN probably being the best value offensively, I'm going to go Addison.
Jorge, the best defensive value. Oh, here we freaking go. Goddamn Nate. Goddamn belt. But where did you get that belt at, Nate? Nate, where did you get that belt?
You got to shotgun that, Nate. Shotgun it, Nate.
Courtesy of TrophySmack. If you guys are looking for anything amazing to represent your team's victory or your fantasy championship, you can go to TrophySmack.com.
I'll put a spot for you.
Pardon me?
I'll put a spot for you. Finish that beer.
Thanks. Oh, okay.
He said
Go.
Chase just
I'm
said
just kidding. I'm
out
not gonna
loud
do
he's
that.
going to finish that
What?
bottle before you finish that 12
I'm not
ounce
going to
can.
do that. Are you kidding?
No, that's not what he said. No,
That's
he
what
said
he
that
said.
he's going to give me a deal on the next one that I win next year when I chug this beer. Is that not what we all heard?
That's what I heard.
That's what I
We're
heard.
going to replay.
It just, I mean, I got about 3
Delete-
Hold on
delete
one
the
second.
VOD.
Hold on.
Oh, we got more. We got more.
I have another piece of TrophySmack.
Oh, there's one!
Here.
Oh, there it is.
So I've got this and this, as if sorry, away from this microphone, sorry. As if TrophySmack didn't need enough Fantasy and Frames endorsement. This belt
man's
is
trophy
brought to you,
case is
Par.
huge.
Look at this. Let's go,
Well, yeah.
baby.
Well, neat, Chase. Let's show shit that we get from work. You want me to show you my Mazda's
No,
out in the
this
parking
is
lot?
not from work.
Yeah.
How you like that American flag, baby?
Pretty good. So, yeah. Jorge, do we have a endorsement with TrophySmack?
We do have
Promo
it.
code?
Well, in fact, I have a
The
new
promo-
affiliate.
The promo code is
Promo code's Frames.
There it is.
FRAMES.
FIF. We have 3. FIF
yeah.
is the. We have now 3. This is fantastic. This is great. Let's just jump back here for a second. You asked me a question here, Gator, about the steal of the draft. I know everybody's going to hate the compensation that was given up, but Houston did just nail the quarterback and edge rusher position back to back. Will Anderson is the steal, is the draft pick that Houston should never have gotten, and they did. Who's going to be a tremendous player for them going forward?
Yeah.
And we need to tip our cap to Houston for doing the right thing too. Like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud were the two clear best quarterbacks in the draft. There was all the smoke about them not taking a quarterback. They took the very clear, like once Bryce Young was off the board, they took the other guy. Had tip to them.
Sorry,
Chase, you seem to disagree on that. So
No. Sorry, I was watching the screen and like I got blinded because Nate was sitting over there. He's flaunting the belt around, and like I got blinded by the directional. Dude, stop that!
Yeah, he's doing it on purpose now. So Tyler, real quick, I because we're going on what 4.5 hours at this point.
Dinner Jay doesn't realize time, by the way, guys. He has no idea what time.
I have to look at the time.
Time's a flat circle.
It is a flat circle. So,
circle.
So Tyler, first of all, I want to know steal the draft from you. But I also want to know, you being the Dynasty director with Fantasy and Frames, who's the guy that in this first round that is also going to be somebody that we look back in 4 years from now, 3 years from now, and go, holy shit, we missed out on that.
All right, so steal the draft. This may seem like a really weird one, but with the team needs and just how it's going to grow the offense of that team, Peter Skoronski. He's the best offensive lineman in the draft.
Sorry, I found the trigger to hit a bunch of.
God damn it! You let Nate get a hold of it. You got Nate's own buttons.
I tried to tell Dinner Jay about this. Did he tell you?
I didn't get past beer 20. So. That's not a joke. It's the truth.
No.
Yeah, I told you.
I'm going to mute Nate here in a minute.
It doesn't matter if you mute him, he's the way it buttons.
To answer your
steal the draft, Skoronski, and the guy that we're going to look back at and say, holy shit, how did we miss out on him? Because I feel a lot of people are underestimating him, is Jordan Addison. A lot of people are writing him off because he is a slight guy. He is a nearly 6-foot receiver that can get open whenever the hell he wants. And no one is going to be worried about him on the Vikings offense because they have the best receiver in the league on the other side of the line. And Addison is going to be a 1,000-yard receiver constantly. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Addison coming out of here, and I don't think he's getting enough credit.
Yeah, I think he landed in like the perfect landing spot for him. There was 2 landing spots that I had for him, and I think it was between the Vikings and the Chargers, and I think he landed in
Good call. Good
sorry,
call.
I'm sorry.
Did you drop your mic?
Yeah,
no, I went to sneeze right there, and I couldn't get to the mute button fast enough.
Well, this has been a fun NFL draft.
Throw it across the room. I'm gonna sneeze. Shit.
The other, couldn't move there. Couldn't move fast enough. I really truly thought the Packers were gonna go with a pass catcher for the first time in like 22 years. Didn't happen. They chose Van Ness.
It makes sense though. You have Rashawn Gary coming off the ACL, Preston Smith. You're not sure what you really have out of him long term, so they needed to address edge rusher position there.
No, I 100% agree with that. I just thought that this would be like the perfect opportunity to go get like a JSN or something like that, and then he falls. Like he fell. And a little surprising. Was it just me that it was surprised that JSN fell, or was it everybody that thought that it was surprising? Let's start with you, Chase.
I mean, nobody really liked this wide receiver class. Similar to, 2021. Honestly, this whole draft class destroyed all of our hopes and dreams as to where people would land. I mean, Bijan Robinson is not a good landing spot. Gibbs, not a good landing spot. JSN, arguably a good landing spot long term, but not short term. Zay Flowers, I think you see their expectations. So
am I crazy for liking the Gibbs landing spot?
Yes, you're fucking nuts. Why would you want Dave Montgomery taking up half of your snaps for the next 2 years?
Because I don't think they draft Gibbs where they did if they plan on giving David Montgomery half the snaps for the next 3 years. Yeah, and we know how how great they are with contracts and shit, right? And how good GMs are with sticking to contracts to running backs.
No. So they signed to a 3-year contract, but 2 years is guaranteed.
Yeah, right. And I'm fine with that.
See, if anything, I think this elevates Jared Goff's level, especially in Superflex, just because now you are giving him even more receiving weapons out of the backfield. Because they have to utilize. I do. I think this is going to raise Goff's ADP a little bit.
Swift was a monster at receiving. Like, he was great the past 2 years in the receiving game. Like, why would they replace him?
I missed that. What did you say, Chase? Who?
Wait, what aspect?
I'm talking about Jared Goff, the quarterback.
Yeah, so I'm saying, all right, so just to go from the start, is it something any sense like for them to bring in a receiving back? Because DeAndre Swift already did that. Dave Montgomery's going to take up goal line work and most first and second at work. It sucks for fantasy purposes for Gibbs, and it sucks for DeAndre Swift if they trade him away.
For 1 year.
Yeah, because Swift is on his last year.
Yeah.
Sure. Like,
which
yes,
is what I was saying is peace out DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, so great.
That's what hurts more than anything. Yeah.
No, but you're still dealing with the 1-2 punch. Like, that does not help out Jamar Gibbs' situation. He's not going to be the bell cow in any situation, and I was tough to think that he might have been in the first place. I get that, but
did we expect Gibbs to walk into any situation and go and be the guy?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought
okay. Where was he walking into and going to be the guy, Chase?
Dolphins. Well, first off, let's talk about the first 2 or 3 years of his contract, not just the first one. Right?
No, I'm with you. Let's talk about his rookie.
Rams.
Where is he going to walk into any contract and walk into and be a guy?
You don't think Cam Akers would have had something to do with
in the modern NFL?
Yes, I think he would have. But within the first,
he's not a 3-down back at all.
Why isn't he?
Why isn't Jahmyr Gibbs a 3-down back?
Yes, I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is a 3-down back.
Yeah, pretty much any running back that's under like 210 isn't a 3-down back.
He's not. He's under the 210. He's under 200.
He was not drafted at.
I know. I'm agreeing with you, Gator J. In terms
I got you.
In terms of the weight, and then I'm also.
So he was drafted at the 12th overall pick to not be a 3-down back.
Which is why I don't think it was a great pick for the Lions, but I think that for Jahmyr Gibbs' dynasty value, I think it's great because they did invest that draft capital in him. And
but he still has to be behind Dave Montgomery.
That's not a hurdle I'm concerned about whenever it comes to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a more talented player. Like David Montgomery,
but it's guaranteed contract for 2 years.
For 2 years, yeah, and we're playing the long game in dynasty.
No. All right. So 2 years for running back, they don't produce. They're not valuable, right? Like that's what DeAndre Swift came in on beyond Kerryon Johnson. Like that was nothing.
Right, but you saw
but Jahmyr Gibbs is a more talented player than DeAndre Swift.
That's not true.
I think Gibbs
in my opinion it is. Maybe not in yours.
All right, fine. It's a 1-round pick, but still.
Not just a 1-round pick. It's not like they picked him at the like right at the end of the first. It's not like this is like a barely first-round pick. I mean, they don't invest the draft capital they just did if they don't have a plan for him. And I get the David Montgomery signing, and it's weird because there's basically
It's
2
locked
years.
in.
Yeah, like there's 2 years before they can do anything with the Montgomery contract.
Yeah, so you have 2 years where he does
Well,
not get
let's-
touchdown opportunities.
Look, I learned my lesson, and the way that I look at Dynasty, especially with these running backs at the top tier, is I'm just going to trust the talent. And a team is not going to invest this level
Wait,
of
so
draft
you're
capital.
drafting Najee Harris? Like at this point, you're drafting like.
I like
so hang
ETN.
on.
I like ETN more than Najee.
Drew,
but-
hang on.
So
Drew, hang
that's a whole different thing. But
We
I can't hang on. I can't.
Drew, hang on. We'll discuss this more. We will discuss this more later. We're hitting that 4-hour mark, 4.5 hour mark. I want to go around the horn real quick. I want to find out
Around the frames.
I'm sorry, around the
Stop saying around the
frames.
horn.
Around the
They're
frames. I'm
trademarks.
sorry, Nate. Around the frames. I want to find out what is the best pick of the night. And then we're going to wrap this thing up. Get out of here. We can discuss
Bro, I never
this.
wrap things up. Like
We
I
can
don't
discuss
wrap
this
things
after
up.
hours. You
That's what she
never
said.
wrap anything
That's
up.
exactly what I'm
This
saying,
is
dude.
why you are still where you were at.
Dude, why would
We
wrap
will-
things
we
up?
will
It's so much
continue
better
doing this.
wrapped.
We will
you
continue
gotta
doing
raw dog it.
unwrapped.
Off the rails.
I think we should actually name after hours instead
Chris
of
got
naming
my
it
back.
after
He's like,
hours.
"Bro,
We
I'd
should
never wrap
name
anything
it
up."
unwrapped. But that's beside the point.
Chris, like I never said any of that. Chris, like I never said any of that.
Words in mouth.
So Chris,
I
best
really
pick
the one
of
person
the
that
night.
never said that.
Who you raw dogging? Chris?
Bryce Young.
He's
Wow.
raw dogging.
You're taking the easy pick 101. You're taking Bryce Young. I'm gonna raw dog Bryce Young. Call it done. Really? Seriously? Right now?
I love my ass
He's the
off.
best pick of the draft.
Shut up. You're a liar.
Wait, you're raw dogging?
You're a liar. Nate, who's the best pick in the draft?
Fuck. I don't
Oh,
know.
it's
I don't. I mean, best pick from a fantasy perspective or from a real NFL perspective?
Okay, let's do this.
Explain
Best
that.
pick-
Tell me which one.
Best pick, fantasy perspective.
I'm going to go on brand, Jorge. I'm going to say Jack Campbell to the Detroit
it.
Lions from an
Sorry,
IDP
bastard,
standpoint
you're a liar, but
immediately.
sorry.
Hey, if you want to talk about landing spots that improved a stock from all the 30 fucking teams, 32 teams that he could have landed on, Jack Campbell landing on the Detroit Lions was one of the 2 best teams he could have landed on for his value specifically.
Okay, so Jack Campbell going at 18.
I hate Jack.
Yeah.
Where did you think he was going to go pre-draft? Before
You didn't
before
ask
the
me
draft?
based off of you
No,
said
no,
this
no,
was
no,
fantasy.
no.
It's
I'm asking you.
fantasy.
No. I'm asking you right now. Just like, where did you think he was going to go prior
Pick
to the
40,
draft?
41.
So you had him in the second round.
I had him. Yes, I had every linebacker in the second round.
Okay, and that's why I was
Nolan
asking the
Smith?
question. Is that I think that's a fair answer then.
Pardon me.
Nolan
Who? What?
Smith?
Who?
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith is edge rusher. I like Nolan Smith.
No,
He's not
is
a
he?
linebacker. Yeah,
He's
pure speed rusher. He is. That's his one and only positive trait is speed off
He's
the
gonna
edge.
play linebacker in the NFL.
Yeah, he won't play linebacker at all. He might play in a 3-4. He could possibly play outside linebacker, but by definition, that's a linebacker. So theoretically, you are correct, Chase. But
Outside.
So
that's
so,
the outside.
Let's move this on. Let's go to Tyler. Tyler, best pick in your opinion, fantasy wise, tonight in the first round.
So I'm very motivated to answer this one because I do think it's the best pick fantasy wise. I
Oh,
think
I
it's the
cannot wait
best
to fight
pick
you.
football wise. And also I have, everyone has those people that they know on different social medias. And I know someone that is a dog whistle racist. So
Love this segue.
I do not want to
hated on a
like
pick.
fight with this. Wait,
I don't know
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
So I loved the Anthony Richardson pick.
Let's go,
Yes.
baby.
Yeah.
I think that's great for the Colts.
Yeah.
I think it's great for his fantasy value with Jonathan Taylor in the backfield, with Michael Pittman out wide, and lots of good, not great tight ends. I think it's a huge win for Anthony Richardson, and yeah, those people that screw them. So,
Dude, I thought we were gonna get into it. I was like, what?
yeah, no, I just saw it on Facebook. I just saw someone say, "Rest in peace."
Oh
Colts.
yeah, that's
And I'm
all
like,
you
oh
need.
yeah,
is a
you
nice
don't know
Facebook
anything about what
post.
you're talking about. You're just
Facebook
upset
is
about.
rough,
I know
Yeah.
Facebook's terrible.
Drew,
you gotta
Drew,
stay off
who is your guy that they got picked tonight that is absolutely a winner?
Look, I'm not gonna lie, Tyler kind of sniped me, man, because I love in turn I just preached about Lamar over Anthony Richardson, but long term, I love the Colts landing spot for Richardson.
Dude,
so
get out of here! You hate Anthony Richardson. I figured out.
yeah, right. Yeah.
That's right. Dude, you have no ground to stand on Anthony Richardson. Get out of here.
That's right, man. If you don't love him, you hate him.
Don't even start.
But I mean, taking that off the table, I don't know, man. JSN still feels like the easy answer to me, and it hurts my heart, as a person, because I'm a Rams fan, and so I don't want to have to face JSN and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett twice a year. But I feel like JSN had no business still being on the board at 20 overall, and I hate the fact that I'm going to have to deal with that twice a year now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to be in your position with that, Jorge. I want somebody defensively that has surprised you tonight. That whether it's they got winner a little bit earlier than you thought, or whether it was later than you thought. Who's that guy that was defensively, IDP wise, that is surprising to you?
Tyree Wilson going to the Raiders, pairing him off with Max Crosby.
Yes.
Talked about it earlier. Chandler Jones was brought in for the same reason, to be the other bookend on that defensive line. Didn't work out. Tyree Wilson is just a mammoth human being who can play edge, who's actually pretty good rushing as well as helping in run support. He is going to be, in a year or so, what they wanted. That tandem is going to be what they wanted the Chandler Jones, Max Crosby tandem to be last year.
So I had a great time tonight. Absolute fun. I want to go around the frames real quick one last time. Chase, tell everybody where they can find you on Twitter. Then we'll go to Chris. Then we'll go to Jorge. I want to go around and let everybody find out where they can find you on Twitter. What do you got going? Chase, let's start with you.
Dude, I forgot at this point. We've gone so many times around the frames. I don't even know where we're at.
Your name is Chase _FF Vernon, right?
At FF intervention.
Wow.
Chase Vernon.
Wow.
Chris, you're
Gator
up.
Shade, Jesus Christ.
How much you had to drink tonight, buddy?
How much did you have to drink tonight, Gator?
Yeah, I'm actually good.
I'm on this.
Gator,
Chris,
I'm actually good.
Chris, go. Start us off.
Chris.
At FF Chris B on the Bird app, and you can find us every Tuesday. Myself, Drew, and Rhett on the Fourth and Frames podcast every Tuesday.
Nate, as you're drinking, perfect timing.
Thanks. You can find me at the bar. That is at 14th and Local. No, it's at Nate Markham. I wrote it on the screen, so anybody that can do it. And you can. So, any other questions you got? So, I really just want to go around the frames real quick one last time. I'd like to know who's going to be the number one pick tomorrow for
Who is going to be the 32nd pick?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Levis.
So you
how
can
you
find me at FF Tyler Heil on Twitter. You can listen to
Tyler, stop shouting into your mic.
Dynasty
Yeah, good
365
Lord.
every
Fucking-
Wednesday. with
Stop
myself,
shouting.
Yeah, deep
Stacey
throat.
Perez,
Jeez. You
and
find him at Deep Throat 17 on Twitter. It sounds like. Even Christmas. 25 pounders taken to the fucking dome, huh? Good
Drew,
Lord.
Drew, you're next. Go.
How am I supposed to follow?
Oh my
Mike.
So
I had to assert my dominance.
So you can find me on Twitter at Drew3MR. I am with Chris on the Fourth and Frames podcast on Tuesday nights. Please come join us.
Chase, I'm Jorge. You can find me at Jorge V. Edwards.
I'm good.
Help out with Shoot the Gap IDP show with Nate here in Hollywood Titan. And you can also find me behind the scenes here at Fantasy and Frames, helping to help push this brand forward. We've done a lot of great work so far this year. At 25 rookie prospect profile videos go out, 25 articles go out. Kudos to all the Dynasty team here at Fantasy and Frames. And we're just getting started. Tune in on Saturday night. Stacey Perez, who was here earlier, and Stephanie Miller will be on the Best Ball Draft Show here as we kick off our Best Ball coverage of Best Ball Mania 4, which is supposed to be released on Underdog Fantasy on Saturday. So we will have the first draft, post NFL draft, Best Ball draft, that is, for Best Ball Mania 4, like I said, with Stacey Perez and Stephanie Miller. So stay tuned for that. Gator, back to you, sir.
You please make sure you're checking out all the content coming out from the Fantasy and Frames family. It is on the YouTube channel. All you got to do is go subscribe. You can see every bit of it. The ladies are putting out great best ball content. Even Pete says they're doing it right. So go check out what they're doing. You can check out the Fourth and Frames family. You can check out the Shoot the Gap. You can check out all of it right over there on the YouTube channel. For everybody that joined us tonight, I appreciate all of you. We've had a great night. We'll see you hopefully in the next couple days. Let's find out where landing spots are at. Good night.